You're listening to a production of SportsLink Digital Radio.
Hey, this is Klimes, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Welcome to the Cardinal Football Pregame Show here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. And we are live from the 305 down in the beautiful Miami area. My name is Jordan Klimes, and I'm the producer of today's broadcast. Sitting next to me is our astute color analyst for today, Sam Neiger, and we will soon be joined by the stellar Dominick Liacone for this afternoon's play-by-play voice. Sam, this is amazing to be here in Miami, and first things first, we're not just in a college football stadium, we are in an NFL stadium. Hard Rock Stadium is where we're at, and that is where the Miami Dolphins play. They played here just 2 days ago on Thursday. Needless to say, this environment is going to be electric.
It's just an unbelievable venue, Jordan. Anytime that you get to go on the road to a place like this, a mecca not just of college football, but football in general, Ball State playing one of the most historic programs in the country in Miami, it's hard not to get fired up. I mean, we've got great weather, at least for the moment. Nice and sunny, 91 degrees, feels like 93. It's humid, it's hot. It's maybe not what we're used to in September in the Midwest, but hey, we'll take it. We're in Miami-Dade County, baby.
Well, let's dive into this matchup a bit. Let's not wait. Let's go right into the nitty-gritty. And starting with Ball State, the Cardinals coming off their first game of the year last weekend against Missouri State at home, and they got the win 42-34. Sam, you had a chance to catch up with Ball State head coach Mike New earlier this week, and here's what he had to say about Ball State's Week 1 performance.
Can have to, because obviously, the game ebbs and flows. First half wasn't as clean as we would like it to be, but for him to lead us down the stretch and to make some of the throws that he made in critical situations was awesome.
I'm impressed as well with Braden Sloan. I was impressed by his physicality specifically. What makes him such a special runner?
Yeah, I think his patience as a runner, and he just continued to get stronger as the game went on. It was great to see him get himself in the end zone, both rushing TD, and he had one through the air as well. He had good production in terms of all-purpose, had over 100 yards rushing in his first game. So a lot to build on there. But again, the credit goes to our guys up front, the guys in the trenches when we needed them down the stretch. That experience showed up to be able to finish off the game the way that we did. Those guys really did a great job.
Well, there was Ball State head coach Mike New again, looking back to last week, Ball State's victory over Missouri State. Sam, let's dive into Ball State a little bit more and talk about what Coach New was saying about his team. He started with Caden Samanza, the redshirt freshman quarterback, starting his first game of the year. Played in 4 games last year, took that redshirt, and I think he had a really big step last week.
I agree with you, Jordan, and I agree with everything that Coach New said as well. Caden Samanza is mature beyond his years, right? He's just a sophomore, only 4 starts last year. Here we are, he's going into probably one of the biggest venues he's ever played in, and he's just so cool, so calm, so collected. He looked really solid both in and outside of the pocket last week. He had a 156.9 QBR. To put that in perspective, 158.3 is perfect. It was a near-perfect game from Caden Samanza. Just 1 interception. It wasn't his fault. A dropped ball turned into a pick 6. There's nothing you can do about that. He didn't miss a beat. He looked really, really solid, really steady, and even though he's facing probably one of the better defenses in the country, I look for a very similar performance out of him today.
Talked about Braden Sloan a little bit too as well, and him being new to this team this year. And I think last game he started off a little bit slow, kind of got into a groove, and was able to really beat on guys towards the end of the game and looked like he was in rhythm.
He's a dog, isn't he? I mean, a 40-yard rushing touchdown for him. He averaged just under 5 yards a carry in his first ever game wearing an FBS uniform, right? He's a transfer from Eastern Kentucky, but this is going to be a different beast today against the Hurricanes, right? Obviously, Eastern Kentucky, they play tough competition, but they don't see FBS competition very often, let alone Power 5 level competition like this Miami team. I mean, they're ranked number 10 in the country for a reason. They've got a really solid defense, not a lot of holes really anywhere you look across the board. I think the big difference today for Braden Sloan, he's not afraid to take hits, but last week against Missouri State, he kind of grew complacent after contact. He's not afraid to take those hits, but once he does, he likes to go down. I think if he keeps those legs churning like butter, he's going to be having a better day today maybe than last week even, and they're going to need him on the run game if they want to hold on to the football. I think possession is key for the Cards.
Well, the Ball State offense in Week 1, they were churning like butter, ended up putting up 42 points when that thing was all said and done. And defensively for Ball State, let up those decent amount of points last week, but they started off strong with 7-7 after half number one. So what are your thoughts about this inexperienced Ball State defense?
Yeah, I think the inexperience absolutely showed last week. You said it best. They were great in the first half. Super solid. Didn't give up a defensive touchdown. The only touchdown scored was that pick six by Missouri State. So the Cards defense looked great in the first half. It was the second half where things started to grow a little sloppy. The passing defense has me scratching my head a little bit. We know that the secondary does not have a lot of experience, but that being said, they gave up 258 pass yards, and that could be a real problem today against one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I mean, they're facing Cam Ward. He's a Heisman hopeful. He's looked just stellar through 2 weeks. Here he is at home again, going up against an inexperienced defense. Ball State's going to have to make some electric, athletic plays in the secondary because they're not going to stop this Miami team from scoring, Jordan, but they have to at least be able to slow them down. They have to be in that bend, don't break mentality today if they want to hang tight with the Canes.
And we're going to talk about the Canes here in just a second, but first let's talk about a little recent update we got here in Hard Rock Stadium, and I'll just read it directly off the big board here. It says, "There is lightning in the area. Please seek shelter in the concourses." And of course, we have shelter where we are right now, but we were looking at the radar earlier today. We saw that there were going to be storms in the area, hoping that lightning would not strike. And well, it seems that at least the radar is showing that lightning will be coming into the area very soon. Still sunny right now, but this Miami weather we learned yesterday can change on the snap, and so I guess we'll have to change to the snap too. We're going to continue going here for a bit, but just it's one of those things to watch out for in today's game. Going to be wet in the grass down there.
Yeah, it's South Florida weather. I mean, you kind of have to grow to expect the unexpected when it comes to the weather here. Hopefully there's no lightning that's going to delay this game significantly. Obviously, we're going to be pushed back by probably a half hour at this point. Have to wait for the lightning to get out of the area. So you and I will be on the air for perhaps longer than we originally planned, but all things considered, the teams were almost finished warming up. I think they're probably going to want to rush the warm-up process just a little bit so both of these squads can take the field, because I know later tonight I'm seeing a 40% chance of thunderstorms again at 6 o'clock, so this might be sporadic. Not only the rain itself, but also when we get to see these players take the field, this might not be the only delay we get today. But it's a really good point that you mentioned that the grass is going to be wet, because sloppy football weather makes for a more even game, and I think that favors Ball State today. Bad weather is always going to favor the underdogs because it levels the playing field, and we might just get to see a little bit of that this afternoon, which fires me up a bit.
Yeah, going to be fun to see what happens. And right now, just so you guys know, kind of the layout of Hard Rock Stadium is it does have a somewhat of a roof here. The stands are covered, so if it does start raining or there is lightning, then fans would be safe from it. But the field, there is no covering or no roof over the stadium, or the field I should say, and so that's able to get wet. They get direct sunshine in that way, and so that kind of makes it so if if were to start raining or there was a thunderstorm, which seems like the case, the players' safety would be in jeopardy, and so you got to take care of the players, make sure that they are not out on the field. Again, it's still sunny right now, but this weather, anything could change on a dime, so we'll continue to give you updates throughout this process, hopefully not delayed for too long. But we'll get back to the weather here, I'm sure. But let's talk a little bit about Miami and talk about this stellar team. And we'll go back to Coach New, because Coach New for Ball State, he knows how good this Miami team is. We talked to him earlier this week. You did, Sam. And it's a great opportunity that Ball State has to come down here to Miami and take on these Hurricanes. But he knows what he's up against. He knows Cam Ward and all these guys. So here is what Coach New had to say earlier this week about playing this ultra-competitive Miami team.
Coach, a great win after week one against Missouri State. Now you got a tough opponent on the road against Miami. What's your thoughts about going against an opponent playing in an NFL stadium? It's going to be a hostile crowd.
No question. Miami has done a great job through 2 weeks here. They've had 2 dominating wins on the road at Florida, and then their home game there against Florida A&M. So we know it's going to be a great challenge. Most importantly for us, though, now we got a tape. Now we finally got a chance to play a game, so we got a lot of film to attack on our end, and looking forward to making a bunch of improvement from week 1 to week 2 for us. But we got to keep our focus on what we're doing on the practice field here, our preparation for Miami, because they've done a great job in the transfer portal. They've added some key pieces, none bigger than Cam Ward. He's playing as good of quarterback play as anybody in the country right now. All the hype that you hear for Heisman is real, because when you turn on the tape and watch, there's some throws that he's making that guys on Sunday aren't making some of those throws.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing a lot about Cam Ward this week. One thing that he has not faced over these first 2 weeks is pressure. How do you get pressure against him? Specifically, those linebackers are the leaders of your team. Are we going to see some pressure from the secondary?
Well, and their offensive line's probably not getting enough credit because they return 3 guys that have played a lot of football for them at a high level, been all conference player. They've added some key pieces into the mix from the transfer portal. So when you look at tape, they've done a great job up front of giving him time to operate and to keep his eyes downfield to make some big plays. So, yeah, any way that we can get him off his mark, any way that we can get some pressure on him, any way that we can make him uncomfortable in the pocket, obviously we'll be after that all week long here in terms of our preparation to see what we can do to make him uncomfortable that way.
Again, that was Ball State head coach Mike New earlier this week talking about this stellar Miami Hurricanes team that we get to watch out on the field at some point today. Again, we are currently in a lightning delay, so we'll see if this game does start on time. It's scheduled to start at 3:30 Eastern time, so we will keep you updated on that. But we're going to keep on rolling through talking about today's matchup and talking about, well, what Coach New just talked about, this really good Miami team. And it's really a nice opportunity for them to come in here and play this number 10 ranked team in the nation in Miami. It's going to be difficult. He talked about Cam Ward, and he's a Heisman candidate for a reason. He's atop that list for a reason.
What I love about Mike New is that he keeps it real, especially with quarterbacks. I mean, this is a guy in Mike New that was at one point the quarterbacks coach for Drew Brees. So when he sees a special talent, there's nobody better in the Mid-American Conference at identifying it. But it doesn't take a football wizard to know that Cam Ward is good. He's the media's pick right now for Heisman, and I think I have to join the majority of the media in saying that. He has looked stellar through 2 weeks. Obviously, week 1 to go into the swamp against Florida, against your rival. It's an ACC-SEC matchup. It's always going to be hostile, and he looked dominant. I mean, they took care of business on the road in a really tough place to play. And then last week in this stadium against Florida A&M. Obviously, we weren't expecting a ton of competition from Florida A&M, but nonetheless, Cam Ward looked really, really sharp. He's 46 for 61 through 2 games with 6 touchdowns. He's just a dynamic playmaker, Jordan, and we haven't even seen the full plethora of his arsenal because this is a guy that hasn't completed a pass for longer than 24 yards, right? He can sling it. He has got an absolute cannon on him, but he hasn't even been able to show it off yet. I think he's going to get a chance to show it off today, and it's going to be on that Cardinals secondary to make some open field tackles. And again, bend, don't break. There's going to be some really good receivers on this team. I'm looking at guys like Xavier Restrepo, who are going to have a lot of targets, a lot of catches. You just have to limit the green grass that's in front of him when Cam Ward has that ball leave his arm.
I mean, the talk on Cam Ward is just so exceptional, and we've been saying it throughout, this afternoon, this whole trip, that the fact that we get to be here and just watch a generational talent like Cam Ward play football is quite the opportunity for us, for the fans out here, for the players on both sides to see what he's able to do. The leader of this Miami team, again, a transfer from Washington State, his first year with the Hurricanes, and so it's going to be fun to continue to watch what he's able to do this year, trying to stamp his name atop of that Heisman list, try to join an elite group of players who have won that award, and it's going to be fun to see what Cam Ward can do throughout this season. But let's talk more about this Miami team and some of the other strengths of this team. They're really good all around. So what are the strengths of this team, Sam?
Well, if you want to stick with the offensive side of the ball, Cam Ward is going to jump off the page at you. But he's got a ton of targets, more than just Xavier Restrepo. I mean, this is a guy who was first team All-ACC last year. He's already got 11 receptions for 2 touchdowns this season, but just a dynamic receiving core across the board. I'm thinking guys like Samuel Brown and Jacoby George are both going to have big days today for the Hurricanes. And the run game is nothing to scoff at either. Damian Martinez and Mark Fletcher are a nice 1-2 punch. Fletcher's going to be more of that short yardage situation back. He's got 3 touchdowns on just 12 carries, and then Damian Martinez is more of your everyday back. 26 carries for him through 2 games with just a touchdown. But I love what Coach News said also about this Miami Hurricanes offensive line. You've got, across the board, redshirt junior, redshirt senior, a junior, and then a sophomore starting on the offensive line. And don't let that sophomore fool you. That's Francis C.C. Mauigoa. This guy was a 5-star recruit, a freshman All-American last year. This offensive line might be the difference in this Hurricanes team making the college football playoff later in the year versus not. This is a really experienced group, and they just look really sharp on that side of the ball. Obviously, they're going to make the flashier plays, but the defense loves to get down and dirty. This is the best Miami defense I think we've seen in a while. In all honesty, Jordan, I think this is the best Miami roster we've seen since they last won a championship in 2001. Now, I don't know if they're there yet to be a top 4, 3, 2, or even best team in the country, but this is a team that has a legit shot at making a college football playoff. And to be honest with you, that's great for the sport of football, because when the Canes are better, college football is better. Such a great historic program that hasn't necessarily performed up to those expectations in recent years. Mario Cristobal has got a real squad this year, and that continues on the defensive side of the ball as well. The only real weakness I could see, and this isn't even the fault of Miami rather than just an injury, Reuben Bain Jr. went down on the first drive against Florida in Week 1. He was all ACC last year. He was the defensive rookie of the year last year as a freshman in the ACC. So that's a tough loss at the defensive end position. But Josh Horton has done a good job filling in as well. He's a redshirt freshman, but he is more than capable of filling in for Reuben Bain Jr. I just think across the board, there's very little that you could do to stop this Miami defense. Ball State's going to have to be physical. They're going to have to punch him in the mouth. They're going to have to probably throw in a little bit of trickery, take advantage of the fact that Miami probably isn't expecting a great performance from the Cardinals. So you have to come out firing, take some risks on the offensive side of the ball. Otherwise, Miami's going to do what Miami's going to do, and they're going to waltz in here and take care of their business.
A lot of good points made by you, Sam. And just reminder here, Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, Dominick Liacone joining us soon here on the Cardinal Football Pregame Show. Again, we are waiting here in Hard Rock Stadium due to lightning delays, so hoping that this game will start on time, although right now not seeming like that is going to be the case. But before we go to break, Sam, I do have one more question for you, because you mentioned how Miami, you think that they are one of the best teams in the nation. Obviously, they're ranked number 10 right now. But you said they might not yet be at the caliber of some of those top 5 ranked teams. So do you think that Miami right now is the number 10 team in the nation, period? Do you think they're better? Where do you kind of see them falling in terms of your college football mind? Because you know a lot about the sport of college football.
I like to think I do. I don't know that a lot of national media people would agree with you on that. But, from my opinion, which nobody really cares about in the grand scheme of things, I think right now this Miami team is a 7 or 8 best team in the nation. Notre Dame, obviously, last week going down against NIU, they were a little high, ranked at 5. But for Miami, I think this team, just the talent that they have at the quarterback position, the leadership that they have at that position with Cam Ward, and the experience that they've got across the board. This is a team with just excellent chemistry. Lots of guys from Miami-Dade County, lots of guys from South Florida in general. This is a team that loves each other. This is a team that cares about Miami football, perhaps more than rosters have in the past couple of years. And I think that really says something. I think this team could make a run late into the winter. And this is a team that, yes, if you had to ask me now, I think is going to play postseason football in that new 12-team playoff. They're really that good. It's just about shoring up some things, making sure they're executing down the stretch. They're going to have bigger opponents than Ball State, let's be honest. Can the Cardinals come in here and shock the world? Absolutely. Don't get me wrong, but there's going to be more hype matchups for Miami. And when they play the likes of Florida State, of Clemson, these ACC powerhouses, they got to be ready to go. But if they deliver, there's no reason why they should be left out of the college football playoff, in my opinion.
The fact that we were looking up earlier this week, the fact that Miami has never won the ACC. When they were winning national championships, they were in a different conference. And so trying to do it for the first time this year.
Yeah, funny to think that the Big East once had a football national champion, right? Miami transferred, that's the wrong word. They switched conferences from the Big East to the ACC the year I was born, in 2004. So when they were winning all those national championships, when they were having those dynamic years in the late 90s, early 2000s, they had a Big East logo on their chest of all conferences, which is kind of funny to think about in retrospect. But if they're going to win the ACC, I think this could be the year to do it. It's not going to be as down of a year for the Atlantic Coast Conference, if you ask me. So I really do think this Miami team can get it done, win the ACC, and be a legit contender come winter.
And we will hopefully be able to watch this Miami team coming up soon. Again, Miami hosting Ball State here at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Of course, we have a lightning delay right now, so we're going to see when this game is actually going to start, scheduled to start at 3:30 Eastern. Seems like it's going to be pushed farther than that, so that just means you get more of a pregame show with us. We'll be right back with this pregame show here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Papergo toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards and everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
Back here in Hard Rock Stadium in beautiful Miami, Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, soon to be joined by Dominick Liacone, or hopefully soon to be joined by Dominick Liacone, because we are currently in a lightning delay. The game has not started here in Miami again. It's the Miami Hurricanes taking on the Ball State Cardinals. This game was scheduled to start at 3:30. About 15 minutes ago, they cleared out the stands here in Hard Rock Stadium, so everyone in the concourse is safe from this lightning delay. Still no rain falling yet that we can see. No lightning strikes have been really in the area, but we have heard some. Have not seen it yet, but there is certainly some weather moving in. Again, Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger here from Hard Rock Stadium. Going to get to some football eventually, but for now, let's keep talking about this matchup, and let's talk a little bit about the fact that Ball State coming into this game is the heavy underdogs, and we know that. But a team in the MAC just last week in the Northern Illinois Huskies, they were the heavy underdogs. They went into Notre Dame Stadium, took on the Fighting Irish, and nobody expected them to win that game. Well, they ended up shocking the world, taking down number 5 Notre Dame. And I'm not saying that means it's going to happen this week with Ball State playing number 10 ranked Miami, 2 different teams on both sides, right? But still, the opportunity is there for Ball State. Going to be tough to try to do it against Cam Ward and this Miami team, but the opportunity does exist, and there's got to be some sort of formula that this Ball State coaching staff tried to cook up this week. So what do you think that has to be done for Ball State to play a full 60 minutes of football and try to shock the world?
Well, first of all, Jordan, I love what you said about that Northern Illinois game, because that had to give some life to this Ball State roster, right? You've got games like this circled on your calendar every year. Big road trip, playing a power conference team. You're going to be the heavy underdogs. I think the line heading in today was 36.5 point favorites were the Hurricanes. So really for Miami, they're very much the favorites here today. But for Ball State, if they do want to come in here and shock the world, obviously the weather's going to give them a little bit of help as the underdogs. If it's bad weather, it's always going to give the underdogs a little bit of an advantage. But my answer to your question, what does Ball State need to do to get it done? It might be a little too easy of an answer for some of our audience, because I really do think it's as simple as holding on to the ball. Possession is going to be key today, Jordan. And I know that does sound kind of easy, but it's a keep it simple, stupid kind of day for Ball State. We know this Miami offense is going to score. We've touched on it already. They're dynamic. They're electric. They're top 10 in the country for a reason. Ball State isn't going to stop Miami from scoring. The Canes are going to find the end zone multiple times during this game. Now, what Ball State can do to limit that is to keep possession of the football for as long as possible. This is a better Ball State offense than I think people are giving them credit for. I think Caden Simmons is really smart with the ball. He's not going to turn the ball over as much. You got to establish the run game. If they're able to do that, if they're able to mix up the play calling a little bit, find a nice balance between the run and the pass, and they're able to keep Cam Ward and that Miami offense off the field for long periods of time. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, even 8-minute drives for the Cardinals. That's going to be huge, because the less Cam Ward has the ball in his hands, the less of a rhythm he's going to get in, the better chance it gives Ball State. Always in these big underdog games, the teams that are able to hang around for a quarter and a half, a whole half for Ball State, if they're able to hold on and keep things close for at least the first half of football, suddenly the pressure is going to build for Miami. Cam Ward might get a little bit flustered if that's the case, and then that opens the door for Ball State to do what NIU did last week. Now, do I think it's going to be a 16-14 final?
That's what I was going to ask you.
Absolutely not. Even with the rain, these offenses are too good not to score. That being said, if Ball State's able to hang around for the first quarter, the first half, the longer they hang around for, the better chance they've got.
You mentioned the rain, and we, of course, are still in a lightning delay, so every time lightning strikes, we have 30 minutes added to the time we have to wait. We are going to take another break here in Hard Rock Stadium. Going to get to some football coming soon. It's the Miami Hurricanes and the Ball State Cardinals starting, not sure when, but coming up soon. Stay with us here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State Sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
We were supposed to see Keontae Newsome in this Ball State defense in about 2 minutes, but, well, the weather had different plans, still in a lightning delay here in Hard Rock Stadium, so we're going to take another break. Don't go anywhere. This game's scheduled to start soon. Hopefully players going to come out, and the lightning will stay away, but for now we're going to take another break here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
We have hit 3:30 Eastern time when today's game was supposed to start between the Miami Hurricanes and the Ball State Cardinals, but the lightning delay is still here. An announcement right in Hard Rock Stadium right now, so we'll get some updates to you as they come along. But for now, we're going to stick around for just a little bit here on SportsLink Digital Radio. Again, I'm Jordan Klimes, joined by Sam Neiger. And while we got some more fun, we got Dominick Liacone, our play-by-play voice, who's going to join us to talk a little bit more shop about this game. Dom, we haven't heard from you yet, so what are your thoughts about this matchup today?
First of all, what's up, boys? How are we doing right now?
Doing as good as we can with the weather delay, man.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think anyone was expecting a delay like this, but you know what? Like, you just got to roll with the punches, as Mother Nature says, and at this point, we're going to get football either way, but we're in Miami, right? And you never know what the weather's going to do, and we've been talking with a lot of locals here, and the thing is with Miami weather, usually towards the later part of the afternoon into the evening is when you're going to start seeing a lot of storms. Now, usually when you get those storms, it's not towards that evening part, but I guess today had other plans. And again, like you mentioned, Jordan, the good thing about Hard Rock Stadium is that the stands are covered, but the field is not. So I'm going to be very curious to see. I can't see any showers right now on the field. I think it's more of just the lightning delay itself. But who knows? And you're going to talk more during the broadcast about this Bermuda grass compared to how a majority of stadiums in college football have regular turf. But with this Bermuda grass, I'm going to be very interested to see, especially with how it plays and how guys are going to be able to keep their footing. If they are or not, how slick it's going to get. And that's going to be a huge key to this one, and we'll see how controlled it is. We'll see if Ball State can get used to it, because obviously Schumann Stadium being a turf stadium and practicing when there is rain on turf, much different than actual natural grass. But, my thoughts on this game as a whole, I mean, you guys have really summed it up great. A lot of offense coming out of Miami, right? Over 40 points scored in the first two games against FAMU and Florida, to go to Gainesville and to win by that big of a margin. Yeah. My goodness, this team is exciting this year, Sam, and I also would not be surprised at all to see this Miami squad in the college football playoff, especially with the extended format now. But No, this game, if it is going to be close, it should be very high scoring. I would be very surprised if this game is a 1-2 score game, if both defenses are healthy. I think if we do get a very, very good game here, both offenses are going to be rolling. We know what Cam Ward can do, obviously. Caden Simons, if he can get really comfortable in the pocket especially, I think that's going to play a huge factor into it. But both offensive lines, very, very experienced, right? I mean, Sam, you mentioned the years and the depth that Miami has. Ball State coming into this one now, including last week's game against Missouri State, 122 career starts combined between all 5 guys on that O-line up front. It's going to be a daunting test for both of these defensive lines to try to get to the quarterback. But obviously, when you look at Miami, you've got the ACC Rookie of the Year, and you've got the reigning ACC Defensive Player of the Week as well on the end. So it's going to be interesting to see how Ball State can keep up with those two ends.
Oh, I think we learned yesterday that weather was certainly going to be a storyline of this game, regardless of the lightning strikes today, because we were just walking around the Miami area, got in early yesterday morning, and I mean, it's hot and humid down here in South Florida, as you would expect. And so regardless of the rain, regardless of the lightning, a lot more hot conditions than what Ball State is used to playing in the Midwest, a lot more humid down here. So advantage obviously goes to Miami in that sense. But either way, both teams dealing with those elements. Going to be hot out there once this game does start.
And I think, too, Jordan, it's important to mention the fact that although there is a weather delay, although there is going to be weather that plays a factor in this game, I think the mental battle of having what is probably going to be over an hour delay for this game, that's going to be tough for these two teams to wrestle with. I mean, Ball State, they came into this game, they're fired up. They're trying to come out of the locker room with as much energy as possible. Now that has to be subdued for an hour. And we didn't see the Cards get into a huddle quite yet. We didn't see them start to get hyped up quite yet. The same is true for Miami. So maybe they weren't riding that emotional adrenaline high that we typically see teams have right before kickoff. We didn't get that close to kickoff for that to be able to happen, but man, it's a battle in the locker room mentally right now. Coaching is more than just calling plays, and I think it is a true mental battle between Mike New and Mario Cristobal right now. Who can get their team motivated in about 45 minutes time or 55 minutes time, depending on how late the weather delay takes us? Who's going to have their team motivated for opening kickoff? There are no guarantees for Miami heading into this game because of the weather delay, and the same can be said about Ball State. If they do come out flat-footed, if they do come out looking like they're not ready to play, goodness gracious, Miami could roll. But I do want to go back to what Dom was saying about the grass, because that is so interesting. Obviously, it's cool to play on a grass turf, to play on a grass field, but let's be honest, this is a stadium that hosted Thursday Night Football just 2 days ago. It was Dolphins against Bills in this very building. Obviously, we saw a great game there with the Bills coming in and taking care of business, but that tore up the field in and of itself. We've seen rain over the past couple of days. There's already some brown spots right up the middle of the field. So I'm really curious to see how well this field is going to come up, how well this field is going to hold up, rather, if we start to see a deluge, because if that's the case, it's going to be sloppy, it's going to be muddy, it's going to be old school. Put your head down, buckle up the chin strap, hit up hard football, and I think that's super fun and not something that you see every day, especially with offenses this good.
Right now, weather 91 degrees, feels like 104 down here in Miami Gardens, Florida, as we have another announcement over here. So hopefully you guys are listening in on in. We can get an update in just 1 second about that. But some hot conditions down here. Still no rain falling yet, but of course lightning in the area. And so this game hopeful to start soon. You guys, you hear what the update was?
Yeah, so the update right now is players are going to take the field again in hopefully 6 minutes time. 3:43 Eastern Standard Time. The players are going to be back out on the field, Jordan. They're going to clear the field by 4:14, go back to the locker room, get redressed, make sure they're hyped for kickoff, and then kick is going to be at 4:30. That's just for now. That comes from Jeff Mitchell, the athletic director at Ball State. So assuming his word holds true, and I think it does, unless we see any more lightning, that is the plan for right now.
I wouldn't be surprised, too, if we get the all clear maybe another 10 minutes after, just based on when that last lightning strike was, too, Sam. But remember, you got to get the all clear from the stadium first, right? So the public address announcer just came onto the system and said, please remember, fans, wait for the all clear before coming back into the stands, because fans right now in that lower section, in that 100 section closer to the field, cannot be anywhere but the concourse. However, those fans in the upper bowl, the 200 and the 300 sections, still allowed to stay in their seats because they are fully covered by that roof here at Hard Rock. So again, we have to wait for the all clear, but I would say that it would probably be around 345 to 350 in that range. If Jeff Mitchell, athletic director for Ball State, his word holds true for about 343, would not be surprised with that either. But I would say until then, wait for the teams to come around onto the field around 4 o'clock.
Well, it does look like as well there's some staff here at Hard Rock Stadium that are picking up some of the coverings that they've got on the seats in front of the band section, so the band might be rejoining us here in a couple of minutes. It looks like we're going to have football here soon, guys. Maybe had to wait another hour or so longer than we originally intended, but nonetheless, it's not going to detract from the atmosphere. There were a bunch of tailgaters out front earlier. I mean, it's just a beautiful venue. There's palm trees everywhere. We don't get this often, and it's hard not to be excited. I just can't wait for these two teams to take the field and duke it out.
A lot of fun to come, and we just got 3 new weather forecasters kind of registered throughout this whole process. They'll continue to keep on rolling on. We're going to take a quick break here, though, and come back with more on this Cardinal football pregame show. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State SportsLink.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson, redshirt junior wide receiver for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
It's 3:42 Eastern time here in Miami, Florida. Game was scheduled to start at 3:30 Eastern and still lightning delays, so players not out in the field. The concourse, or fans are in the concourse, at least those on the lower level. And again, here in Hard Rock Stadium, there is a roof over it, so the fans up the top are covered so they can stay out, but the ones on the lower level have to go to the concourses. Players still not out there. No rain yet, but lightning in the area. We heard another strike while we were in that break, so theoretically that pushes the start 30 minutes farther back than when it was supposed to be, or at least around that area. But we're going to continue to hang out here, talk to you guys about this matchup, and also talk a little bit about the MAC, because we have some Mid-American Conference teams playing right now, so let's get into that.
Yeah, we'll start over in Oxford, and what a great matchup we've got between the Miami of Ohio Redhawks against the UC Bearcats. And That's a huge matchup. Being from that area, I know the importance of that rivalry. I know how much that game means to both of those squads. And to be honest with you, Jordan, it's a great game right now. UC leading Miami 27-16. You know, anytime those two teams get together, that old rivalry is going to be a great atmosphere. But the fact that it's in Oxford, I know that means a lot for that campus. And yes, that is Ball State's probably most heated rival. But nonetheless, it's great for the MAC to be able to host Power 5 opponents. UC now being in the Big 12. So even though the Red Hawks don't necessarily have the lead right now, just to be able to host that game is big for that school. And then we have that game was actually just a final. That game just came to an end. My computer just updated. So UC did end up beating the Miami Red Hawks 27-16. And then another loss for the Mid-American Conference, Central Michigan against Illinois. They lost that game against the Fighting Illini 30-9. No real surprises there. Illinois is a pretty good team. They had a nice win last week against Kansas, so the Chippewas knew that they were probably going to be facing a tough test against that team in Champaign today, and that very much so held true. Illinois with a convincing victory. We've also got games between UMass and Buffalo today. Buffalo taking care of business in that game, at least at the moment. Kicking off at what was supposedly going to be the same time as us at 3:30 was Ohio hosting Morgan State. I'd like to think that the Bobcats are going to take care of business against the Morgan State Bears, but you never know. Then later on this evening, we've got some late kicks in the MAC, which is kind of a rarity for the Midwest, kind of a rarity for the Mid-American Conference. But at 6 o'clock, kicking off in Akron, Ohio, Colgate at Akron. They're hosting another FCS opponent. Western Michigan also hosting an FCS opponent. 6:30 kick from Kalamazoo, Michigan against Bethune Cookman. And then at 7 o'clock in Ypsilanti, Eastern Michigan hosting a fairly new FBS team in Jacksonville State. I think that's going to be a dogfight. That's going to be one of the closer matchups in the MAC today. So definitely one to tune into if you are a Mid-American Conference fan. And then Ball State is not the only team that had tough road trips against Southern opponents that are a real tough test. And that is a testament to these teams for scheduling them. The two teams that have really steep competition today are Toledo and Kent State. The Rockets of Toledo will kick off at 7:30 from Starkville, Mississippi against Mississippi State. Kent State will kick off from Knoxville at 7:45 against Tennessee. We know Ball State played Tennessee a couple of years ago in Rocky Top. That is a brutal place to play if you're the away team. My goodness. So some fun matchups all the way across the Mid-American Conference today. Obviously hoping for an upset here, our Ball State fans in Miami Gardens. But you never know. Hopefully we'll have football around the corner from this stadium.
Just staying around the MAC a little bit, too, looking to the MAC preseason poll. We're in week 3 now. Ball State only played one game. Every other team playing their third game this afternoon. But for Ball State, they were ranked number 9 coming into the preseason poll. Miami, of course, at the top, won the conference last year. Toledo at 2, who were the runner-ups in the Mid-American Conference last year. But let's jump back to Ball State for a second. At that 9 position, and hard to not put them there after the season that they had. Of course, they were in a lot of close games. They almost beat the 1 and 2 team. They almost beat Miami. It just came down to a missed field goal. And then Toledo was a rainy game in Schumann Stadium. Ball State hosting that one. A couple of plays could have gone Ball State's way, and they could have beat Toledo, who was the number 1 team at the time. So Ball State had opportunities last year, kind of fumbled them, knowing this year once we get into MAC play, they start next week against Central Michigan. Of course, we still got ball to play today, have not seen a snap yet, so we're going to get to that. But just looking at Ball State again ranked 9, do you think where do you think they'll fall towards the end of the season?
It's so tough to tell with Mid-American Conference play not opening yet. I think we're going to get a really great insight into how the Mid-American Conference is going to shake out, how Ball State is going to shake out within those standings next week against Central Michigan. And you put it best, Jordan. You don't want to look ahead quite yet. You know you've got a tough opponent in Miami today. You don't want to get walloped on the road. But Ball State goes on the road against Central Michigan next week. A road test against a pretty solid Mid-American Conference opponent is always going to be a good indicator of where they're going to fall. In my opinion, and of course this is biased, we're Ball State Sports Link, we're student radio, we're rooting for the Cardinals just a bit. I do think they're going to be a little higher than 9. I think we could see this Cardinals team slip into the top half of the Mid-American Conference, if not into the top quarter, top 3-4 teams of the Mid-American Conference by the end of the year. Sure, that's a little bit biased, but it's kind of hard not to catch on to the infectious energy that this team exudes. We talked with this squad at Media Day. We've talked to them before both games now, and in all honesty, I think the most important thing to remember with this Ball State team is that they have a chip on their shoulder constantly. This is a squad that has just always had that little extra something to play for, especially after what happened last season. You had those missed opportunities. You didn't make the bowl game. Haven't won a MAC championship since 2020. Haven't appeared in a bowl game since 2022. So this is a Ball State team that's trying to flip the script a little bit. They want a different. They want to have a different approach this season, and I think this might be the team to get it done. It's the best roster we've seen in a couple of years. And just to correct myself from a second ago, Ball State hasn't been to a bowl game since 2021. That was prior to my freshman year. Ball State is not. That was the Camila Bowl on Christmas Day against Georgia State, if my mind serves me correctly. Yep. So Ball State definitely trying to make it back to that 6-win category. I think they've got the squad to be able to do so and maybe even make some waves in the MAC.
Yeah, and we'll get into Miami a bit here too, and looking at their preseason poll, how they have gone above expectations. Before that, just one quick update here on the weather in Hard Rock Stadium. Another announcement came in the stadium that just told fans to continue to remain in the concourse. So I guess not too much of an update, but trying to communicate with fans out here. ACC Network says they're going to kick off at 4:30, and so that is about, well, quick math says 40 minutes away from now. And we're hopeful that that will continue to remain. But let's talk about Miami and the expectations coming into this season. They got Cam Ward in the transfer portal, and people expected him to be good. I don't know if they expected him to be this good. Looking at the preseason poll, it was Florida State, who right now 0-3 to start off the season. They just lost to Memphis at home, so a big loss for Florida State, who, again, expectations were so high for the Seminoles. Clemson came in at 2 in the ACC preseason poll for football, and then Miami came in at 3. I think Miami would certainly jump to that 1 spot now. They have, I'm not going to say complete control of this conference, because Clemson and other teams are going to give them a run for their money. But Miami, if they continue to play like they did in week 1 and week 2, they have a near stranglehold over this conference, at least until it comes to a championship game.
And barring anything remarkable from Ball State today, Miami is likely going to enter conference play undefeated. They probably are going to enter conference play as the top dogs in terms of the standings. You mentioned Florida State's just abysmal start to the year. You got to be feeling bad for the Seminoles. They certainly aren't feeling bad for them here in Miami, but up in Tallahassee, I feel their pain just a bit. It has been an underperforming start to the year, now 0-3. Clemson, I think, could still be a good football team. I like Dabo Swinney a lot. He's a great motivator. He knows how to get his guys fired up. It was just, kind of the luck of the draw that they played Georgia week 1, the number 1 team in the country. They played them at a neutral site in Atlanta, which, let's be honest, is pretty much a home game for the Georgia Bulldogs. So that wasn't necessarily a great performance from the Tigers, but still time to right the ship. Bottom line is, and I think you said it right, Jordan, Miami is in the best position right now to take hold of this ACC. There are some really surprise teams in the Atlantic Coast Conference, though. I look at a team like Boston College, whose game is finishing up right now against Missouri, very close, down 27-21 with 1:45 to play in that game. They might lose that game, but I still think that Eagles squad is really, really solid. I mean, they're playing a top 10 team, and they're battling them to the end. I look at a team like Georgia Tech, obviously a bad loss last week, but they knocked off Florida State in Dublin to start the year in that week 0, kind of the funky week, but they took care of their business. They're fired up. They were America's sweethearts for a couple of weeks before they had that loss last weekend. Teams like Duke, teams like North Carolina, still undefeated. I mean, there's really a lot of talent in this ACC. You've got new additions like California and SMU. I think NC State is solid. My point in saying all this, Jordan, is that this is a deep conference. It is not going to be a cakewalk for Miami. Just because they're going to enter, barring anything crazy today, just because they're going to enter ACC play undefeated does not automatically mean they are going to just roll over that conference. They're not going to get it easily. It's going to take a lot of fight. It's going to take a lot of grit. It's going to take some tough road competition, but the Canes have got to be feeling pretty good about where they're at right now.
Still football to play today. They got South Florida next week, then play Virginia Tech. Go California, new team to the ACC, Louisville, and a couple more teams. They play Florida State the week after that on October 26th, so that'll be a game to watch. But, of course, Florida State underperforming right now, hopeful to try to bounce back by that point.
Yeah, but it's a rivalry game, You said it about Ball State and Miami of Ohio, right? Nobody expected the Cards to play Miami so closely last year, but when it's a rivalry game, everything goes out the window, and I know the Canes are going to want to be fired up for that as much as possible.
They sure will. Well, We're going to take another break here on SportsLink Digital Radio. Again, we are currently in a lightning delay game expected to start at 4:30 hesitantly. We'll see if that continues to remain. We will continue to be here with you on this Cardinal football pregame show on SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership, and here's why. We stand behind every car we sell and are dedicated to helping our customers save time and money. All our pre-owned cars undergo a rigorous 182-point inspection and come with a 90-day warranty to ensure that you're getting a Victory quality vehicle. Plus, you'll get 2 years of complimentary oil changes and tire rotations. We're part of a top 15 dealership group and have an enormous selection of vehicles with access to inventory at over 45 locations. You always get more for your trade and the best possible rates with us. We have an excellent relationship with hundreds of lenders. Our exclusive Car Doc maintenance and membership program will help you save hundreds of dollars in the process of maintaining your vehicle. Lastly, our state-of-the-art body shop and certified technicians perform high-quality repairs and paint work on most vehicle makes and models. Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptoninn.com. At munciesweets.hamptoninn.com.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
What up, Cardinals fans? This is Kyle Kelly, redshirt junior cornerback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
The lower bowl here in Hard Rock Stadium still empty, but waiting on fans to come back in soon. We are in a lightning delay currently in Miami, Florida. Again, Ball State set to take on Miami in just a little bit. Kick expected to be at 4:30. But let's talk a little bit about just the fact that we're going to be here, that we are here right now, I should say, because this has been an awesome trip for us so far, and it's not done yet. Very thankful to SportsLink for sending us down here, student radio, and so we get the opportunity to do this at a young age and try to, as you said earlier, Sam, like this could be our future for the rest of our lives, right? And so we had a fun day yesterday, got in early. What are your thoughts about Miami so far?
It's awesome, Jordan. I mean, obviously the heat is a factor for us as well up here in the booth. Thankfully, we've got a little AC. I know it's going to be brutal out there for the players in terms of the temperature, but, you said it best. This is just an unbelievable experience and not something that a lot of college programs can offer. This is huge for SportsLink. Obviously, the support of the staff, the support of our fellow students has been unmatched. Just our ability to create these opportunities for ourselves is really something to be said. There's really something to be said for that. I know our plan is to go enjoy Miami later this evening, check out campus a little bit, just kind of absorb the atmosphere. But it really is a lucky experience for us to be able to soak in an NFL stadium, to be able to broadcast from an NFL stadium. We opened our broadcast by saying, this is the Super Bowl 54 venue. It's really incredible, and I know that I feel lucky. I know you, Jordan, and Dom, who will be joining us in a little, feel the same. This is just a really awesome experience for us. It's palm trees, maybe not a lot of sunshine right now, but certainly something that we're not going to forget for a long time.
Yeah, Dom, let's hear your experiences here in Miami, because I know we spent the day and we took a little walk together yesterday on the beach, and we went to a restaurant as well, and both of us were, sweating bullets out there. It's hot.
No
but
kidding.
I know it was hitting you hard. We drank a lot of water, but a smile on your face the whole time. Great to be here, right?
No, it's awesome. And listen, I mean, don't get me wrong. People are going to call us crazy for saying, you guys flew out at what time? You guys woke up at one time? Right.
Yeah, right.
So just to kind of give everyone the timeline of the events of yesterday. So started in Muncie, Indiana at 3:30 a.m. with a wake-up call. Want to give a huge shout-out to my roommate back in Muncie and Evan Stowell, who's also in SportsLink, who actually was able to drive us down to the Indianapolis airport and get us on a flight over here, but went and picked up these two fellas, got on a flight that boarded at 6:20, left the airport at 6:50, flew into the Fort Lauderdale International Airport. I want to say we got in at, 9:20, got off the plane at around 9:30.
Yep.
Got to our hotel at around 10:30. It was about a 45-minute drive to our hotel, which actually is in Aventura Mall, which is in Miami. So we got a chance to kind of relax for a little bit. Then we went and took a drive over to Hollywood Beach, and that experience was awesome. Getting to see all the cool little shops down there, get to interact with some people. Had a really, really good lunch. I think a lot of those small little pop shops outside, right beachside, are slept on, as the kids would say these days. The food was just, it was absolutely incredible. And well, we just got an update from the stadium. Excuse us, but I guess 4:15 now, are they saying for kick?
That's what I heard.
Okay, so we got about 15 minutes. But no, kind of just to wrap up on that point, we got some good food, got to walk the beach, got to see the Atlantic a little bit, which was really nice. It's the first time I've been on a beachside down in this area. I've been in this area, but I've never been on a beach. So super clean beaches, super nice. Don't get me wrong, boys. The weather was just scorching hot. And
it was.
I don't think anyone is going to underestimate the humidity and the heat index anymore, because it said it only felt like 95. It felt like about 115, really. But I guess we can't really complain about Muncie heat anymore, especially at this time of the year. But no, got to see some really cool places. Had some nice pizza last night. Also, Jordan, want to give a huge shout out to your father, Brian Klimes.
Shout out my dad.
A huge help in getting us down here. Had a rental car for us. Had hotel rooms ready for us. Which, I mean, I don't know how many other dads, not only in the program but also just any college dad, would be willing to do that for not only his son but the crew as well. So we're super thankful and blessed to have Brian be a huge part of Ball State SportsLink and helping us just get down here and get settled. By the way, also Victory Honda of Muncie, if you are listening to this broadcast right now in any kind of capacity, Mr. Brian Klimes did purchase a car from Victory Honda of Muncie in Muncie, Indiana, which is pretty cool as well. But no, you guys know I like to talk a lot, so I'll just say, great experience. It's been absolutely excellent.
It sure has, Dom, and it's been so fun to be down here again. A big thank you to SportsLink for sending us here. Big thank you to Chris Taylor, Alex Cartman, Al Samansky, and all of the Ball State Media Department for being a huge part in letting us get down to Miami, give us this awesome opportunity to be here. Love this area, and soon call this game again. Kickoff scheduled for 4:15. Still nobody out on the field yet, so it's going to be, once they get out there, going to be fast, going to be quick warm-ups, and going to be straight into game action. But let's jump back one game just real quick, talking about Ball State in that victory against Missouri State last weekend. Was Ball State's first action of the 2024 Ball State football season. And I think for Ball State, it went pretty well. Looking to Caden Samanza, had 262 yards, 4 touchdowns. Also had a rushing touchdown in there as well. Threw one pick, but that was off a bobbled pass that should have been caught by Cam Pickett. And so the offense looked good. The defense looked good. Sam, I'll have you talk a little bit about the offense. And Dom, I want to hear your opinion about the defense. So last week, Sam, Ball State's offense, what did you like from them stat-wise and what they were able to show in week 1?
Yeah, obviously Caden Samanza jumps out at you. Almost a perfect QBR, as we've talked about already. I was just impressed by his ability to get the ball to his different targets. This is a team with more skill players, more talent at those skill positions maybe than we've seen in years past, right? Tanner Koziel, a name that everybody was familiar with last year. He was Caden Samanza and those 3 Ball State quarterbacks' top targets last year. It was a QB carousel last year. Knock on wood, we're not going to have the same thing this year, but he didn't really even get involved until late, and Ball State was scoring without him. Only 6 receptions for Tanner Koziel, which is quite a few, but a lot of those came in the second half. He had a touchdown, a 33-yard long. He's a preseason All-MAC third-team player. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year he doesn't jump up to second or first-team All-MAC. I mean, this is a kid who was at one point a freshman All-American 2 years ago, so he is super talented at the tight end position. Didn't miss a beat in that first game, but even with the injuries to the injury to Ty Robinson on the first play of the game, of all things, Ball State and Caden Samanza were still able to get the ball to a plethora of weapons. Cam Pickett led the team with 7 receptions for 69 yards. Malcolm Gilley, 5 receptions, 63 yards. Keon Magwood, 2 receptions for 20 yards and a touchdown. I know he wants a couple of more targets, but he made the most of it when he had the ball in his hands, obviously scoring that touchdown with a 16-yard long. And the running backs, we had a healthy dosage of Braden Sloan. We've touched on him a little bit already and how we want to see him keep those legs churning, keep moving, keep running after contact. If he's able to do that today against the Canes, I think he's going to be feeling pretty good. And then Vaughn Pemberton. We saw 6 carries from him for 22 yards, only 6 yards for his long. But it might be a run-heavy day if there's a lot of rain, so certainly we're going to see a back and forth, if that's the case, between Sloan and Pemberton. All in all, I was just really impressed with the offense. Obviously, anytime you're able to put that many points on the board for Ball State, it's going to be a good feeling. They won that game 42-34, a one-score game. Maybe you wanted the defense to perform a little better, but the offense did its job. You score 42 points, you should win a football game. Ball State did that, and I think that offense especially is coming in with a lot of confidence this week against Miami.
They came in with a lot of time playing together, too, an offense that there's a lot of familiar names on that offense, and so a new quarterback at the helm kind of changes things, new running back as well thrown in there, and kind of the opposite on the defensive side of the ball, Dom, because really there are only 2 starters that are on defense that actually are still on the team right now for Ball State, so a lot of new faces. Expectations were, well, a lot of question marks. Really did not know how they played, so what's your general consensus of how the Ball State defense played last week?
Right. It's hard to tell, especially this early in the season with the defense, and we probably might not know until even after the Central Michigan game next week how this defense fares, especially in comparison to other teams in the MAC. But I was generally impressed, especially with the secondary of Ball State's defense last week. There's still a lot of inexperience, obviously, up front with that D-line, and there is some work to do with a lot of new faces. Some guys on the depth chart that were maybe even 3rd last year, 4th, having to step up because of the departures on the defensive line. In fact, departures almost everywhere on the field for the defense. But Joey Stemler really impressed me, led the way with 7 tackles, also had what he calls his first ever interception. I think he was asked right in the presser, the presser this week if he had ever had an interception before, and he said no. He had a couple that went through his hands, but able to hang on to this one. Did fumble it on the return, but it went out of bounds, luckily for him. Keontae Newsom also 6 tackles, a nice game to his name as well. Forcing 6 punts was huge for Ball State. Forcing 6 punts out of Missouri State, I thought a really nice job. But the stat I think that jumps out on the page, obviously, and both of you I think can attest to this as well. Only 62 rushing yards for Missouri State. The run defense was really there, especially to hold a team like Missouri State that loves to run the ball, especially outside the numbers, and have a team that has had a lot of success at the FCS level doing that. Obviously, we know Missouri State more for their passing with Jacob Clark at the helm as QB there, but usually when you get a ball in the hands of a guy like Jacardier Wright or Jaden Becks, they're going to be able to rush for a ton of yards outside towards the sidelines, but give Ball State's defense a ton of credit. And I was especially impressed, too, with that sniper position in George Udo and what he was able to do on special teams, forced a big fumble and turnover. The way that first-year defensive coordinator Jeff Knowles has organized this defense so far, obviously still hard to tell, but pretty impressive in the secondary, I would say, in Week 1, Sam.
I agree with you, Dom. Fellas, I got to get something off my chest.
Let's hear it.
We just had the president of Ball State University, Jeffrey Mearns, walk into our broadcast booth. And if he's listening after the fact, I just wanted to say sorry because you were talking, Dom. You were facing the other way.
I had no idea.
You had
I'm
no
sorry.
idea. No, it's okay. It's okay. I pointed at him. I pointed at him to let you know he was here. But then he turned around and left the press box. And I was, I'm going to lose sleep over it tonight. I think he thought I was telling him to leave, and I wasn't. So I'm sorry, President Mearns, if that was the case.
But here's what happened, I think, because we're right next to McTidrow and Jack Radican over to our right with the Learfield broadcast. I'm sure he was going to do it because he is doing it
right now.
He's doing an interview right now with Mick. Yes, but I had no idea. I didn't even turn around until I saw. And then I saw him through the window. I was like, "Oh my gosh! Like, did we really?" I don't think we waved him off.
I hope not. I hope he didn't interpret it that way.
So, President Mearns, I promise you, we would love to do an interview. In fact, you can take my headset to do the interview, good sir.
And if you did think I turned you away, Jeff Mearns, and you do get a chance to listen, that was not at all my intentions. Goodness gracious, I'm sorry. One of the most embarrassing moments of my young broadcasting career. Oh, man. We'd love to get him in here at some point if he wants to come back, give us another visit, though. Wow.
I did get a little update on kick time, fellas. ACC Network is now saying 4:45. I think we had another small little lightning strike in there.
I think what we originally misinterpreted was all clear is at 4:15.
Right.
That first lightning strike happened pretty much exactly 30 minutes before kickoff at 3 o'clock. So I think the team still has a half hour of warm-up left. So I think that's where the miscommunication came in. 4:15 is the all clear when the players will take the field. We'll have kick at 4:30.
Yeah, and the security staff are already taking the field again, so able to put people out there. And soon again, 4:15, we're expecting players to come back out, 30 minutes of practice, and then get into some game action. So we'll continue to wait on this delay. But for now, we're going to take another break here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call Wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State Sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Kaden Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Rain is officially falling in Hard Rock Stadium, but the stadium is getting filled up right now. The fans are coming back in, giving the all clear. Still players not on the field yet, but right as the lightning delay is over, the rain commences, and I think it might even the play of field in this game, so going to be fun to watch how it all happens. Again, this is on grass in Hard Rock Stadium, so going to be a little bit more slippery, maybe some cleat problems that we'll see throughout this one. Again, it's about 4:15 Eastern time right now. Kickoff expected to be at 4:45, so about 30 minutes for players to come in and practice, get themselves ready to go, get adjusted to these elements, and then play some football. Again, this game was supposed to start, well, about 45 minutes ago at 3:30 Eastern. 45 minutes past now, and we are still waiting for this one to start, but we have had a great time on the Cardinal football pregame show here presented by on SportsLink, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. So it's been a great time over here. We're going to take one more short break, and then we got a special guest joining us after this. Going to be fun to talk to him about this matchup as there's some cheers and players coming out onto the field. We'll be back here on SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State SportsLink.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
Cardinal and Hurricane athletes back on the field now after probably about 45 to 50 minute delay here in Hard Rock Stadium because of lightning, but hey, have been given the all good to go in Hard Rock. And so still some rain falling, but it's slowed down in the past 5 minutes. Field wet, though, going to be some fun environment we get to watch this afternoon against. It is the Miami Hurricanes hosting the Ball State Cardinals. Have a special guest joining us here in just a little bit, as kickoff scheduled to be in at 4:45, so about, well, quick math, 28 minutes. I think I got that right, let's hope. And so we'll continue to be here with you on the Ball State football pregame show with SportsLink presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. But as we see the players back out now, there was a loud roar. Ball State came out first, then Miami came in, obviously a little bit louder for the Hurricanes when they came out to the field, but everyone just excited to finally get this game.
Yeah, I don't think this place is going to be quite as packed in as it would have had this game kicked off at 3:30.
It's pretty full, though.
It's starting to fill in as we're getting closer, but even with as empty as it was when the Hurricanes took the field, the roar in this place made it feel real, Jordan. I mean, we've talked about it. The experience has been excellent, but this experience came to be because of football, and we're ready for football. We're excited for it in less than a half hour. The clock up on the board says kickoff in 26 minutes, 30 seconds. So, goodness gracious, I'm starting to get super excited. But what a great matchup we've got. What an incredible opportunity to get to see a top 10 team, probably one of the best quarterbacks in the nation, in Cam Ward for this Miami Hurricanes squad. It just really does feel this different when you have these big road games.
And something we've talked about a lot, but I want to stress it one more time because it has officially started raining, and when we were talking about it, it wasn't raining yet. This playing surface going to be a big storyline for this afternoon. Going to be wet out there. Ball State playing on grass. Ball State not used to playing on grass. They did do it last year at Georgia, but don't do it that much. Every team in Ball State's conference, the Mid-American Conference, they all play on turf fields, so different conditions in terms of the grass versus turf, and different conditions in terms of the fact that it's raining outside, and it might start raining harder. It actually looks like it kind of ceased for now, so tough to tell from up here in the booth, but it looks like it has stopped raining, at least for the time being. But I'm sure more will come. It rained pretty hard last night here in Miami, Florida. Guys, any last thoughts? We got, 25-19 they say till kickoff. What are your thoughts right now about what we're about to see?
Yeah, we're going to see a great football game. Look, it's South Florida. It's South Florida weather. Thankfully, the weather isn't going to be quite what the Miami mascot is named after. We're not exactly facing hurricane winds, hurricane rains right now. But we are going to see a little rain as this game wears on. It's going to be interesting to see how both teams adapt to it. I think that off and on rain pressure is going to put a little more pep in the steps of the quarterbacks to be dialed when it isn't raining. They want to have a good grip on the football when it's not raining. They want to be tight. They want to be sharp early. I'm just a little curious to see how this field is going to hold up. It makes for fun football. Muddy football, sloppy football is fun football in my mind, Jordan. I can't wait.
We got 90 degrees right now, at least that's what it feels like out here in Miami, Florida. Only 3 miles per hour winds. Gusts will reach to about 10 miles an hour this afternoon as we continue to go through our Cardinal football pregame show. Sam, looks like you got some thoughts for us.
Yeah, just around college football. Might as well give some score updates for those of you that have been tuning into our show. We thank you for sticking with us, obviously, through this weather delay. Just some score updates. Obviously, we'll go through the top 25. Last night, Friday Night Lights, Kansas State took care of business at home. 14th ranked Wildcats beat another Wildcat team in Arizona 31-7, and then LSU against South Carolina early this morning. Another Southeastern Conference heavy-hitting matchup. Game day was there this morning. A tough win, but LSU dogs it out. 36-33 was the final score of that game. They held South Carolina to just 9 points in the second half. Alabama took care of business in the Madhouse against Wisconsin. They beat the Badgers 42-10 to hold on to that 4th rank for the moment. A great game in Columbia, Missouri, as the 6th-ranked Tigers outlasted Boston College 27-21. That's the only ranked matchup that we've had on tap for this Saturday, but certainly a great game there. Oklahoma State, despite the fact that they were on the road against a mid-major team in Tulsa, they took care of their business. 45-10 was the final score over the Golden Hurricanes of Tulsa. And then Michigan, a little too close for comfort maybe, but they did get the win against Arkansas State. So the 17th-ranked Wolverines win 28-18 in terms of current scores. Obviously our game in a delay, but for those who are fans of other universities in the state of Indiana, the 18th-ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish currently playing against Purdue. It's been a strong first quarter for them. We've actually got the game on our TV here in the press box. They look really sharp right now, up 14-0 over the Boilermakers. Great rivalry at the end of the first quarter between 9th-ranked Oregon and Oregon State, tied at 7. And then still very early is Tulane and 15th-ranked Oklahoma. The Sooners on top, at least for the moment, up 7-0. So some great matchups around college football. Some of the best teams in the nation are in action today, and we're going to get to see one on the field as well, Jordan.
Going to be fun. Dom, what are your thoughts right now about what we got going on for the game today? Again, I'm Jordan Klimes. I'll be producing this one, but you'll hear a lot of Dominick, Liacone, and Sam Neiger. Once this thing actually kicks off, there are play-by-play and color analysts for today's game. So, Dom, our play-by-play, I want to hear from you. We'll be hearing a lot of your voice today. What are some of the things you think you'll be saying?
I hope a lot of Ball State touchdowns. I hope. I think I'm going to be saying a lot of passing touchdowns, to be honest with you. We know how good the passing offense has been for Miami, and not just Miami, but Cam Ward. Cam Ward's so dynamic, and their second-year offensive coordinator, the thing that Cam Ward has really liked about this new squad he's playing with is that this team just lets him be himself in and outside of the pocket. They have so much trust of his command of the offense that I think we're going to see a lot of a poised Cam Ward today. Because, quite frankly, Miami, obviously, with what happened with NIU and Notre Dame, they're not looking at this game like this is a quote-unquote cakewalk, but they're looking at this game as, okay, we might see a little less coverage here. We might see some more holes open up in the secondary there. Let's see if we can take some riskier shots deep downfield because I think, as you mentioned, Sam, what was it? The long for him, 24 yards, Cam Ward?
That's it, 24
So
yards.
I wouldn't be surprised if that number is topped today here as well.
Well, we've got a special guest. We promised him, and I get a little redemption. Welcome to the booth, President Jeffrey Mearns of Ball State. President Mearns, I got to open with this. You walked into our booth just a couple of minutes ago. Dom over here was yapping. He was facing the field, right? And so I turn and I point. I'm like, look who's here, look who's here. And I thought you interpreted that as me telling you off, and I hope that's not how you interpreted it at all. Oh, my goodness.
We were looking for the other radio booth, but I'm glad to be with you guys, too.
When I say my heart skipped a beat, it was, oh my goodness. I was going to lose sleep over it tonight, but we're really glad you're here.
I'm glad to be with you, and thank you for what you do for Ball State athletics and for our students.
Well, thank you. You're awesome. You're beloved by the students, beloved by the staff. It's a pleasure to have you up here in the booth. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, I'm delighted to be with you, and we're about 19 minutes till kickoff.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll talk football in just a second, but I want to hear about being here in Miami because a really cool trip for Ball State athletics, Ball State football to make to Miami. So what has been your experience, and how special is it for Ball State to come play a ranked game like this?
Well, it's always very exciting to be here. But first, I came down to Florida actually on Wednesday, and first went to Orlando, and we had an event for our alumni there. And then I drove west to Tampa, and we had another alumni event on Thursday evening in Tampa, and then came over here last evening, and we had a dinner for some of our very generous benefactors. So it's an opportunity when we have a big game like this to engage with a broader audience. You know, we've got about 2,000 Ball State alumni who live just in the Miami area. We had about 150 or 200 of them at the pregame. So it's a way, a big game like this is an opportunity for us to engage our alumni to really mobilize their sense of pride in Ball State all the way here in South Florida. And as for this game, you know, sometimes people will say, well, why does Ball State play Georgia in football? Or why does Ball State play Miami in football? And the answer for me is pretty simple. It's because every one of our student athletes want to compete at the highest level of Division I athletics. This is why they came to Ball State. They want this opportunity. They understand how big the challenge is, but they feel they're up to it, and this is an opportunity for them to test their ability on a national stage. It's what our students like you want to do every day, right? You're getting an education because you want an opportunity to explore your professional skills at the highest level, and that's what this is all about. And as Notre Dame learned last week in South Bend, lightning strikes, and we've already had a couple of real lightning already, so maybe in about 30 minutes we'll see some lightning strike for the Ball State Cardinals.
Well, it seems like you know football, so I want to hear your outlook on this game. What are you expecting from your Cardinals this afternoon?
Well, so I talked to Keontae Newsom just yesterday, met him in the hotel lobby. Asked him what their game plan was on defense, and it's probably pretty simple. They want to contain the quarterback. They want to force him to throw from the pocket. They don't want him to get to the outside. And so I think actually with a wet field, maybe it'll slow down Miami a bit, give us an opportunity to level that playing field. And I think if we can get some coverage on defense, and contain him, prevent him from getting outside of the pocket, then the game's going to be pretty even, and it'll come down to a little head-to-head smash-mouth football.
You, President Mearns, are an excellent leader, and I'm curious on your thoughts about the leader of this Ball State offense. Caden Samanza, just a sophomore. He's a young guy, but it seems like his offense is really rallying around him. I'm sure you've had interactions with him as well. Can you speak on what his leadership looks like to the rest of this team?
Well, I think we saw it just last week. We saw it last Saturday. First half didn't look good. What was it, the first or second possession?
Yeah, the pick
throws
six.
An interception, pick six. It really wasn't his fault. The ball just kind of bounced off, I don't know whether it was a shoulder pad or hands, and, it returned it for a touchdown. And that can be pretty discouraging for a young quarterback. And so it was a little rocky in the first half, but the team gathered over in the halftime, and then he came back and what did he light it up for 35 points, whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was a and so I think that's a testament to his leadership, that the other players had confidence in him. They knew that wasn't going to rattle him, and that he'd be prepared to continue to lead them in the second half. So he's a young man, but we're going to see he's going to get tested a little more today. Missouri State was a big win. This is a little different level.
I got to ask you about SportsLink, too, because first of all, we got to thank you for giving us so many opportunities at Ball State. It's been really awesome to come here and do stuff like this. But I want to hear your opinions on the SportsLink program and what they do for Ball State and how it's kind of different.
Well, so as I said a moment ago, as we were talking about football, SportsLink competes at the highest level of student sports broadcasting. And I kind of like it that, when I hear, Syracuse, as you know, has historically been touted as the best program. And now I hear the folks at ESPN say Ball State SportsLink, that means that Syracuse is the Ball State of the East. And so you and your colleagues, what you do in SportsLink every day, the sports that you cover, the wide variety of sports, show that you have the capacity after you graduate to pursue really ambitious dreams about what you can do in sports production, sports media production.
Yeah. Well, as the rain starts to fall a little bit harder, President Mearns, thank you for joining us. Any last thoughts you have on today's game?
No, again, I appreciate you all making the trip down here and engaging and supporting and broadcasting this game. And I hope that in about 3.5 hours, we'll be hooting and hollering for another big Ball State Cardinal upset.
Definitely.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thanks
we really
for having
appreciate
me.
it. And we get to watch some Cardinal football soon, so going to be exciting.
Let's go. Go Cardinals.
Yes,
Go
sir.
Cardinals. Well, we're going to take another break here on SportsLink Digital Radio. Again, a big thank you to President Mearns for joining us here. We got football coming up soon. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridmark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridmark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
From trivia night at Brothers and tater tots at Roots.
Never miss a Ball State game with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Oh boy, we got rain falling in Miami, players exiting the field, but this time, well, not on their own terms once more because we have another lightning delay. Again, everyone looking to seek shelter again. So I was actually ready to give you some good news, and then Sam last second pointed me to the big screen here and got some bad news in Miami. Another lightning delay coming. Players were out there practicing, getting ready to go. Kickoff was scheduled to be in about 12 and a half minutes from now, but we will continue to wait on a lightning delay. We explained it earlier. If you are just joining us, just to let you know, every time lightning strikes, got to wait 30 minutes till you can actually go back out in the field and start what you're doing. So we were probably 2/3 of the way through the practice period, and now players headed back to the locker rooms. Fans expected to clear the concourse. As they head back into the concourses again, we'll head back into now a more extended version of our Cardinal pregame show. We were going to talk about some keys to the game and players to watch today, and I think we'll continue to go with that segment, and we'll find things to fill in as we continue to go and talk about this exciting game that we promise you will happen eventually. They're just waiting on it, and so we'll continue to be patient as the rain falls harder and harder here in Miami, Florida. So, Sam, I want to hear some of your keys to the game. Of course, we talked a lot about it, and some points probably we have hit on, but if you can go into something maybe a little bit different than what we've talked about and talk about what both teams have to do to try to pull off a win once this game actually does kick off.
Well, I want to start with Ball State, obviously, the visitors. You know, if you're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, you're listening because you're a Cardinal fan.
Chirp, chirp.
That's right, chirp, chirp. So I want to give an offensive and a defensive key to the game for both squads. I want to start with the Ball State offense, and really what we haven't touched on yet, other than a quick mention, is this offensive line. Yes, we know they have the experience. Yes, we know they have a lot of reps both together and across the landscape of college football, but that offensive line looked really solid in week 1, and they are my key for the offense here in week 2. They have to give Caden Samanza as much time as possible to throw the football. That ball's going to be slipping and sliding in his hands. Assuming we get football, it's going to be wet, it's going to be rainy, so Samanza is going to want to have as much time as possible. If this offensive line gives him time to throw, gives him time to work, to go through his progressions, it's going to be setting Ball State up in a pretty good situation because Samanza will be able to distribute with a little more accuracy. He'll be able to distribute with a little more confidence, and that's really going to be the key if Ball State wants to score, is they've got to give Caden Samanza time to be the Caden Samanza that we know he can be. Flipping the script to the defensive side of the ball for Ball State, it comes down to red zone stops in my mind, right? We've talked about it. Miami has the ability to move the football and move it at will. Cam Ward is a talented quarterback. They have a great balance of run and pass. So many electric options for Cam Ward to throw to, but he doesn't have any longer plays than 24 yards, which is kind of crazy after 2 weeks, especially with the points that they did put up. So we know Miami isn't necessarily accustomed to uber long touchdowns, which means they're going to have a lot of red zone possessions. Now, if Ball State is able to play a prevent defense, play it to the best of their ability, and execute in the red zone, they'll be able to force some stops. And any time that Ball State is able to turn what looks like a touchdown drive for Miami into a field goal drive, that is a huge win for the Cardinals because that alleviates a little bit of the pressure from the offense. We know this is going to be a game for the Cardinals where the defense is going to be worn out at the end of 60 minutes. But if they're able to bend and not break, that is going to be huge for the Cardinals. Then you want to take a look at the...
I guess I got one more thing to add in on that, too, because you talked about stopping them in the red zone, right, for Ball State's defense, trying to stop Miami in the red zone, force field goals. And the thing with today, it's still pouring out there. Even if you do force Borregales, the kicker for Miami, to kick a field goal, who is one of the best in the nation, don't get me wrong.
He is.
Even if you force him to kick a field goal with the conditions we have this afternoon and what looks like is going to continue to keep on coming down as this night rolls in, it's going to be wet, it's going to be rainy, and that's not easy when it's raining outside.
There are going to be no givens in terms of field goals, but it is interesting that you mentioned Andres Borregales. I've never wrote down so many notes about a kicker. I've never been more excited to see a college kicker than this kid. Right now, he's on the watch list for the Lou Groza Award, the National Kicker of the Year. He was on the watch list last year. He was a national semifinalist last year. He's the younger brother of LG Borregales, of Jose Borregales. Goodness gracious, who actually won the award in a Canes uniform a couple of years ago. So this is a kid that, yes, no field goal is going to be a given today, but if there's anybody who has the ability to hit these field goals under these conditions, it's going to be Andres Borregales.
That's one player who's going to make a big impact in today. But I want to hear you talk a little bit about more specific players. We've talked about Samanza. We've talked about the quarterbacks, really. We've talked about a lot of guys. But I think you have different people who are going to make impacts in ways that, even though we've been talking for a while, we have still not yet hit on.
We haven't yet. I think for Ball State, Tanner Koziol is a big name that jumps out at you. He did not get rolling in the first half last week. Only one reception in the first half for Tanner Koziel. We were sitting at halftime. I was on the sideline. You were up in the booth. And we were just kind of scratching our heads, like, when is this former freshman All-American tight end going to get involved? He's probably one of the most prolific athletes on this Ball State team. Why does he not have the ball in his hands? Now, by the end of the game against Missouri State, he had those 6 receptions. He had his touchdown. He was feeling pretty confident, but I think Ball State needs to get him involved a lot earlier this time for them to have more success. And then on the defensive side of the ball, it's the boundary safety, D.D. Snyder. Now, that boundary safety position isn't necessarily one that we hear often in football. It's basically a free safety extended, if you will. He has complete roam of the back half of the field, and with the throws and plays that Cam Ward and his receiver core is going to be able to make, it's going to force D.D. Snyder into some tough positions where he's going to have to make open field tackles. He might not have those electric plays. He might not have a pick, might not have a sack, maybe not a ton of tackles for loss, but it's going to be his open field tackles that are going to play into that bend, don't break mentality. And if he executes well today, I think the rest of the defense will follow suit. No. Yeah, and let's keep chatting about this Miami team. I gave my keys to the game for Ball State. I'll hit on what I think is essential for the Hurricanes. You know, on the offensive side of the ball, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, the old mantra. Cam Ward, he's just that good. I mean, he really is the Heisman favorite right now for a reason. And so if he's able to get the ball out of his hands quickly, if he's able to get the ball to his playmakers, let those skill position players make the plays that are going to score touchdowns, it's going to be possibly an easy day for Miami. So just get Cam Ward rolling, get him comfortable, even in the weather. If he's thrown 2 or 3 touchdowns by the time we get to halftime, look out. This Canes offense can do some really dangerous things. And then on the defensive side of the ball, look for a lot of pressure from the edges. Their defensive ends, Tyler Barron and Josh Horton, are 2 really talented guys. Barron, the redshirt senior, from Knoxville, Tennessee. He's a transfer from the University of Tennessee, so he is used to high-profile football. He's just a big physical guy at 6'5", 260. He's going to do everything he can matching up against Tarantayo at that right tackle position for Ball State. That's going to be an interesting matchup to watch all day. Ruben Bain Jr., the original defensive end on the left side, injured on the first play of the game against Florida earlier this season. So Josh Horton from Fairborn, Georgia, steps in. He was a 4-star recruit out of high school, so he definitely knows what he's doing, even though he wasn't necessarily planning on this many snaps. So I think taking advantage of pressure on the edge is going to be crucial for that Miami defense. In terms of players to watch, Jordan, we've kind of said these names a couple of times, but I just want to hit on them one more time. On the offensive side of the ball, Xavier Restrepo, number 7, plays that slot wide receiver position. He is unbelievable. Set the Miami single season all-time high in terms of receptions in 2023. 85 catches. He is just dynamic. He's the right combination of speed and just explosiveness. He knows how to get open. He knows how to create space for himself on these routes. He's going to be facing a variety of different corners, I think, today from Ball State. And he's going to be feeling confident against a Cardinals defense that is inexperienced. He was first-team All-ACC last year, already 11 receptions on the season. This kid is just dynamic. I think he is going to be a ton of fun to watch. And then you turn to the defensive side of the ball for Miami, and you look across the board. 5 of 11 players of the starting 11 are from the Miami area, or they're from the South Florida area. This is a defense that has played against each other in high school, played with each other now for a couple of years. It's tough to pick just one player to watch, but the one guy that jumps out at me is the definitive leader of this team, Francisco Kiko Mauigoa, brother of offensive lineman CC Mauigoa, both of them from Ili, American Samoa. This guy is, he's just a tank. 6'3", 260 in his own, 6'3", 230, in his own right. He's a senior. He's been around the block with this Miami team. All-ACC second team last year. I think he wanted that first team standing by the end of the year. And if he continues to have the season that he has had, first team All-ACC is going to be a given for Mauigoa. Already 11 tackles, including a sack and 1.5 tackles for loss. So tons of stars out there on both sides of the ball, but especially for Miami. guys that are going to be playing on Sunday either next year or a couple of years from now.
I just want to jump back to one quick thing you were talking about, too. You were talking about Xavier Restrepo, the star wide receiver for Miami, and I don't know if you mentioned it, but he plays in the slot.
He does.
So to get that many receptions as a slot receiver and to have that many yards is pretty crazy.
Just wild. And it wasn't even Cam Ward who threw to him last year. As talented as Cam Ward is, it was Van Dyke, who is now transferred to Wisconsin. We wish him well after his injury earlier today in the game against Alabama. But, no disrespect to Van Dyke, but Cam Ward is a Heisman Trophy level quarterback. He's one of the best players in the country. So he's going to be able to get Restrepo the ball with even more consistency. He's going to be able to throw it where only Restrepo can get it. He's got great hands. Look for him to have just a big day.
Well, we're not sure when that day is going to start.
Right.
We thought this game was going to start a while ago. It was scheduled originally to start at 3:30 Eastern Time. Currently it's 4:42 Eastern Time. Then they told us that players will come out at 4:15, and the game would start at 4:45. The players did come out at 4:15, and then with 15 minutes left for them to practice, they put another warning up on the screen that said that there was another lightning delay, and so we continue to wait right now for this game to actually start. But of course, Ball State Sports Link, we have a lot of great content to talk about, and I think one of the things that we have new this year is something called Inside the Chirp, produced by our freshmen in Ball State Sports Link, a little bit of a weekly update on what's happening in Ball State sports. And while we have time, let's hear about it because they did a fantastic job with it this week. So let's go into Inside the Chirp.
You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Your home for live Ball State sports.
Ball State football, golf, cross country, and so much more from the Betsy M. Ross SportsLink studios on Ball State University campus. This is Inside the Chirp. Welcome to SportsLink's newest show, Inside the Chirp. I'm your host, Xander Woods. Let's get straight into the headlines in Ball State sports. After a season-opening 42-34 win over Missouri State, football travels to number 10 Miami Saturday. You can hear the game live with SL Digital Radio just after 3 p.m. Soccer upset the Michigan Wolverines on the road 2-1. The victory marks the first road win over a Power 5 opponent on the road for the Cardinals since 2016. Speaking of soccer, junior forward Delaney Caldwell has been named to the Mid-American Conference Offensive Player of the Week. Caldwell increased her team leading goals to 5. She ranks in the NCAA top 30 in both goals and points so far this season. And finally, all of us here in SportsLink welcome Vice President of Storytelling and Originals at the Big Ten Network, Bill Friedman, to campus for an incredible 2-day workshop on storytelling, followed documentaries, and interviewing. It may just be the 4th week of the semester, but SportsLink and Ball State Athletics have been collaborating on numerous creative shoots. SportsLink's very own Ashlyn Owens takes us behind the scenes at all the fun. SportsLink was on the sideline this last Saturday for football's win. Olivia Warren edited some of the best shots from our team. The excitement was high at Schumann Stadium. Hopefully, that carries into the rest of the season. Sports Link's Sam Neiger is at the shoe with a special guest.
Here with offensive lineman Ethan Crow after a great win on Saturday against Missouri State. The offensive line looked really sharp. You guys opened up some holes for Braden Sloan. What's it like blocking for such a patient runner like Sloan?
It's awesome because he lets the play develop, let it happen, let us do our jobs, and it helps him score those touchdowns.
Yeah, and one of the biggest takeaways was Caden Samanza's performance. What's it like blocking for a guy like Samanza? I mean, he goes through his progressions. He looks a lot more seasoned than he really is. What's it like playing in front of a guy like that?
Oh, it's awesome just because he will throw the ball or he will tuck the ball and go get that first down himself. It's awesome.
One of the biggest takeaways, I think, just school-wide was the student section. You and I were just chatting about it. They were impressive. What was your biggest takeaway? How do we get that fan retention?
I think we keep doing like what basketball does, doing all that. Just as long as those fans are there, I think it's always fun to play in front of all the fans.
Yeah, fun matchup this weekend against Miami. First time traveling this season. I know you've got some experience on the road in big stadiums. What's this one going to be like? How are you communicating to the young guys?
Ball State football, golf, cross country, and so much more. From the Betsy M. Ross Sports Link studios on Ball State University campus, this is Inside the Chirp. Welcome to Sports Link's newest show, Inside the Chirp. I'm your host, Xander Woods. Let's get straight into the headlines in Ball State sports. After a season-opening 42-34 win over Missouri State, football travels to number 10 Miami Saturday. You can hear Ball State football, golf, cross country, and so much more from the Betsy M. Ball State football, golf, cross country, and so much more from the Betsy M. Ross Sports Link studios on Ball State University campus. This is Inside the Chirp. Welcome to Sports Link's newest show, Inside the Chirp. I'm your host, Xander Woods. Let's get straight into the headlines in Ball State sports. After a season-opening 42-34 win over Missouri State, football travels to number 10 Miami Saturday. You can hear the game live with SL Digital Radio just after 3 p.m. Soccer upset the Michigan Wolverines on the road 2-1. The victory marks the first road win over a Power 5 opponent on the road for the Cardinals since 2016. Speaking of soccer, junior forward Delaney Caldwell has been named to the Mid-American Conference Offensive Player of the Week. Caldwell increased her team leading goals to 5. She ranks in the NCAA top 30 in both goals and points so far this season. And finally, all of us here in SportsLink welcome Vice President of Storytelling and Originals at the Big Ten Network, Bill Friedman, to campus for an incredible 2-day workshop on storytelling, follow documentaries, and interviewing.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to Sports Link Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
We've got an update here from Hard Rock Stadium. Not sure if it's a good one, but definitely not the worst-case scenario. We had an announcement come out here in the stadium just about a minute ago that said the scheduled time for kickoff, hesitantly, if it does happen, would be now at 5:30, so that's about 40 minutes from right now. So we're going to continue to take you through some of the things that Ball State Sports Link has been doing. But before we get there, just since we're on the air, I might as well ask you a question, Sam.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier, the fact that there is this delay, now a second delay out there. You talked about how mentally, and if people weren't listening, I guess we'll just go over it again, too, because we've been on the air for a while, a lot of new listeners maybe. And mentally, when you have these rain delays like this coming back out for both teams, psychologically it's tough to come out and play. And so I want to hear the perspective that you said before for both teams. What's their mentality as they continue to just have to wait in the locker rooms and want to go out and play some football?
Well, it's psychologically tough for everybody, including ourselves, right? You could even feel it up here in
We're
the booth.
having fun, though.
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. We're having a blast. But we got, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before kickoff, you could start to feel the energy build. We saw the teams retake the field. There was energy in the building. It was the Miami Hurricanes football that we knew we were going to get. But both teams came out with a lot of fire. Both teams seemed fired up, warming up in their end zones. Ball State especially came out looking like they were ready to take care of business and at least give Miami a run for their money. But now that you had to take the locker room again, you have to come down from that emotional high. You have to be able to recenter yourselves. Again, I mentioned this earlier. Mike New, Mario Cristobal, you have got to be a constant motivator in that locker room. For Ball State, if you're Mike New, you've got to be saying, we can absolutely not let our guard down. We might be sitting in this locker room for 2 hours longer than we thought, but goodness gracious, we've got to go out there and play to the best of our abilities. Otherwise, we're going to get waxed. And then if you're Miami and Mario Cristobal, it is easy to not care about this game, which is dangerous because, you're used to playing these ACC talented teams, these ACC level teams, these Power 5 squads that are going to come in and punch you in the mouth. You know that you have to be ready for those games. It's easy for games like these to be overlooked if you're the favorites, and that's why we saw Notre Dame fall to NIU last week. They overlooked the Huskies. It's easy for Miami to overlook Ball State, but it's also easy for them to, now that they've been sitting in the locker room for 2 hours themselves, it's easy for them to go, let's just get the heck out of here. And if you come in with that mentality, if you come into what's probably not going to be as electric of a Hard Rock Stadium atmosphere, it is easy to slip up both physically and on the scoreboard as well. It's just going to be interesting to see what these two teams attack the first 15 minutes of play. We're going to get a good feel for it, I think, after the first quarter. But I think it's important to mention, too, that, these guys are trained to a T on game day, right? They're constantly trying to work their bodies to peak at exactly kickoff. They want to be in the best physical shape that they can be when kickoff happens. That was at 3:30 p.m. By the time we get the all clear, which is in about 40 minutes, as we mentioned, that'll be 2 hours after the original scheduled kickoff of this game. So these teams are going to be lacking calories. They're probably going to want to eat something in the locker room, which they're maybe not accustomed to doing before kickoff. They got to make sure they're staying hydrated. The heat, the humidity, definitely a factor. You've been out in it for about an hour or so already, so the heat might be getting to you. It'll start to cool down as we get later in the evening, but you just got to make sure that not only are you mentally there, but as long as this weather delay has been, you've got to start worrying about the physical aspect of this game as well. Am I going to be physically prepared to play at my 100% by the time this ball is kicked off in about an hour or so?
And just another quick update on the weather from your self-proclaimed weatherman up here in the booth. Currently 82 degrees outside, feels like 89. Light rain now, and it looks like it might have completely hauled out there. Looks like not too much rain falling at the moment. And looking at the forecast, still some showers in the area. Not too much orange being thunderstorms. A lot of green being just rain. In case you are not accustomed to weather, that's what we're looking at right now outside. And so hopefully going to be clear. Hopefully not another strike. Again, once there is a lightning strike, have to wait another 30 minutes. At least we have not heard one in the past maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood. I'm knocking it right now.
My goodness.
I think that's wood. Hopefully it is. And so we're going to continue to wait. And as we said, coming out of this break, scheduled start hesitantly at 5:30. So that's, 35 minutes from now. And we're going to continue to be here with you, but we're also going to continue to bring you some of the products that SportsLink is able to do, starting a lot of new shows. You just heard a bit of Inside the Chirp, a weekly show that updates around all of Ball State sports, and also another podcast that was started up called Linking the Chains from Isaiah Rosner and Ball State SportsLink, a Ball State football podcast. So let's dive into that podcast a bit as we wait for Ball State to start here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Welcome to the first ever episode of Linking the Chains, SportsLink's podcast talking all things Ball State football. I'm your host, Isaiah Rosner, and I'm super excited to finally get this thing on the road. Of course, we didn't have a week 1 game with Army not able to make it, but Ball State finally playing their first one and getting that win over Missouri State in week 2. We'll have Daniel Sullivan on a little bit later to give his analysis of Ball State's win as well as the upcoming game against the Miami Hurricanes. But first, I want to recap how this win for Ball State ended up happening. So we're going to have some audio for you from our great home broadcast. So you'll be hearing Dominick Liacone on SportsLink Digital Radio, as well as Mick Tidrow from Learfield. If you're watching as opposed to just listening, you'll also see these plays shot by some of our fantastic cameramen here at SportsLink. But getting started, the first 2 drives of the game both ended in punts, and so let's go ahead and get started with Ball State's first drive of the game. It did end in a score, but not the way Ball State would have wanted.
Two wide receivers out to the right, one to the left here for Samanza. Maximus Webster, the fullback, goes in motion, then back to his original position. Can't pick it, fumbles the football, and it's intercepted. Down the sideline goes P.J. Hall. He has to get past Samanza, and he does. Hall will go all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Missouri State.
A combination of Caden Samanza throwing and Braden Sloan running led Ball State right down the field on their next drive, but they wound up settling for this 38-yard field goal.
Snap is good, the hold is down, the kick is up, and it's low, and no good. It sails wide left.
After Ball State forced 3 straight incompletions and a punt to start the second quarter, they again stormed right down the field, and again they found themselves in a tough spot with a 3rd and goal from the 15-yard line.
3 wide receivers split out left. Samanza claps the hands, takes a snap. 3rd and goal, looks toward Magwood. Nobody's open. Samanza scampers. He has open daylight, jumps toward the end zone, barrels in, and he is in. First touchdown of Team 100's season. Ball State's an extra point away from tying it up.
The first half ended tied at 7. The first 3 possessions of the second half didn't see a single first down. And then on the next possession, Ball State ended up going for it on 4th and 3.
3 wide receivers motion out to the right. Samanza looking right. Pocket collapses, and he's going to be taken down in the backfield. Kanye Young on the blitz. The middle linebacker gets to Samanza. And another stuff by the Missouri State defense.
The Bears then took a 14-7 lead with a 5-yard rushing touchdown. So the Cardinals needed a spark on offense, and they got it via Malcolm Gilly.
Samanza claps the hands. Here comes the pass rush. Samanza throws a slant route, caught by Gilly. Breaks 1 tackle, breaks a 2nd. Malcolm Gilly's off to the races. Malcolm Gilly scores. It's a Ball State touchdown, 41 yards out on 4th down, and Ball State is an extra point away from tying this thing up in the 3rd quarter.
The ensuing extra point tied the game at 14, and then the momentum really swung Ball State's way.
Short kick that's going to reach around the 20-yard line, taken in by Devontae Key, and he is gobbled up by the defense of Ball State. The ball came out, and the Cardinals are saying they have it. It was George Udo there, the usual sniper on the defensive side of the ball. And are they going to say Cardinal football? Yes, they will, it looks like.
Taking advantage of the phenomenal field position, Samanza made an impressive run on 3rd down to keep the touchdown hopes alive. Shortly after, they were realized when Sloan got in the end zone for the first time as a Cardinal.
3 wide receivers right. It's another toss to Sloan. He catches it, barrels toward the end zone, and it's a Cardinals touchdown. Braden Sloan gives Ball State its first lead of the season, and it's his first career Cardinals score.
Ball State continued the momentum with this defensive play.
Clark fires it over the middle. It's deflected and picked off, and then the ball comes free out of the hands of Joey Stemler.
Samanza's first touchdown of the game came on a 3rd and goal from the 15. This one was a similar position, a 3rd and 13 from Missouri State's 16-yard line.
A wide receiver out to the right for Samanza, coupled to the left. Samanza looking right, has space on the right, runs towards the 20, slings one over. Touchdown, Cardinals. That's Keon Magwood. And that was a Mahomes-like throw from Caden Samanza.
The offensive explosion continued with each team scoring another touchdown. With Ball State ahead by 14 with 2 minutes to play, the game appeared to be in hand. But Missouri State once again marched right down the field, leading to one of the strangest moments you'll see in a football game.
Played in 11 of the 12 games last year. And what's going on here? The Ball State defense wasn't even lined up. Jacob Clark and the entire offense lined up. He threw it into the end zone for a touchdown. Ball State was still huddled up towards the 10-yard line. More flags fly. And Ryan Beard is hot.
The Bears did score a legitimate touchdown a few plays later, and after Tanner Koziel recovered an onside kick, Ball State appeared to seal the game with this.
Cards up 8 against Missouri State. A stop, and Missouri State has a chance. Samanza under center, turns around, gives it to Sloan, jumps through the zone, and he has open daylight. Braden Sloan scoots in for an exclamation mark.
But Missouri State wasn't done quite yet. After marching right down the field again, Jamaria Robinson caught a 14-yard touchdown pass in the back right corner of the end zone. With 13 seconds to go, the hopes for Missouri State relied on securing this onside kick.
Once again, we'll go for an onside kick. Last time it was recovered by Tanner Koziel. Let's see what happens here. A high kick, and it will be almost recovered by Missouri State. It just trickled out of bounds near the 40-yard line on the near side.
Ball State, of course, kneeled, securing a 42-34 win, and meaning they have won 15 of their past 16 home openers. I'll give you my thoughts on it in a second, but first, our very own Sam Neiger had the chance to talk with head coach Mike New.
Coach, a great win after week one against Missouri State. Now you got a tough opponent on the road against Miami. What's your thoughts about going against an opponent playing in an NFL stadium? It's going to be a hostile crowd.
No question. You know, Miami has done a great job through 2 weeks here. They've had 2 dominating wins on the road at Florida and then their home game there against Florida A&M. So we know it's going to be a great challenge. Most importantly for us, though, now we got a tape. Now we finally got a chance to play a game, so we got a lot of film to attack on our end, and looking forward to making a bunch of improvement from week 1 to week 2 for us. But we got to keep our focus on what we're doing on the practice field here, our preparation for Miami, because they've done a great job in the transfer portal. They've added some key pieces, none bigger than Cam Ward. He's playing as good of quarterback play as anybody in the country right now. All the hype that you hear for Heisman is real, because when you turn on the tape and watch, there's some throws that he's making that guys on Sunday aren't making some of those throws.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing a lot about Cam Ward this week. One thing that he has not faced over these first 2 weeks is pressure. How do you get pressure against him? Specifically, you know, those linebackers are the leaders of your team. Are we going to see some pressure from the secondary?
Well, their offensive line's probably not getting enough credit, because they return 3 guys that have played a lot of football for them at a high level, been all conference player. They've added some key pieces into the mix from the transfer portal. So when you look at tape, they've done a great job up front of giving him time to operate and to keep his eyes downfield to make some big plays. So, yeah, any way that we can get him off his mark, any way that we can get some pressure on him, any way that we can make him uncomfortable in the pocket, obviously we'll be after that all week long here in terms of our preparation to see what we can do to make him uncomfortable that way.
Well, speaking of our quarterback, Caden Simonza, he had a great performance week 1. What were your original takeaways from that first performance from him?
You know, it was great to see for him. You know, he's had such a great offseason, though. So when he stepped in the other day, and he did a great job of running the show offensively, distributing the football, making good decisions. I wasn't surprised because I had a chance to see that from him all offseason, starting way back when we had spring practice and when we got into the summertime, then when we got into training camp. So nobody's worked harder this offseason than he has to prepare himself, and it was good to see him step in and instill confidence in the guys around him, and you really lead us down the stretch here in the second half to, you know, because obviously, you know, the game ebbs and flows. First half wasn't as clean as we would like it to be, but for him to lead us down the stretch and to make some of the throws that he made in critical situations was awesome.
I'm impressed as well with Braden Sloan. I was impressed by his physicality specifically. What makes him such a special runner?
Yeah, I think his patience as a runner, and he just continued to get stronger as the game went on. It was great to see him get himself in the end zone, both rushing TD, and he had one through the air as well. He had, you know, good production in terms of all-purpose. Had over 100 yards rushing in his first game, so a lot to build on there. But again, the credit goes to our guys up front. You know, the guys in the trenches when we needed them down the stretch. That experience showed up to be able to finish off the game the way that we did. Those guys really did a great job.
Yeah, I love that offensive line, the tightness that group has. But they're facing a tough test against Miami this week as well. What is their message, knowing that they're going to be facing probably one of the best defenses they'll see all season?
Yeah, there's no question about it. You know, obviously Miami's going to challenge you from the time the ball is kicked off. They're going to play man coverage. They're going to put a lot of people in the box. They're going to challenge you. We know that. You know, obviously we've you know, been hard at work studying the tape, getting ourselves prepared. So it's not a secret. It is a challenge. These are the games you look forward to, though, as a competitor. You want to go against the best and see where you stack up. So our guys will embrace that. We played in some tough places before, you know, playing at Tennessee, playing at Penn State. You know, our guys have been in those situations. So, you know, it's going to be a great opportunity that way.
And this is our first week traveling as well. It is kind of a trip down there to Miami. What's the message to the guys? How does your preparation change knowing that you do have that built-in travel day?
Yeah, and obviously, you know, somewhat similar to, you know, when we traveled down to Georgia last year, and it's going to be somewhat similar. So, you know, we'll still have a normal week here once we finish our practice Friday morning, then we'll get on a plane and fly down there, and then have our evening schedule there. So our guys know what that schedule looks like. It's, again, just making sure that, you know, we do a great job of focusing on our preparation this week.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Coach. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Always great to hear what Mike New has to say about that performance as well as the next one. Now I want to give you some of my thoughts on this one. 42-34 is the final score over the Missouri State Bears. So starting off, of course, we've got to talk about the quarterback, Caden Samanza. I believe he started near the beginning of the season last year, and it seemed like he was doing pretty well, and then they went more with the running option in Kyle Kelly. But now as a redshirt freshman, he looks so good out there, and it's something I really hope can continue. And I mean, part of it is you do need to be cautious looking that it's against an FCS opponent, but man, even considering that, some of those throws were super good. I felt like he was really sharp all game. Looking at the stat line, people are going to see the one interception. Actually, it was a pick six, and nearly another one later that got called back for a correct defensive holding penalty. But the interception wasn't his fault. The other one wouldn't have been either, just bounced off of the receiver's hand. So really, there weren't any really bad moments for Samanza in this one. The announcers criticized him for taking a sack, the ESPN Plus announcers, I should say, for taking a sack on that one 4th down play. But, I mean, the one guy said to throw it away. I'm not sure if I really agree with that. You don't want to throw it away on 4th down. I mean, as great as the offensive line was, I feel like that one was more on the line. Of course, I don't see exactly what Samanza saw. I don't have an all-22 to look at for this one. But in general, it seemed like Samanza was super sharp all game. I think most people would agree with that, but I'm really excited about what he could bring for the future of this team. And hopefully it doesn't play too well, or else this might be his last season with Ball State. But either way, definitely a great chance that they could they could contend for the MAC potentially. I mean, there's a lot of things need to clean up on there, particularly on defense, but it's a very promising start. Quarterback, we know, is the most important position in football by far. In fact, potentially the most important position in sports. And Samanza seems like a really great option for Ball State right now. Talking about offense more, Braden Sloan, man, how about the game he had and just the chemistry he had, the synergy between him, even in his first game with Ball State, and that veteran offensive line. I'm not sure who was more impressive between the O-line and Sloan, but Sloan just seemed to find the right holes in general, and I can't think of a bad run that he did all game. Ends up with 21 carries for 103 yards, just under 5 yards per carry, got a touchdown, but actually a total of 149 yards from scrimmage and 2 touchdowns in total. Samanza was sharp, 28 for 39, 262 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 INT. That, again, wasn't his fault. As well as he actually had 5 touchdowns when you count Samanza's rushing touchdown, which was quite the run as well, which, as you heard from the radio call there. So, man, it's hard to find much bad with this offense. The line was great. The quarterback was great. The running back was great. I guess wide receiver-wise, we hope the injury situation isn't serious. But, man, Cam Pickett, 7 catches for 69 yards. You got Malcolm Gilley with 5 catches for 63 and a touchdown. Also had that 46-yard kickoff return, which set up Ball State in fantastic field position. And then, of course, the tight end, Tanner Koziel, kind of the security blanket at times, 6 receptions for 60 yards and a score as well. Moving on to the defensive side of the ball, I feel like, of course, the stats aren't going to look great. Against an FCS opponent, you did allow 320 yards. Of course, Ball State got 435, but maybe the expectations were a little bit better. 258 of those allowed were passing yards compared to just 62 rush yards. So potentially rush defense being fine, pass defense needing some improvement. That said, I feel like the stats were a little bit misleading in this one. And the reason is they were so dominant in that first half, and there were just so many drives. And both teams were moving the ball very quickly down the field. They weren't giving the defense time to breathe, which is fine. We're fine with Ball State scoring quickly, but at the same time, you're going to have to expect there to be some fatigue on the defensive side of the ball, and I feel like that's kind of what happened late in the game. They were getting tired. The secondary was getting tired, and that led to the Bears kind of easily going down the field. Another thing you can blame a little bit is the prevent defense, which I think was appropriate at this time. A lot of times people will talk about coaches, and rightfully talk about coaches that maybe do it too often or do it in circumstances where they shouldn't. But in this one, I feel like they did need the prevent defense. I mean, that last touchdown that Missouri State scores, I think we're okay with them scoring one with 13 seconds remaining on the clock. So I think the coaching was good. They did exactly what you would want on the defensive side of the ball. Now, of course, it wasn't perfect. as many excuses as I can give, they did allow that 258 passing yards. That does need to be better, not necessarily number-wise, but just when considering who the opponent is in the future. And so there were some holes in the secondary. But overall, I think the secondary wasn't nearly as bad as many people are saying. It was just a very high-paced, fast-paced game, high-energy game on both sides of the ball, and the defense is going to suffer statistically from that. The pass rush, though, I actually would say was also not as bad as the stats would suggest, because they only got home one time, but I remember so many plays where there was just great pressure. I mean, I talked about the one where there was, in segment 1, where there were 3 straight incompletions. Well, the first and third incompletion of that drive were both all due to pressure. Just phenomenal pressure, both by the defensive line and by blitzing. Really good blitzes drawn up by the Ball State defense. And then that second play was just kind of a mess up on a screen by Missouri State. But I think even if that went to the correct player, they had it covered anyway. So I felt really good about the defensive line, really good about the pass rush for Ball State. And yes, the secondary could use some work, but overall, I don't think it's some sort of disaster, even though they may have allowed 34 points against this FCS team. What is interesting is the yards per play. When you consider Ball State got so many more yards, they beat Missouri State by 115 yards. You wouldn't expect Missouri State to have more yards per play, but that was the case, 5.8 versus 5.4 for Ball State. Another thing, just looking at stats, I mean, you can watch the game, but stat-wise, some things I don't notice as much and when I watch it. And I even watched the game twice and didn't notice that Ball State had 19 third down attempts and converted 12 of them. And that's just such a good number. Also makes me wonder how they got into that many third down opportunities. But part of that is just the sheer number of drives this game had, particularly, or pretty much only in the second half. It was pretty crazy. Ball State also 1 for 3 on fourth down. Missouri State 3 for 10 on third down and did not actually have a fourth down attempt all day. But when we talk about the number of the yards per play versus the total yards, it makes sense when you see Ball State had 80 plays in the game compared to the Bears' 55, and they had 38-30 in terms of time of possession versus 21-30. Kind of reminds me of the Colts game, of course, going the wrong way when, as I'm a Colts fan, and the Texans with exactly 2/3 of the time of possession in that one. Of course, just the 1 sack for Ball State, 3 for Missouri State. But again, I'm not super worried about either line for Ball State. I think both of those stats are misleading, and seeing some advanced stats would be good on this one. The one thing that I think should be cleaned up is the penalties. There were 7 penalties called on Ball State for a total of 52 yards, and that's understandable for the first game of the season. That's not a disaster, but you do want that to be a little better. And of course, we had the weird double penalty where Ball State went off sides on 4th and 10, and then did it again in spectacular fashion, which we've discussed and will continue to discuss. But yeah, overall, 7 penalties, a little bit too many. I would like to see them get that cleaned up. But yeah, overall, looking ahead, Miami Hurricanes. We'll get to that more later with Daniel Sullivan. But yeah, that's going to be a tough ask for Ball State, kind of the opposite situation where you went from a team that's in a lower division to a team that's a few tiers above you in the Hurricanes. But hey, never say never. That could be a fun one. Either way, that will end this segment of the show, and now we will go ahead and show you an interview with the center for the Ball State football team. We talked about how great their offensive line was, so Sam Neiger also had a chance to catch up with Ethan Crow. We'll be back in a second here on Linking the Chains.
Here with offensive lineman Ethan Crow after a great win on Saturday against Missouri State. The offensive line looked really sharp. You guys opened up some holes for Braden Sloan. What's it like blocking for such a patient runner like Sloan?
It's awesome because he lets the play develop, let it happen, let us do our jobs, and it helps him score those touchdowns.
Yeah, and one of the biggest takeaways was Caden Samanza's performance. What's it like blocking for a guy like Samanza? I mean, he goes through his progressions. He looks a lot more seasoned than he really is. What's it like playing in front of a guy like that?
Oh, it's awesome just because he will throw the ball or he will tuck the ball and go get that first down himself. It's awesome.
One of the biggest takeaways, I think, just school-wide was the student section. You and I were just chatting about it. They were impressive. What was your biggest takeaway? How do we get that fan retention?
I think we keep doing like what basketball does, doing all that. Just as long as those fans are there, I think it's always fun to play in front of all the fans.
Yeah, Fun matchup this weekend against Miami. First time traveling this season. I know you've got some experience on the road in big stadiums. What's this one going to be like? How are you communicating to the young guys what these big away games are like?
Just kind of the same thing. It's just a football game. It's what we've been doing for the last 20 years, basically. Just playing the football game, enjoying it. It's no different, just a bigger stadium, more fans.
Yeah, you're going to be facing a defense that shut down even a team as good as Florida. What's the message right now? How are you preparing for those Miami schemes?
Literally just making sure we get down our little techniques to make sure that we are perfectly sound up front, just doing our job the best we can.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of confidence heading into week one. Obviously took care of business. What's the confidence like heading into a top 10 matchup?
Feeling pretty good. Nothing's going to change. It's just a game.
Yeah, love it. Well, good luck this weekend. Thanks to Ethan Crow. We'll send you back to the studio for Inside the Chirp.
All right, some great insight there from Ethan Crow. Now I'm going to be joined, though, by our guest, Daniel Sullivan. Daniel, you're a freshman in SportsLink. First of all, thanks for joining me, but how have you liked it so far? How's the SportsLink program treating you?
It's been awesome. Meeting my fellow freshmen has been really cool. All of the upperclassmen have been super welcoming. They're breaking us in slow. I'm having a fantastic time here.
Well, that's great to hear, but let's start off with the football game. Your thoughts on that? Of course, Ball State getting that win. Starting off with Caden Samanza, I was mentioning earlier, I thought he had a really stellar performance. What were your thoughts on that?
Samanza has just awesome upside. Obviously, his stats are very good. I think 28 for 39, 4 touchdowns. What impressed me the most was how he recovered from that pick six he threw. It's really easy to dig yourself a mental hole after that, especially being a freshman. I know he played some games last year, but this is his team this year, and obviously not what you envision your first half of the season being, but to come out after halftime, put the pick six behind him, and really have a fantastic day. I thought that was very encouraging, very veteran-like from the young quarterback.
I do wonder if it helped that it wasn't really his fault. You know, it was the wide receiver that I forget who it was, but that dropped that one, and then he almost had the identical thing later on in the game, which of course luckily got called back for us. But yeah, man, Samanza just sharp out there, and then kind of in a similar vein, how much does it matter against an FCS opponent? I mean, they'll be in the FBS next year, but considering their FCS, do you still take a lot from that game?
I think you do. FCS, FBS, when you put the pads on, it's a real team over there that has a real shot at beating you. And I don't think the Cardinals should take any credit away from their win based on who their opponent was. I thought the resolve they showed against a really tough opponent is what matters.
They're going the opposite direction, of course, next week. We'll talk about that in a second. But back to the Ball State offense. Braden Sloan, man, I mean, his first game with the Cardinals, it's hard to say much negative, in my opinion. But man, is he going to be the new star of the Ball State offense, do you think?
Oh, nothing negative at all. New star, I don't know if you can call anyone a star after one game. But certainly I think he established himself as the number one option for the Cardinals on the ground. And I think that's really important with the freshman quarterback in Samanza. If they have to go away from that at some point in the season, they'll be very comfortable doing that. And I also think a lot of credit should be given to the offensive line for their performance on Saturday. Very veteran-led group, tons of experience there. And I thought it showed. They gave Samanza a lot of time in the pocket as well. I was very impressed by the ground game, very impressed.
Of course, we've seen Carson Steele now on the Chiefs playing fullback, and he got a few kick returns in that opening game on Thursday. So that was fun to watch for all of us Ball State students and Ball State fans. But man, some part of me wonders how would it be to see him running behind this Ball State offensive line? Because I mean, it was good when he was here, but I feel like it's improved even more. And like you said, the leadership's gotten even higher.
It has improved. They have a different sort of swagger about them. You could see it in the preseason. It's just a calmer group, I think, and they understand the expectations and they're not overwhelmed by them. They know each other very well, and yeah, to have Steele running behind these five would be awesome. But we have a fantastic running back in Braden Sloan. And I should also mention, I saw 4 or 5 guys carrying the ball. You had Kai Kelly coming in, taking carries out of the Wildcat. Obviously, Samanza, dual threat quarterback with his feet. I think we have a really, really balanced running attack centered around Sloan and those 5 guys.
Yeah, for sure. It was quite a lot of fun to watch. A really high-paced game, but unfortunately for Ball State, when I say it was a fast-paced, high-scoring game, that goes on the other side as well. So maybe not quite as clean on defense. I mentioned earlier, I thought the defense didn't do as poorly as the stats would suggest. But what were your thoughts on that, especially with all the scoring that went on late in the second half?
They were put in some tough spots for sure with field position, things like that. That being said, I think they'll want a lot more out of their defensive line. Obviously, everybody is new on that defensive line up front. And I think they only got home for 1 sack on the day. They're going to want to do a lot better than that, especially in conference play. And it was just too much time for the secondary to have to defend. I thought the linebacker core showed a lot of promise. Obviously, Keontae Newsome is the foundation of that defense. He's the vocal leader. He's the team captain. But being only one of 2 returning starters, there's only so much he can do. I think they have a lot to work on week to week, but I think it'll continue to get better.
Newsome did lead the team with 4 solo tackles, although he wasn't the team's tackling leader. That was Joey Stemler with the 7 tackles, as well as the sole interception for Ball State in that game. Moving on, though, I've got to mention that weird play near the end that ended up getting called back. I still wonder if that should have been called a touchdown, because I understand the unabated to the quarterback idea, but there was no player that was even considering getting to the quarterback. So what were your thoughts on that play?
Super weird. I've watched way too much football in my life, and I've never seen a play like that. Obviously, when it happened, I think everybody was very confused as to how that could possibly count. I think they ended up just giving them the offside penalty, because if it had counted, there would have been a riot at the shoe. Super strange, though. I mean, have you ever seen anything like that?
I can't think of a time I have, and I've watched a lot of high school football as well. That's where you would expect to see that, or even Pee Wee football. I don't think I've seen it, but yeah, it was very bizarre. I'm wondering if there wasn't good communication between the officials and the players, but I also wonder why Ball State, including the coaching staff, assumed the play wasn't about to happen. Like, what made them think that after? Because they got the initial 5-yard offside penalty because they had a 4th and 10 upcoming and ended up getting the first down with 2 straight penalties.
Yeah. I think there was a lack of communication between the officials and the Ball State defensive unit as to what was actually going on. I think they were on the field trying to steal a timeout, and Missouri State saw that, said, hey, they have their guys on the field. This could be an eligible play. Let's run something, see if we can get something out of it. So I don't think the officials communicated well enough to Ball State that Missouri State could even run a play or that the play clock was running. It's very confusing overall. I'm glad it ended up just being a penalty. Otherwise, it really would have been national news that it counted.
Yeah, Missouri State did end up getting a touchdown, but in much less embarrassing fashion than what it would have been, as you said. So moving on to this weekend's game, well, they're taking on the number 10 team in the nation, the Miami Hurricanes, who are 2-0 so far. Can they be the second MAC team to pull off an upset? And before I let you answer, I'd like to mention this would be an even larger upset, as Notre Dame was favored by 28.5 against NIU, at least on the betting line I saw, versus Miami, who is a 36-point favorite, meaning this would be one of the greatest upsets of all time if Ball State could pull it off.
It would be one of the greatest upsets of all time. And if you do it, you're the biggest storyline in the country. Obviously, Northern Illinois got ranked after their win over Notre Dame. So obviously that's something to aspire to. But you also have to remember there's conference play coming up. You want to stay out of the blue tent. You do not want to pick up any injuries here at Miami that'll hamper you for the rest of the season. I think Samanza, it's the optimist in me, I think Samanza has enough upside to beat anybody in this country when it's his day. And I think he has the weapons to do it. Obviously, losing Ty Robinson on that first play was heartbreaking, but I still think he has the weapons to do it. But being realistic, Cam Ward is a fantastic quarterback, Heisman candidate. And I think the team will look for any positives that they can take out of Miami to take with them into conference play.
Ward already 689 passing yards on a 75% completion percentage, six tutties and 1 INT in his first 2 matchups, both dominating wins for the Hurricanes. Staying in that vein, though, assuming Ball State doesn't pull off the miracle, what can you take from playing a team that's so much more talented than you?
Well, only good things, right? I think it helps guys when you play a tough non-conference game like that. When they go back into conference, it's a little slower for them, not as overwhelming. Certainly, it's the hardest thing you're going to do all season. I think road environments become a little bit less intimidating down the line. And I think you can get a lot of confidence from reps that you win against those guys that are, there's NFL prospects on both sides of the ball for Miami. And especially, like you said, playing such a talented quarterback like Cam Ward. Any downs that you can win, any stops you have, any scores you have are huge, huge confidence boosters. that you can take with you throughout the whole season. And especially if they can keep it close, compete, maybe win. That's just it's a feeling of, we can do it within the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned, of course, the hostile environment they'll have, even more so at a school that large. But they actually do have, this is the first of 3 straight road games for Ball State. So do you think that maybe this one could help them in the future games playing against the away crowd?
100%. They have those road games, but I think this is the most intense environment they'll see all season, and especially with the hype around the team that they're playing. Like I said, this is the hardest mountain that they have to summit all season. After that, I think they'll be able to put the matchups into context, whether that's on the road at James Madison or at Vanderbilt, schools that don't have as big of a reputation as Miami. Huge reputations for sure. That's still a road game in, Division I FBS football. But after playing against Miami on the road in that environment, I don't think that there will really be any nerves about getting rattled by an opposing crowd on Saturdays.
Well, that will just about wrap it up. Any final words on Ball State football before we call it a day?
I mean, look, we're 1-0, and that's all you can ask for, right? And there's a really nice part of the schedule coming up where you're playing on the road. Obviously, you start conference play against Central Michigan, but there's not many expectations to come out of this road trip 4-0. So anything that they can get on the road to bring into conference play with them, they're in a really, really good spot.
Well, this is Daniel Sullivan. Thanks for joining me. A lot of fun here in the first episode of Linking the Chains. Thank you to everyone who is listening or watching to this one. Watching this one. That will do it for episode 1 of Linking the Chains. I'm Isaiah Rosner. We'll see you next time.
You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Your home for live Ball State sports.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson, redshirt junior wide receiver for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Back live in the 305, Miami set to take on Ball State, and we officially have a kickoff time. Yes. Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, Dominick Liacone joining us soon once we get this thing underway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kickoff time scheduled for 5:55. So currently is right around 5:30. Players will start coming out at around 5:35, about 5 minutes from now. Already have some of the staff back out onto the field. No rain. Looks like fans coming back in soon as well. Going to be fun. And Sam, we were talking a little bit earlier, and if you were to tell me that at 5:30 Eastern time, Ball State and Miami would be tied, I would think you might be a crazy person.
Yeah, but here we are 2 hours later, and it's still 0-0, a 0-0 ball game. Oh, my goodness, we have another special guest all of a sudden. This one was not planned. Ball State men's volleyball coach Dominick Cruz joins us in the booth. Coach Cruz, how the heck did you get up here?
Man, I'm up here for a volleyball camp, so thought I would come down and support the Cards. I was up in Fort Lauderdale, so here I am, saying what's up to the guys.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you sticking around through this rain delay, and I'm going to support the Cardinals as looks like some more cheers out there. What are your expectations for today's game once it actually gets kicked off?
Hey, I'm excited about getting to be invited down here and watching. It's just a cool environment for our student athletes. So, it's 2 good programs going to play some football, and last week there were some big upsets. So let's see it right here for the Cards too.
And Coach, I know the season's still a ways away, but tough not to get excited about it. The success we've had in recent years. I'm curious. You've got a new squad, a new roster. I saw some recruits possibly on campus a couple of days ago. What's the vibe around your team right now? Are you excited for this upcoming season?
Yeah, this is a time of patience. We got to kind of keep still and just kind of wait our turn. But it's hard to not get too pumped up. We got a good group, a couple new transfers in that I think are going to make a big impact on our team, and great leaders back too. So excited for a good season in 25.
Got to ask you as well, got a new floor for the season too,
yeah.
So we're going to see it. Well, we saw it debuted once for women's volleyball, going to get another game coming up here soon, or match, I should say. And so what's the importance of getting that new floor?
Yeah, for us, it's just, we said this in one of our opening statements when we revealed the court, but elite surface for an elite program, and for us, it's great for the student athletes. Like playing on that court, man, gives you a little extra bounce. Love sliding and diving on it as we practiced on it. So, and it's got a good look, like it's super sleek vibe in there, and I think brings a new flavor to Worthen.
Yeah, Coach, you play an indoor sport. You coach an indoor sport, obviously. Not too often that you find weather delays like this. I'm curious, have you ever been in a delay like this? And if so, what's your message to your team as a coach?
I was actually on the field, and when they first did the first delay, I saw Coach New, and I could just see him walk by and tell the guys, hey, you just got to prepare for anything. And we've been in a couple power outage. I think when we were at Ohio State, there was a tornado deal. So we had to pause, but not for a long amount, not like this. So, I'm sure that these guys are prepared for these types of situations. But, just very different for us. I don't comprehend this very well.
For sure. And for Ball State, traveling to places like Miami, of course, for your program, you've gotten to play some really big schools as well in the volleyball world. How cool is it for athletic programs with not a small D1 school, but a D1 school like Ball State to be playing in places like this?
Yeah, massive. We get on the road and are able to, I don't know if I should be putting this out there. We sign a game contract, so what the hell. But we're going out to Hawaii in March. We play USC, Penn State, and Hawaii. So, those moments for our student athletes, if I'm a football player in this game today, man, this must be just those memories that you think back 10, 20 years from today that these guys will remember. So really cool being in this Hard Rock Stadium. So, yeah, big deal for our guys.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you joining us. Surprise guest, Dominick Cruz, head coach of the Ball State men's volleyball team. Thank you for joining us here.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. We're going to go to another break real quick. Again, kickoff scheduled for 5:55. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Papergo toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
Beautiful chaos here in Hard Rock Stadium. We don't know what's going on right now. Had a couple of surprise guests join us today. Had Ball State President Jeff Mearns come in. That we just had a complete shock to us. Ball State men's volleyball head coach Dominick Cruz just walked in, threw on the headset, got to ask him a couple of questions. I mean, who's next? Pitbull?
Mr. 305 checking in for the remix. He's out here. No, just kidding. It's still me, Sam Neiger. But oh my gosh, this is a fever dream, guys. Are we serious right now? We're going to have football at the end of this.
Yes, we are. And this is real. Both teams have taken the field once more. Ball State, a couple more players out there in Miami still to send the rest of their squad out right now, just the special teams. but it is 5:36 Eastern Time. Game scheduled to start at 5:55 Eastern Time. And looking at the radar, I don't want to jinx it, but I got to inform you, it looks to be clear the rest of the night. Again, if there is another lightning strike, there will be another delay. We're going to hope that's not going to happen, and we're excited to watch some football, and we are so juiced up here.
Oh, any football is good football at this point, guys. I was out of breath taking the air just now. We did some burpees, we did some push-ups, we did some jumping jacks. We did just about everything we could to keep loose. I think the vibes are still high. I mean, why not? And the vibes look high down on the field. Ball State has officially taken the field. We're waiting on Miami in just a minute. We're finally getting a Hurricanes intro video. It feels like we're finally going to have football, and the fans stuck around.
They really did, and that was, something we were talking about too during the break is the fact that, wow, it's been, it's this game is about to start 2 hours past the time that it was scheduled. It's a Saturday, so maybe people have stuff to go on and do or whatever it may be. But at the same time, these fans have stuck around, Ball State and Miami fans alike. And it looks like they're excited to get some football. As you said, the intro video playing in here. And it's almost about time, Sam.
Look, this has been the Ball State football power hour. 2 power hours, I guess.
Yeah.
If you'd have told me that we'd be doing a 2-hour pregame, I would have told you we were crazy. I wouldn't have necessarily told you we could do it. But at the end of this thing, we're going to have a great game between Ball State and Miami. We've heard from our special guests. We've been talking about it for 2 hours, like I said at this point. Kind of everything that's happened at this point, this might be a little biased. It might be just me getting excited, but it seems like the rain. It seems like the delays. It all seems to favor Ball State just a little bit. You said the radar's clearing up. We might not have as sloppy of a game in terms of the elements, in terms of the weather. Cam Ward is not going to have to deal with a slippery football when he's dishing it out to his different receivers, but you have to wonder about this Miami mentality. Are they ready to go 2 hours later? I know Ball State is fired up. They made this trip. We're over 1,000 miles away from Muncie, Jordan. You better believe they're excited. They're getting hype in the end zone right now. Miami, cool, calm, and collected. You have to wonder if that's a lack of energy or if they're just ready to take care of business against the Cards.
Yeah, and I had to reiterate a point you said earlier, too, with Miami, with this rain delay, is the fact that, coming into this game playing Ball State, a much more inferior opponent on paper, you might be thinking, as you said before, well, we just want to get out of here, get an easy win, quote unquote, and get out of here, go back home, already starting 2 hours later than what this game should be. But if you are Miami, yes, they're looking calm, cool, and collected. But as you said, you have to bring that intensity, have to be ready to go, and cannot underestimate Ball State, who has had 2 extra hours of anticipation in that locker room, trying to get fired up, trying to game plan any more further, trying to prepare for any weather that is going to be coming. And so, if you're Miami, you got to be fired up.
I will say, though, Jordan, because you've had those 2 extra hours to just sit in your head, regardless of how fired up you are out on the field, because that adrenaline is going to be so high from the anticipation of will we, won't we play, look for a couple of mistakes in the first quarter. It might not be raining right now, but it's still wet. It's still slick. The ball is not going to be completely dry, and these teams are going to be in their own heads just a little bit. I'm curious to see who causes the first turnover. I think once we see the first turnover, this game is going to settle down a little bit. Both teams are going to settle down, but whoever makes that first mistake, that might be all it takes. It might be that crucial moment early that sets one team above the other, and then they'll ride that momentum the rest of the game.
And with the weather, Sam, you got to expect both teams to want to run the football more. Ball State, with a new running back, they ran it a lot last week, but they went to the pass game a decent amount. And for Miami, they are known for the pass game with Cam Ward. So both teams' run game probably going to be in effect here in about 20 minutes when this game actually is able to kick off. So when it comes to the run game, when it comes to trying to power forward and try to take time off the clock and make sure you're not losing possession of the ball in this possible rain and wet conditions, how are both teams going to have to go about it?
Well, I think Ball State is going to have to establish the run game early. That was a key regardless, okay? I think they have a really talented tandem between Sloan and Pemberton. But as much as these 2 guys are physical backs, they cannot be satisfied after they take contact. We saw Braden Sloan be a little too hesitant to keep those legs churning once he had received some contact against Missouri State. He's going to take some big hits against a really talented, large Miami defense, okay? Once he gets a hit, once he sees some contact, he has got to keep those legs churning. to fight for those extra yards. If he's able to do that and the run game can get established, Ball State's going to be feeling pretty good. Meanwhile, for Miami, the running backs, they're not their powerhouses. Don't get me wrong. These are ACC-level guys. They're part of the recipe that has contributed to this top 10 ranking. But Damian Martinez is not the go-to offensive skill player for Miami, so I wouldn't be surprised if despite the elements, despite the rain, despite the delay, Miami just doesn't go back to the formula that's worked through 2 weeks. Cam Ward is not going to play a football game and not throw the football 20 or 30 times. You know what I mean? So even though we might get a little heavier dosage of Martinez today, Cam Ward is going to do Cam Ward things. He's going to put himself in a position to get these Hurricanes on top.
Well, looking outside, no rain, at least for now. It looks like it's going to be pretty clear the rest of the way, we hope. Don't want to jinx it, but that is just the outlook right now. We got to say it how it is. We have been in Hard Rock Stadium for a number of hours now, been on the air for a number of hours now, and hopefully we're about to get to a game that's going to take just a number of more hours, but it's been very fun to be out here. Again, schedule time of kickoff is at 5:55. We're at 5:42 at the moment, so theoretically 13 minutes away from some football, Sam.
I just got to give a shout out to this Hard Rock staff. From the moment we got here, which was about 12:30, that feels like eons ago at this point. The staff has been crazy helpful. They got us to the booth. They got us set up. They've been taking us on little tours of this beautiful stadium. Obviously, when you've got an NFL-level stadium, that's great facilities for any college. We got a chance to walk through the recruitment suite, I guess is what you call it. It was like a nightclub in there that they're hosting these recruits at. It is a beautiful venue. It's well run. Kudos to the University of Miami. They have been great hosts. I just hope they don't play as great as Ball State today, in all honesty. I want everything to go smoothly from a Miami perspective except the football.
Well, exactly. Now it is 5:43, so 12 minutes away for some football. We're going to bring Dom in for a second here, our play-by-play guy who's going to be joining us and calling some football. But, Dom, you've been waiting. We've been chatting. You were in here for a little bit, but your voice probably pretty saved up, ready to go. You're amped, so what are you excited to see as we're about 10 minutes away?
Listen, I'm fired up. We get ball. We get
ball.
Come on. We get
Come
ball.
on.
Those are those three words that I'm just thinking in my head right now. We had to wait, what? I don't want to do the math too quick here, but
2.5 hours.
Yeah,
about more.
2 hours and 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
2 hours, 25 minutes. Let's put it at that.
From the
2
original
hours,
start time.
Exactly.
And
From
more
the
for us
original-
being on air, too, yeah.
For the original start time. Listen, I'm just excited to see what kind of skill set that Cam Ward brings in person. Obviously, we know what he does. We watch him on TV. We see all these highlights. I can't wait to see a guy who we're probably going to be slinging the rock on Sundays. I can't wait to see him in person before then. But I'm very interested to see how aggressive this Ball State defensive line is and what Ball State looks like against the top 10 opponent this year. Obviously, in 2022, we saw the Cardinals take on number 6, then number 6 Tennessee. Last year, we got to see the Cardinals not only take on a very good SEC opponent in Kentucky, but we also saw the Cards take on number 1 Georgia. This year, it's a different look Cardinal team. So I'm very curious to see what Mike New and company brings to the table against a number 10 team in the nation, Jordan.
And talking about number 10 teams, talking about top 10 teams, we mentioned it probably a while ago at this point in our pregame show, but Ball State has never defeated a top 10 ranked team in the AP poll. Have a chance to do it after a long rain delay. I was going to say this afternoon, but we're getting to nighttime over here.
We are.
Ball
It's
State with a
almost
really cool opportunity to do it. Never have been able to do it. This is their 9th time playing a top 10 opponent in the now 100-year Ball State football history.
Fellas, there's no team I'd rather do this with. This has been a ton of fun. We're coming up on already the 3-hour mark of us being on the air. We went on the air at 3 o'clock. It is 5:45. We're 10 minutes away from football. This has been a blast, and we're not even halfway there. I mean, come on.
Going to be super fun. Both teams headed to the sideline now. Looks like we're going to get an anthem coming in here soon, and that means some football. So let's hope the lightning stays away and the only electricity happens out on the field this afternoon / nighttime, whatever time it is now. We've been here for a while, and we're about to get some football in Hard Rock Stadium. Thank you for being with us here on this pregame show, and make sure to stick around because we've got some Cardinal football around the corner. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership, and here's why. We stand behind every car we sell and are dedicated to helping our customers save time and money. All our pre-owned cars undergo a rigorous 182-point inspection and come with a 90-day warranty to ensure that you're getting a Victory quality vehicle. Plus, you'll get 2 years of complimentary oil changes and tire rotations. We're part of a top 15 dealership group and have an enormous selection of vehicles with access to inventory at over 45 locations. You always get more for your trade and the best possible rates with us. We have an excellent relationship with hundreds of lenders. Our exclusive Car Doc maintenance and membership program will help you save hundreds of dollars in the process of maintaining your vehicle. Lastly, our state-of-the-art body shop and certified technicians perform high-quality repairs and paintwork on most vehicle makes and models. Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptoninn.com. At munciesweets.hamptoninn.com.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search at BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
From trivia night at Brothers and tater tots at Roots.
Never miss a Ball State game with SportsLink Digital. Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State SportsLink.
Hey, this is Kaden Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football.
You're listening to Sports Link Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
One word for you, Sam. Finally. We can finally say Cardinal football is on the air here from Miami Gardens, Florida, in Hard Rock Stadium, home of the Miami Dolphins and the Miami Hurricanes. It's the Ball State Cardinals taking on the number 10 team in the nation, the Miami Hurricanes. I'm Dominick Liacone, joined by Sam Neiger, our host and producer, who did a fabulous job with our pregame show, Mr. Jordan Klimes. Sam, we had to wait almost 3 hours for kick. A lot of time to fill and a lot to talk about. A lot of storylines surrounding this game. Ball State entering its 9th contest against a team ranked 10 or better in the land. Not a single win. A chance for history on the line here now tonight.
I'm just so fired up, Dom. I can barely contain my excitement. We're just minutes away from kickoff at this point. The captains are meeting on the field. It finally feels real. We are finally going to get football in the 305, and I love it, man. I could not be more excited.
Let's go ahead and listen field side now for the coin toss.
Call the toss. We have a head and we have tails. What's your call going to be? Heads? We called heads. It's tails. You won the toss. Let's go. Miami won the toss. Deferred their option to the second half. You want the football? You want to defend this goal? Yeah, right here. Miami here. Miami deferred. Will kick. Ball State will receive.
All right, so you heard it there, Sam. Miami wins the coin toss after Ball State calls heads. It lands tails. Ball State will get the football to start. Miami decides to defer to the second half.
Yeah, and I mentioned this towards the end of our almost 3-hour pregame, Dom. There's going to be jitters on this first drive, right? Ball State, we can see that they've got a lot of energy. But now that the moment is here, those nerves start to settle in. All that pent-up aggression, all that pent-up wanting to play, it starts to become tangible. And when you got the ball in your hands first, you've got to be sharp. You got to trust Mike New in the locker room to know that he got his guys ready. And it's all going to come into the hands of sophomore quarterback Caden Samanza. Whether or not he's able to execute on this first drive could set the tone for the rest of this 60 minutes.
Let's go ahead and quickly preview each side's head coach, and we start with the visitors. Ball State with Mike New, and now his 9th season, starting this year 1-0 with a nice win against Missouri State last week. Head coach Mike New, obviously the graduate of Ball State, former MAC Player of the Year as a quarterback in Muncie, and he's done a nice job leading this squad, a 2020 MAC championship to go with it. What's his message coming in to a hostile environment like this?
I think his message has got to be, we're here, let's make the most of it. This is the most unorthodox start to a game that you could possibly have. His message to his squad has got to be, we have to leave it all out there. We did not travel 1,000 miles to just roll over and die. Let's give it to the Hurricanes for 60 minutes if we can.
And for the Miami Hurricanes, it's third-year head coach Mario Cristobal, who is now in his 3rd stint here in Coral Gables. Yeah, no kidding. Was an O-line coach here as well in the early 2000s. He's done a fabulous job here. Obviously, a lot of turnover on the roster, but Mike New mentioned it in his presser this week. A lot of new faces out of the transfer portal.
Yeah, absolutely, but his message in the locker room, Dom, has got to be leave no room for doubt. Take care of your business. Prove that you are the number 10 team in the country, regardless of the circumstances that you're faced. And we're about set for kick, Dom. Finally.
Miami in the home orange uniforms with the white helmets and white pants. Ball State in the all-white uniforms. Borregales, the kicker, goes from left to right. He boots it into the end zone for a touchback. Malcolm Gilley watches it fly past him. And that's how we start. We will see Caden Samanza and company at their own 25-yard line.
Just to refresh about Caden Samanza, we haven't gone over his stat line in a while. 28 for 39 last week. That's a 72% completion percentage. 1 pick. It was absolutely not his fault, but a near perfect QBR. This is a kid that is wise beyond his years as a sophomore.
The Cardinals will start by moving from right to left. Take a look at Miami's defense so far this year. Already 3rd in passing defense in the ACC. Samanza out of the shotgun. 1st and 10 from his own 25. Sends in motion. A man in motion from right to left. The handoff goes to Von Pemberton, who bounces outside trying to go right. And he's gobbled up right towards the line of scrimmage. Maybe got a yard or two. before he's taken down by the Miami defensive line.
Well, if we were questioning whether or not the Hurricanes would be fired up, that answered the question. Just an absolute dog of a play there by Wesley Biasanti. He absolutely drove Von Pemberton into the ground after that contact. It seems like this defense is here to play for the Hurricanes.
2nd and 10, no gain on the play. Samanza out of the pistol, 3 wide receivers out to his left. He's got Sloan in the backfield with him. Samanza takes the snap, drops back, throws a screen pass up to the right. There goes Sloan down the sideline, has some room past the 35-40 and towards the 45-yard line before he scampers out of bounds. That's a first down for Ball State. Caden Samanza, we mentioned how good he is early in games creating first down opportunities there. Sloan just found on the quick bubble on the outside.
And that was a great decision by Samanza. Get the ball out of your hands as quickly as possible. It is pouring the rain. The longer he's got the ball in his hands, the worse decisions he might make.
1st and 10 from their own 45-yard line. Samanza still out of the gun, a wide receiver either way. Samanza has Sloan in the backfield to his left. Samanza claps the hands, takes the snap, looks downfield, shovels one off for his wide receiver, who is swallowed up at around the line of scrimmage. It looked like it was Cam Pickett, who had a heck of a collegiate debut last week against Missouri State, but still 2nd and 10 here with just under 14 to play here in quarter number 1 from Coral Gables.
And that's a dangerous throw on the slant across the middle. Nice job by Pickett to gobble that ball up out of the air with 3 Miami linebackers barreling down on him. I've been impressed with the balance of play calling. Card's not afraid to throw the football on this first drive.
2nd and 9, 13-10 on the clock. Samanza out of the shotgun from his own 47, takes the snap out of the gun, hands it off for Sloan. No, it's actually going to be a reverse the other way. And running past the 50-yard line, trying to get a number here. Was that Kyle Kelly? Yeah, it was one of his packages. He came into the ball game, took the pass from Samanza, scampered past the 50 outside the numbers right. It's 3rd down, 3rd and 3. Now in Hurricane territory at the Hurricane 47. Samanza with 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Sloan in the backfield with him to his right. Samanza steps up towards the line, calls out another play. Cam Pickett, the wide receiver left. More towards the sideline.
That's the first charge timeout of the half.
And we've got a timeout for the Hurricanes. It's a 32nd timeout.
Media timeout.
And we'll actually know, we'll go to a media break here. All right, so the Hurricanes, Sam, just unable to draw something up on defense. Maybe got a little confused by the Cardinals.
Just a bit there, and they're going to step aside, and we will too here on SL Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least 1 Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
You're listening to Ball State Football, streaming live with SportsLink Digital.
Now back to the stadium.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
Back here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Ball State and Miami just underway here. from quarter number 1 with 12:24 to play. Dominick Liacone, Sam Neiger, and Jordan Klimes. Glad to be with you here from the Sunshine State. Miami takes a very, very early timeout, Sam. Maybe just fooled on the defensive end of things. Ball State driving down the field, starting from its own 25 all the way now to the Miami 47.
A little bit rattled, I think, too, Dom, because they've given up 3 completions to Caden Samansa. It's been a hot start for him. 3 for 3 for 27 yards. He's got a completion percentage of 100 right now. Obviously, that's not going to stick around, but a nice timeout, I think, by Lance Guidry, the defensive coordinator of Miami, just trying to calm his guys down, get them fired up for a big early third down.
3rd and 3 from the Miami 47. Samanza and company trying to keep the chains moving. I think that's exactly what this Ball State offense needs to do. You're not worried about the big play. You're just worried about keeping the sticks moving down the sideline. It is still very rainy and wet here from Miami Gardens. The rain still drizzling down with temperatures sitting at around 83 degrees. However, it feels more like 87. Samanza, 2 wide receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. Sloan in the backfield with him out of the shotgun. Claps the hands, takes the snap. Samanza all the time in the world, but then he's wrapped up in the backfield trying to scramble left. And it looked like that was Simeon Barrow Jr., one of the defensive tackles, to get there first. Brings him down, trips him up. And the Cardinals will have to punt it away here with the special teams unit coming out and Brian Cooey Jr.
Yeah, I love it when a big fella gets a pep in his step. Just a quick number change there, but Simeon Barrow Jr., he's a big fella at 6'3", 290, able to track Samanza down there. That's a huge play.
Cooey Jr. set right towards his own 30. He will boot it away here for the Cardinals. So not a 3-and-out to start, but no points for Ball State. Flags fly, whistles blow. A flag before the play.
Looks like it's going to be false start.
To the snap. False start. Number 4, offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Got to be sharper on special teams, if you ask me, Dom. You cannot have these self-inflicted wounds, as we saw from Jordan Coleman there, but nonetheless, you get another do-over. Miami not going to be as backed up in their own end zone, though.
So now from his own 25 is Cooey Jr. Some men in motion on the line for the Cardinals. And the clock run down. Cooey gets the snap and boots it away. And this ball will fall right in front of the man waiting towards the 20-yard line. Not a bad kick, just inside the 20 at around the 18 for Cooey Jr. And that is where Cam Ward will set up shop for the first time. That was Chris Johnson Jr., the redshirt freshman locally from around here in Fort Lauderdale, who let it bump in front of him before it finally settled in on the grass.
That's an interesting point, Dom. There's a lot of local kids on this Miami roster. Credit to Mario Cristobal for recruiting local. This is a place in Miami-Dade County that loves its Hurricanes, and it's nice to see them get back to their roots, recruiting local players.
So 1st and 10 from its own 17 goes Miami. Ward out of the shotgun, a couple wide receivers to the right. He flips it off for Restrepo at around the 25 before he slips out of bounds there outside the numbers left.
Yeah, Restrepo, our impact player, 5th year. He's going to be playing on Sundays, I think, come next year. 5'10", 198 pounds. He is a real speedster out of the slot, and it appears that Miami's strategy is get him the ball early and often.
It's a 7-yard gain for Restrepo, who last year set the single-season reception record for these Hurricanes. 2nd and 3, with 11 minutes left here in quarter number 1. Ward still out of the shotgun from his own 24. 2 wide receivers off to the right. He hands it off. This is for Mark Fletcher Jr., who gets a couple of yards before being taken down. Looked like Drew Hughes, the nose tackle, was there first, as well as the rest of the Cardinal D-line. And that's actually a loss. He got blown up in the backfield. So it will be 3rd and 7 from their own 21. Actually, 2nd and 7, Ward out of the shotgun, a man to his left in the backfield, a couple wide receivers out either way. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap, looks left, now looks right. Ward fires it off. That pass is complete for Jacoby George at around the 35-yard line towards the right hash mark before he's finally brought down. A nice gain there
And we got to hear what Coach New had to say prior to the start of this game about the Miami offensive line, that they're not getting enough credit. So much time to throw there for Ward.
A 12-yard gain. 1st and 10 now from their own 33 go the Hurricanes. Ward out of the shotgun, fires, and he's got a man wide open. That's George again down the left sideline, outside the numbers towards the 45. Wrapped up there, it looked like it was Ty Baldwin, or no, it was D.D. Snyder, the boundary safety, who got to him first. But he scampers out of bounds, and with 9:30 to play here in quarter number 1, Miami now in Cardinal territory.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mistake there from cornerback Ty Baldwin. He got slipped up between covering George and tight end Elijah Arroyo. He eventually picked the wrong guy and allowed George to pick up that first down.
3 wide receivers out to the left for Ward out of the shotgun. 1st and 10 from the Cardinal 48. Ward takes the snap, screens one off, left side, and breaking a couple of tackles before finally being wrapped up and brought down. Looked like it was...
Yeah, that was Samuel Brown who made the catch. George Udo on the tackle.
Thanks for the help there, Sam.
For sure.
2nd and 7 now from the Cardinal 45. 8:45 to play here in quarter number 1. Ward once again out of the shotgun. A man in the backfield with him. A couple men out to the right. Ward takes the snap. Looks downfield. Now looks right. Going to hook up a deep ball intended for Samuel Brown. That pass is well past him. Nice coverage by Baldwin. But flags fly early on the play.
Offside. Defense, number 47. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
It's going to go against the nose tackle, Drew Hughes. So a couple of early penalties that are costing the Cardinals. While it's only 10 yards right now, still that's going to add up in the long run of things.
And that was a smart play by Cam Ward, just hucking one up to the end zone there, like you said, Dom. He knew he had a free play. He recognized it, and he nearly had a man in the end zone.
2 wide receivers out to the right for Ward out of the shotgun. 2nd and 2 from the Cardinal 40. Ward will hand it off. That's Martinez, the running back, who scampers towards the numbers left, and he gets wrapped up before getting outside the numbers. Is that enough for a first down? We'll see if they move the chains. It looks like they will. First down, Hurricanes. And now it's 1st and 10 from the Ball State 37.
And I mentioned a little bit how we want to see Ball State's running backs attack the ground game. Guys like Sloan and Pemberton keep those legs turning after contact. They could take a little advice from guys like Martinez. He took a shot in the backfield, kept pedaling, and was able to force his way for the first down.
1st and 10 from the Cardinal 37 with 7:58 left here in quarter number 1. 2 men in the backfield for Ward. He's got a couple wide receivers out to his right. Sends the man to his left in motion. Now is a wideout. Ward claps the hands out of the shotgun, takes the snap. This pass is complete up the middle for his tight end in Riley Williams. Breaks a tackle before being wrapped up just in front of the 10, outside the numbers left. A big first down here for the Hurricanes. Now knocking on the door in the red zone. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 14, actually.
And not at all what Ball State expected there. Anytime you get a linebacker like Keontae Newsom lined up against a tight end like Riley Williams, that's going to be a place where Cam Ward is going to go to. And that was just the 2nd reception of the year for Williams, but he paid it off.
Ward out of the pistol, 1st and 10 from the Cardinal 14. Restrepo comes in motion, acts as a tight end. The handoff goes up the middle for Martinez, trying to power forward up the middle, but he is stuffed up front by the Ball State defense. Looked like Riley Tolsma and Dakarié Frazier got to him first. No gain on the play. Actually, they'll say he'll got a couple, so 2nd and 8 now from the Cardinal 12. 6:48 to play here in the first quarter.
And it's a great play by Ball State. They've got to be in this bend, don't break mentality, and here's where you got to pay that off defensively.
Out of the shotgun, Ward with a man in the backfield, a couple wide receivers right, one left. Now he sends the man to his left in motion. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap, looks downfield, a lot of time. Scrambles out right. Ward, still a ton of time. Ward is just going to chuck it away as he was met by Joey Stemler, one of the outside linebackers who got to him. Cam Ward so poised, all the time in the world, just able to sling it out of bounds with the coverage. Nice job by the Cardinals defense to give him no open looks.
Very few college quarterbacks are going to make that decision, Dom. That was a really smart play by Cam Ward. It's not going to mean anything on the stat sheet, but just the football IQ to be able to throw that ball out of bounds. Great pressure by Tolsma and Stemler, though.
The Cardinals would love for Miami to settle for a field goal here. 3rd and 9 still from the Cardinal 12. 2 wide receivers out to the right for Ward. A man in the backfield in Martinez. Ward takes the snap, looking towards the end zone for George, and he drops it. just in front of that right pylon. And it looks like Borregales and the special teams unit now going to have to settle for 3 for Miami.
Really great play design from the Hurricanes, too. I mean, that was an opportunity that definitely could have scored a touchdown for Jacoby George. Just slipped in between his hands. Ty Baldwin gave him a little bit of a cushion there, dropping back in the prevent defense. It was a nice out route, but unable to haul it in was George.
This will be a 37-yarder for Borregales. He's 3 for 4 so far this year. 1 for 1 in between 30 and 39. Did miss one from 47 earlier this year in the 2 games Miami has played so far. Snap is good. Kick is up, and it is true. So the senior local kid out of Miami, Florida, who continues to be one of the better collegiate kickers in the nation, puts Miami on the board first. 3-0 Hurricanes here from Miami Gardens. Looks like we'll take a timeout, and we'll meet you back here in about 2.5. Ball State unable to keep Miami off the board. 3-0 Hurricanes here with 6:15 left in quarter number 1. This is SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Miami able to get on the board first. 3-0 Hurricanes here with 6:15 to play in quarter number 1. Borregales set to boot this ball off from his own 35-yard line. From left to right, Malcolm Gilly and Nick Munson await at the 10 and 2-yard lines respectively. Borregales puts boot to leather, and we're back underway. This one intended for Gilly at around the goal line. He makes the catch, gets past the 5, now the 10, trying to find some space towards the left side before he's wrapped up and taken down at around the 15-yard line. Getting to him first was Bobby Washington Jr. for Miami, so it'll be 1st and 10 for Caden Samanza and crew as the offense for Ball State comes back onto the field. Not able to get any points on the board after getting stuffed at the 47-yard line last time.
I do want to go back to the defensive drive for Ball State, though. We talked in the pregame. Anytime you can stop Miami from scoring a touchdown in the red zone, that's a huge win. Even though it was on the defense, it's definitely juicing up the offense. Caden Samanza 3 for 3 already. We'll see what he can do here.
Samanza with his receiver Pickett out to the left now sends Magwood in motion from right to left. So 2 wide receivers to his left. He takes the snap out of the shotgun. 1st and 10. Rolling left. This pass is complete by Keon Magwood, who loses his footing just in front of the line of scrimmage outside the numbers left. Should be 2nd and 9 here with the ball now on the 17-yard line for the Ball State Cardinals.
I'm super impressed with the movement we were able to see on the offensive line there. That's Damon Kaler at left tackle, John Mucciolo at left guard. They were able to push Miami into the left direction, let the play develop. That was a longer play that took a second, and Magwood paid it off.
Kyle Kelly on the field here for the Cardinals.
Oh, here we go.
Out of the pistol. Kelly is going to take the snap with Samanza behind him, a wide receiver out to the left, 2nd and 9 from their own 17. Go the Cardinals. Kelly is going to fake, taking it on the option, hands it off to Sloan, who gets blasted behind the line of scrimmage at around the 9-yard line, or rather the 14-yard line. They'll spot him at the 13. That's a loss of 4. 3rd and 13 here with 5:10 left. The Cardinals at their own 13.
Dom, I praised the play calling last week for Ball State. The only aspect of that offensive play calling that I didn't like was the packages designed for Kyle Kelly. I loved on the last drive that he got a reception, but if he's taking snaps out of the gun like that, the defense knows it's going to be a run. Whether it's Kelly, whether it's Sloan, whether it's Samanza, it's too easy to read in my opinion.
3 out wide for the Cardinals. 3rd and 13 from their own 13. Samanza takes the snap, looks left, dishes it off for Sloan, who's got room on the left side, barrels his way past the 20, towards the 25, dives forward towards the 24. It'll be 4th down, and it looks like the Cardinals yet again will be forced to punt.
And that's unfortunate because that's a 10-yard gain, right, Dom? If you don't take the loss on the previous play, that's more than enough for a first down. So the Cardinals have a few things to clean up. It's clear that the passing game is successful right now where the run game is not. -9 total yards on the ground for the Cards.
So here is Brian Cooey Jr. He will boot it away, the grad student and transfer from Charleston Southern University, just behind his own 10-yard line, takes the snap and punts it away. The man from Miami back is number 35 in Jack Whitehouse, who lets it take a weird hop out of bounds left. And Miami is going to set up shop at around their own 45-yard line. Actually, they'll say it's 1st and 10 from Miami's own 40 here with 3:59 to play.
Not exactly what we wanted to see from Ball State there, but now this defense has a chance to exert its will when we come back from the breakdown.
And we will take a timeout. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemart Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemart Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Hurricane offense will take over from their own 40-yard line. 3-0 in favor of Miami with just under 4 to play here in quarter number 1. Glad to be with you here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Dominick Liacone, Sam Neiger, and Jordan Klimes with you here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. So the Ball State offense not very productive so far. Sam, what's been your takeaway?
And my takeaway is they just haven't been able to establish the run game. They tried to get a little too cute, in my opinion, with that last Kyle Kelly package, but -9 yards on the ground so far. Still no carries for their top running back in Sloan, and we've seen him in the passing game. They need to get him involved in the ground.
1st and 10, Miami at its own 40. Ward out of the shotgun, a couple wide receivers out to his right, a couple to his left. Sending a man in motion as Ward takes the snap, throws towards his right. The pass is complete by Samuel Brown, who is taken down by Ty Baldwin just in front of the line of scrimmage. Some extracurriculars almost take place as the whistle is blown, and we've got flags now on the near side.
Yeah, our field judge channeled his inner Cam Ward there. He hucked that thing 20 yards just to assert.
After the play, personal foul, illegal blindside block, number 34.
Wow.
Offense, 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. The down counts. 3rd down. Correction, 2nd down. 2nd down.
It's going to go against Adrius Hayes of the Miami offense.
Yeah, not exactly who we expected to be out there either.
Linebacker listed on the roster. Big loss for the Hurricanes. 15 yards on
huge.
The personal foul. And we talked about how penalties are going to play a factor into this one. Ball State already with 10 penalty yards, but now a big 15. So it's 2nd and 21 for the Hurricanes now from their own 21, or own 29, excuse me. Ward out of the shotgun. Couple wide receivers out to his left. He claps his hands, takes the snap, looks left, fires for Jacoby George at the 40. It's complete, makes a man miss at the 35. There he goes down the sideline, breaking free at the 30. At the 25, breaking another tackle, he's gone. Touchdown, Miami.
This is coming back, Dom. He stepped out of bounds right over the 50 after he picked up the offense. Well, the ref beat me to it, I guess.
Touchdown, Miami.
Good call, Sam. So it's just a big first down for Miami.
Oh, and you can see the smile on Cam Ward's face. He wanted that. That was an electric play from George. They've gotten him involved a lot in the passing game. That would have been his 4th reception.
So it's a gain of about 21. From the Ball State 46, 1st and 10. Ward out of the shotgun with 250, hands it off. And here is Damian Martinez, who gets blown up at the line after gaining a yard or two, trying to power his way up the middle. And Drew Hughes, the nose tackle, all over him first. That's a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 now from the Ball State 43.
Ain't that a talented group up front, Dom, between Hughes and you got Riley Tolsma, defensive end, and then Dakari Frazier at the other defensive end. That front 3, front 4 is going to play a real factor in the run game on defense for the Cards.
3-0 Miami with 2:20 to play here in quarter number 1. 2nd and 7 from the Ball State 43. Out of the shotgun and pitching it over to his left is Ward, and there goes George again. Diving for him is D.D. Snyder, the safety, able to get just enough of a piece of him to make George scamper out just in front of the 20-yard line. They'll spot him at the 21. That's a massive gain of over 20 for Miami. So it's 1st and 10 now from the Cardinal 21.
D.D. Snyder, our impact player on the defensive side of the ball for a reason for Ball State. He's got to make plays like that. Even though he didn't bring George down, he hit him enough where he got him out of bounds. You got to prevent these big plays if you're the free safeties.
1st and 10 for the Hurricanes from the Cardinal 21. A man in the backfield for Ward. He's out of the gun once again. A couple wide receivers out either way. Got a lot of time on the play clock. Talks things over with a couple of his wideouts. Ward, the transfer out of Washington State, takes a snap, looks right, all the time in the world, fires one across towards the end zone. Touchdown, Xavier Strepo.
Too easy it seemed that time. That's a great route by Restrepo. He had his man beat from the jump. And that's an excellent job by Ward to stay in the pocket. He went through his progressions. He started looking to the right, all the way managed to look over to the left before he found Restrepo streaking up the middle of the field, and Miami will be very happy with that offensive execution on that drive.
21-yard touchdown reception for Xavier Restrepo. Ward is 9 for 11 to start for 135 yards already. Fake formation here on the PAT. They faked like they were going to go for 2, but Borregales lines up. Snap is good. Hold is good, kick is true. So it's 10-0 Miami early here with 1:25 to play in quarter number 1, thanks to the 21-yard reception from Xavier Restrepo. The 5th year out of Coconut Creek, Florida, able to give Miami another 6. Borregales adds on the extra point. 10-0 Hurricanes over the Cardinals to start.
That is that's not the last time you're going to hear that combination, not only in this game, but the rest of the season, Dom. That is a combination that is elite enough to win a national championship. Cam Ward is really that good, and when you've got a guy with Restrepo that has 5 years of experience, former first-team All-ACC, he set the Miami single-season receptions record last year with 85. This is a lethal combo, and if he's running routes like he just did on that last play, look out, not only in the ACC, but across the entire national landscape. That is deadly.
10-0 Miami over Ball State. 1:25 to play here in quarter number 1. Ball State playing its 9th opponent, ranked 10th or better in the nation. 0-9 are the Cardinals. Already down by 10 here to Miami. Borregales boots this one off towards Gilly. And Gilly will just let it sail into the end zone for another touchback. Electing to wisely let it go, so the Cardinals will start from their own 25-yard line. And this right here, Sam, is a must-score possession, I think, if you're Ball State, if you want any chance of just staying in this thing.
You're telling me, Don, this Miami offense looks really lethal. Now, Ball State has looked pretty solid. They had a strong start to the game. They picked up that first down. I think you've got to get Braden Sloan involved in the ground game. You cannot have negative yardage through the first quarter on the ground, and the Cards currently have -9 yards on the ground. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen Sloan get the handoff out of the backfield as good as he looked last week for the Cardinals. I think they get him involved here.
5 plays for 60 yards, a drive that lasted about 2.5 minutes for the Hurricanes. So it's 1st and 10 for the Cardinals from their own 25. A man in motion from right to left. Samanza takes the snap out of the gun, steps up in the pocket, fires up the middle for his tight end, Koziel. Pass is complete, just short of the 45-yard line, outside the numbers right. And we saw the tight end Tanner Koziel not get too involved early last game, but here he is now early in this one. Look at how many wide receivers are set up towards the left side, 4 of them. Snap goes to Samanza, who ends it up for Sloan, trying to barrel up the middle. He's met at the line for a gain of about 3, but that's one of those interesting formations that we see. About 3 offensive linemen on the left side lining up as wideouts, opening up some space up the middle.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of head scratchers from Ball State. That one paid off a little more than the last one. You got to keep throwing these random things at Miami. Keep that defense on its heels, because this is a squad that will just eat you alive if you let them.
Samanza now under center. 2nd and 8 from their own 45-yard line are the Cardinals. The handoff goes to Sloan, who tries to bounce outside left. He'll pick up about a yard or 2 before being stopped at around the 47-yard line. So once again, another 3rd down situation for the Cardinals.
And I think that might take us to the end of the first quarter with time winding down, but I like that they're getting Sloan involved in the ground game here. Any way you can get him the football, I think, is a good way.
So the clock reads 0s, and that's it for our first 15 minutes of play. Ball State will have possession of the ball from its own 47-yard line. It will be 3rd and 5 when we come back for quarter number 2. Just underway here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Again, we had to wait about 3 hours, but it's the Cardinals and the Hurricanes duking it out. Ball State looking for its first ever win over a top 10 opponent in program history. More to come when we return here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesuites.hamptoninn.com. At munciesuites.hamptoninn.com.
Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
What up, Cardinals fans? This is Kyle Kelly, redshirt junior cornerback for Ball State football. You're listening to Sports Link Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Well, we welcome you back here to Hard Rock Stadium. And guys, first things first, I'd like to say I'm so happy to be here with you while the game is actually being played. We had such a long start in our pregame show, but now we're back into action. And we just heard from Kyle Kelly, a guy who was the quarterback of this Ball State roster last year, has now made the switch over to defensive back for the Cardinals this year. And he's got some history with this area that we are in right now. Looking back to last year, though, with his quarterback play, he had 734 rush yards and 7 touchdowns on the ground. And you might ask yourself, well, how does this guy play like this? How does he have this sort of athleticism? And look no further than his father, Kenny Kelly. His father was also a collegiate quarterback, and he played right here for the Miami Hurricanes. And when he took over the reins in the 99 season, he had nearly 2,000 yards and 15 touchdowns. And like Kyle Kelly, Kenny was a jack of all trades because he also played in the MLB, playing for 26 career games for the Tampa Bay Rays, the Reds, and the Nationals organizations. If there is one word to describe the Kelly family, it is versatility. And Kyle is continuing that legacy with this season's switch to the defensive side of the ball, where he will continue to flex the impact and speed and athleticism. But guys, we've seen him out on offense a couple of times where we used to see him last year coming into some weird packages. Sam, you had your words about what you thought about seeing him on the field. They lined it up wide one time as well, but got to try to get somebody of his versatility involved offensively and expect to see him out on the field on this drive and throughout the rest of the game. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Yeah, talking to Kyle during the media days, apparently he had to ask a lot of the guys on defense for extra tickets because he's got upwards of 30 family and friends with him here. It's 3rd and 6 as we start the second quarter. Ball State from its own 47-yard line. Saman's out of the gun. Takes the snap. Looks right, has a lot of time. Pocket collapsing, dumps it off. That's Pickett at around the 50-yard line, trying to inch his way forward to move the chains. Did he get there? I don't know. He might be a yard or two short, Sam.
It looks like they're waving the chains crew
They
forward.
are.
They are going to give him the first down.
First down for the Cardinals, so a nice job by Simons to stay poised. That pocket was collapsing quickly on him.
And if you notice, Dom, he kept his eyes downfield the entire time. That is not a sophomore quarterback there in terms of his maturity. That's the second time on this drive where we've seen that pocket collapse. He stepped forward. He could have taken off and ran. Instead, he got the ball to his skill players. That was an excellent play from Samanza.
2 wide receivers out to the left, one to the right for Simons out of the gun, a man in the backfield with him. 1st and 10 from the Miami 46, tries to dump it off for his receiver in Isaiah Thacker, but the throw is low as it bounces in front of him.
Yeah, that's the only mistake we've seen Samanza make. Until that point, he was 7 for 7 for 62 yards, a 174 QBR. He's been pretty lights out, and although that wasn't the most well-executed throw from him there, he's still got to be feeling pretty proud of where he's at this point in the game.
Still 10 yards to go, 2nd down from the Miami 46.
Kelly again.
Kyle Kelly's package is in. He's out of the shotgun with Sloan in the backfield with him, a couple of wide receivers out to the right. Kyle Kelly looks to throw, now tries to barrel his way up the middle. He's got nowhere to run. The defensive line meets him there first. And once again, Simeon Barrow Jr. with another tackle. So 3rd and 10.
He had no intention of throwing there, Dom, and the defense was not fooled. If you are Kelly and you're in there, I'm not sure if it's his decision or if it's the coach's decision, but you have got to at least present the illusion that you could throw the football. We talk all the time about keeping the defense honest with the ground game. You got to keep them honest in the pass game. If you've got Kelly in there, they have to know that he is a threat with his arm as well.
3rd and 10 now from Miami's 46. Samanza back into the ball game. Pemberton in the backfield with him. Two wide receivers out to his right, one to the left. Saman's out of the gun, claps his hands, takes the snap. Looks downfield and steps up in the pocket. He's going to try and run, but he's torn down. And right there to greet him, it was Elijah Alston, the redshirt senior out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Met him there first, the transfer out of Marshall. The backup DN makes it 4th and 12, a loss of a couple for Samanza. And once again, Brian Cooey Jr. in this punting unit back onto the field for Ball State.
You just go down the roster on this front four for Miami, and you got big guys, 6'5", 6'3", 6'3", 6'3", so many talented guys. They're huge, all over 250 pounds, but they still got so much speed.
Cooey from his own 40 will boot it away. Waiting back on it is Miami. This one takes a very friendly hop and bounces just in front of the 5-yard line. Another one inside the 10 for Cooey Jr., his second on the year. It'll give Miami the football. They'll mark it down at the 7. And we'll take another media timeout. So Ball State punts for the 3rd time today. It will be 1st and 10 for Cam Ward and company. Deep, however, in their own territory when we come back. You're listening to Ball State football here from Hard Rock Stadium on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridmark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridmark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
1st and 10 for the Miami Hurricane offense as we welcome you back inside SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. 12:40 to play here in quarter number 2. 10-0 in favor of the Hurricanes. I'm Dominick Liacone alongside my partner in Sam Neiger. Jordan Klimes joins us as well. Looks like Cam Ward and his crew will start out of the pistol. Wide receiver wide out to the left for Ward, but the man in the backfield is Mark Fletcher Jr. Whistles blow. We're set to get back underway. 1st and 10 from their own 7. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap out of the gun, hands it off to Fletcher Jr. Bounces off of one tackle, scampers forward near the 10, and he'll get to around the 13-yard line as he picked up another of extra yards off of contact. We'll see where they mark him, but that's a nice run just to escape trouble. Looks like we have an injured offensive lineman for the Hurricanes.
Tough to sell a number.
And that's Anez Cooper.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to be a big loss for them. The 6'6" right guard, 350 pounds. All ACC honorable mention last year. He started all 13 games. Not a player you want to see go down if you're a Canes fan.
Well, we mentioned how lethal both of these offensive lines are and how experienced both lines are. And obviously you don't want to see that for the Hurricanes, especially moving forward in a season that is so promising for this Miami squad.
Yeah, but this is a Miami team that is so deep on the offensive line. We've sung their praises already a little bit today. Even if Cooper does have to leave this ball game, and with the number of trainers out there right now, you have to think that that's probably the case. His backup is a redshirt senior, Luis Cristobal Jr., who has been around this program for 5 years now. He's a local. He's from Miami, Florida, 6'1", 295. Although he doesn't get a ton of snaps, he's been around the program enough to the point where you think this Miami offense might not miss a beat, as it looks like Cooper is at least sitting up. He was down for quite a few minutes.
It's a big loss on the line, but again, you mentioned, Sam, how deep Miami is on that old line. The Hurricanes against the MAC all-time, 4-0. UM has played Miami of Ohio twice, 2-0 obviously, also 1-0 against both Central Michigan and NIU. Last year, UM actually defeated Miami of Ohio, the team from Oxford that we're all too well aware of, 38-3. This is the second straight year that the Hurricanes will see an opponent from the MAC. And again, we mentioned so much throughout the pregame show about how NIU stunned Notre Dame last weekend. And I guess the message for a lot of these MAC teams, especially for teams like Ball State and then Toledo, who's at Mississippi State, why not us?
Yeah, that game had resonance across the country for these mid-major programs. It's any given Saturday, right? NIU proved it last week. I think that's the mentality that Ball State came in with this week. Obviously, they've been punched in the mouth at this point, but, 2nd and 3, Miami's still backed up in their own territory. There is time to recover for the Cards.
2nd and 3 from their own 14-yard line. Ward out of the pistol has Fletcher Jr. once again behind him. 2 wide outs to the left. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap, hands it off for Fletcher Jr., who's tripped up by Dede Snyder, who came plowing in on the blitz. Let's see if Fletcher got there.
I don't think they even gave him a yard. Maybe one.
Yeah, they got 1 yard. It's 3rd and 2 now from the 15.
And you saw the celebration from Snyder after that play, clapping his hands in the backfield, stomping his feet. He is fired up right now. Another kid who's kind of from this area, Tampa, Florida. He'll have another couple of family members in the crowd as well.
11:42 left here in quarter number 2. 3rd and 2 now, Miami at its own 15. Ward once again out of the pistol. Fletcher Jr. once again behind him. Whistles blow. Do we have a timeout?
Timeout, Miami. That's their second charge.
Wow.
Timeout of the half.
Surprises me.
Me
Already
as
wasting
well.
2 timeouts, right?
Yeah. Not going to have anything left here for the final 11:34. Only 1 timeout left to use, and it's a media timeout. So that will send us to yet another break. Ball State down by 10 here, 10-0 in favor of the Hurricanes. We'll come back with Miami in possession of the football. 3rd and 2 from their own 15 when we return on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
11:34 to play here in the first half. 3rd and 2 from their own 15 are the Hurricanes. 10-0 Miami here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Ward out of the shotgun, a wide receiver out to the right. No one out to the left. Fletcher Jr. in the backfield with him to his left. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap. Looks downfield and has a wide open Jacoby George trying to juke his way around a couple of defenders just short of the 30 towards the numbers on the right side. An easy first down for Miami as the chains keep moving.
Jacoby George has looked absolutely phenomenal so far. He's a 2024 preseason Biletnikoff watch list recipient, meaning that he could be possibly one of, if not the best, wideouts in the country by the time this season's over, and he's proven why so far today.
It's a 14-yard gain, 1st and 10 for Ward out of the shotgun play action. Ward all the time in the world throwing deep towards the right side, trying to find George again. There in coverage was Miles Norwood. That was incomplete towards the Cardinal 40-yard line. Taking a deep shot was Ward, but can't find his receiver. 2nd and 10.
I absolutely love Miles Norwood. He was such a great addition in the transfer portal. Say what you want about it. He brought in some Power 5 experience to Ball State on the defensive side of the ball. Transferred from Iowa State. He played in just one game over 2 years. They're glad to have him in Muncie the way he's been playing so far this season.
Just under 11 to play now in half number 1. Ward sends a man in motion. He takes the snap out of the shotgun. 2nd and 10 from his own 29. Ward's in trouble. Firing it downfield, intended for George, but it's out of bounds. And a couple of Cardinals there in pursuit. Jordan Coleman and Keontae Newsome right there to make the play, so it's 3rd and 10.
Very impressed with what the safeties have been able to do for Ball State. We mentioned it pregame. Only 24 yards is the long for Cam Ward through the air this year. That would have been at least a 30-yard completion, so the defense at least trying to hold those big plays for the moment.
3rd and 10 still from his own 29 is Ward out of the shotgun with Fletcher Jr. to his right in the backfield. 3 wideouts right. Ward now shifts Fletcher Jr. over from his right to his left. Ward takes the snap, looks downfield, fires it over the middle, and he undershot his receiver. Intended for Samuel Brown up the middle at around the 40-yard line. It's dropped, and for the first time today, we will see Dylan Joyce, the sophomore punter out of Australia, in this Miami punting unit.
Yeah, that's the only real mistake I've seen from Cam Ward. He just kind of threw it behind his intended target. There in coverage was Jalen Jones, but up until that point, Miami was 2 for 3 on 3rd down, and had that been a more accurate throw, they would have been 3 for 4.
Joyce set to boot it away from about his own 15. The snap is low on a bounce, and somehow Joyce handles it.
Wow.
Gets it away. And this one picked up by Magwood. He doesn't call for a fair catch. Instead, gets blown up. That was Dylan Day, who just rocked him.
Yeah,
at his own 25.
Magwood's got to be a little smarter than that. Despite the fact that it was a low snap that had bounced and was somehow still able to be booted away, you might think that the special teams for Miami would be a little flustered by that, but Magwood has got to keep his head on a swivel. He cannot be taking shots like that. He is lucky he held on with the pop he just took.
So the Cardinals will have the football, 1st and 10 from their own 25. Still 10-0 Miami now with 10:35 to play here in quarter number 2. Saman's out of the gun. A wide receiver out to his left, Sloan in the backfield with him. 2 wide receivers out to the right.
Hard count.
And we've got a hard count. This should be
offside.
An offside.
Good contact. Number 9, defense. 5-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
Tyler Barron, it looked like, jumped the gun.
Yes, that was Tyler Barron. Redshirt senior out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Transfer from Tennessee, and the reigning ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week. Had 5 tackles and 3.5 of them for loss against FAMU last week. So now 1st and 5 for the Cardinals at their own 30. Saman's out of the gun, takes the snap, hands it off for Sloan, who reverses it the other way. This is Pickett now throwing, trying to find a man downfield. It's incomplete. In fact, that was Kyle Kelly, excuse me. Interesting play call with Kelly used as a receiver and then tried to show off his arm, but fired it wide.
You know, I've said a couple of things about Kyle Kelly and his style of play already, but at least he's throwing the football, and why not? On 1st and 5, you know you're going to have a net gain on 2nd down, whether this pass is completed or not. I don't hate that play call one bit.
2nd and 5 now for the Cardinals at their own 30. Samanza back onto the field out of the shotgun. Claps the hands, takes the snap, hands it off for Sloan, who tries to find a seam up the middle, and he does. Past the 35, barrels his way towards the 40, just short of the 40. 1st down, Ball State. Keep those chains moving here with 10:17 left in quarter number 2. The Cardinals pick up a gain of about 8 yards. It'll be 1st and 10 from their own 38.
And up until that point, the long for Braden Sloan on the ground was just 2 yards. They'll actually give him, you're right, Tom. They gave him 8 yards on that play. So he's up to 12 yards on the ground now. Keep feeding him the football. That was a great read, waiting for the offensive line to open up the holes. Sloan seems to be one of the go-tos right now.
Guess who's back on the field? Kyle Kelly out of the shotgun with 9:45 to play, 1st and 10 from his own 38. Kyle Kelly's going to hang on to it and run out of the gun. He's blown up. Did he get past the line of scrimmage? It looked like it was Malik Bryant who got to him first, the sophomore out of Orlando. That's a loss of a yard, so it's 2nd and 11 now for the Cardinals from their own 37.
And Bryant playing a position that Miami labels as a star linebacker. Essentially what that means is he has full range. He's not necessarily an outside linebacker, not necessarily a middle linebacker. He's going to be floating all over that defensive secondary to make plays like that.
Samanza out of the gun. A couple wide receivers out to his left. Magwood goes in motion from left to right. Samanza claps the hands, dumps it off. There's Pemberton just past the 35 and is pushed out of bounds outside the numbers right. We'll see where they mark them, but the Cardinals still with 3rd and fairly long.
Looks like it's going to be a 3rd and 8, somewhere in that range.
3rd
Tom.
and 8
Tough
now from their own 40, yeah.
Another 3rd down and long. You can't afford too many of these if you're Ball State.
The clock trickles under 8.5 left in quarter number 2. Samanza out of the gun with Sloan in the backfield to his wide receiver out to the left. Samanza looks left, rolls left, trying to find his way outside of pressure, but it's Barrow Jr. and Barron getting to him first. Another sack for this Miami defense. Sack number 3 as Samanza goes down in the backfield, 4th and 14. Once again, the punting unit out for the Cardinals from their own 34.
And just nothing he could do about that on that play. Samanza, he had great coverage downfield from the Miami Hurricanes secondary. Tough loss, tough break for the Cardinals there after forcing a stop on the last defensive possession.
Cooey set up at his own 20. Back is Ray Joseph, who is signaled as wearing number 35 early in the ball game. Calls for a fair catch just short of the 20-yard line. So Cam Ward and company will set up shop there at the 18. 1st and 10 Miami. Still 10-0 in favor of the Hurricanes. And once again, we have another media timeout, and we'll take one as well. 7:37 left to play here in half number 1. The Cardinals trailing by a couple of scores. Here to Miami from Miami Gardens, Florida. From Hard Rock Stadium at SportsLink Digital Radio and Ball State Football. Here it's all presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Back here in Hard Rock Stadium, and Dom, you guys were talking about Miami and them playing against MAC teams. So let's talk about Ball State and them playing against ACC teams, and specifically this series history, because, well, it's the first time in the 98-year history where both of these teams have played college football together that they have ever stepped foot on the same football field, unless you're talking about, of course, the Miami of Ohio, in which Ball State plays every year. We'll get back to you in just 1 second. We'll watch this play.
1st and 10 from his own 18 is Ward out of the shotgun. A couple of wide receivers out either way. The handoff goes to Mark Fletcher. Trying to bounce outside left, gets wrapped up and taken down at around the 20.
All right, back over here to me now, and we'll talk a little bit about Ball State and playing ACC teams. And Ball State overall against Atlantic Coast Conference teams 1-8. The only win being against Virginia, one of Ball State's biggest wins all time, 48-27. Trying to flip the script here this afternoon.
2nd and 9, Ward out of the shotgun. Looking right now, looks left. Slings one over, it's caught. Down the sideline goes Isaiah Horton. He picks up a massive gain as he's just short of Cardinal territory. Looks like he stepped out of bounds a bit earlier, however, so from their own 40-yard line go the Canes. 1st and 10. Ward still out of the gun. Fletcher Jr. with him to his right. 2 wide receivers out either way. Ward now steps up, has some words with his line. Just 1 wide receiver out left now. It's Isaiah Horton. Ward with a clap of the hands, takes the snap. Looks downfield, all the time in the world, fires one over. It's caught by Horton at the 35, and it looks like he's got enough room to go all the way, and he does. Touchdown Hurricanes. Isaiah Horton with his first reception and first touchdown of the season.
Wow. Wow. Oh, goodness.
Markel Bell, who came into the game for Inez Cooper, gets called for a 15-yard penalty. Oh, boy. That was going to be a 60-yard touchdown for Horton.
It would have been the longest throw of the year from Cam Ward. It really going to want that one back. That's the second 15-yard personal foul we've seen from the Hurricanes, and you could hear the boos from this half-filled Hard Rock Stadium. They were not happy about. That's like the second touchdown been called back. One for stepping out of bounds, and then one then for that 15-yard penalty.
1st and 25.
Goodness.
From their own 25 are the Hurricanes. Again, Miami leads Ball State 10-0 here now with just under 6.5 to play here in quarter number 2. So we'll see how Miami responds. Out of the shotgun goes Ward. A wide receiver out to the left, a couple to the right. Fletcher in the backfield with him to his right. Ward sends his tight end Arroyo in motion. Looks right. A lot of time now, looks left. Scampers left. Fires one. Pivots his back foot downfield. It is incomplete. in and out of the hands of Samuel Brown at around the 40-yard line outside the numbers left.
D.D. Snyder making me look good again with my impact player. My goodness, he came flying in. I didn't know he had that kind of speed. I think the ball bounced off his helmet. He was just trying to put any part of his body on that ball before it was hauled in. But let's give credit to this Hurricanes offensive line. Ward is having 10 to 15 seconds to throw every time he drops back. It's unreal.
2nd and 25 now for the Hurricanes. 6:15 left in half number 1. On their own 25-yard line are the Hurricanes. Fletcher still in the backfield with the quarterback Ward, who's got a wide receiver out to the left, 2 to the right. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap. Looks down the field left now, goes right, dumps it off for Fletcher Jr. at the 25. He's at the 30, a stiff arm past the 35, and he gets to the 40 before he's shoved out of bounds by the Ball State defense. And there to pick him up first was Derek DJ Fields.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic mistake from Stemler, the linebacker for Ball State. He had a chance to haul down the receiver after about a 5-6 yard pickup, but he missed the open field tackle. Not something we usually see from him. He's going to want to clean those up. Open field tackle is going to be crucial down the stretch.
16-yard pickup there for Fletcher Jr. It's Martinez, the running back, now in the game with Ward. 1st and 10 from his own 41 is Ward. A couple wide receivers out to the left, one to the right. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap, a quick screen pass over to Samuel Brown, who's got daylight up the middle. Hurdles a man at the 40 and then gets taken down at the 35. That was Keontae Newsome who tried a low tackle towards the ankles, and Samuel Brown made him look foolish. And down goes Keontae Newsome at around the 35-yard line. Tried to limp it off, he can't.
Ball State player.
Oh, no.
And this would be a colossal loss for the Ball State defense. Keontae Newsome, the vocal leader, not only of the D, but of this entire team, Sam.
Now, this is a guy that the Cardinals just love. He is a dynamic personality, a dynamic player. And my goodness, just a freak play right there. I think he probably caught something to the head there with Samuel Brown trying to hurdle him. And this is all too a familiar sight for Ball State.
Looks like he's going to get up and walk under his own power.
Maybe got the wind knocked out of him.
Either that, and I thought he was limping at one point, but I mean, we did see after the game against Missouri State last week, he had to be helped off the field towards the locker room.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has any impact on this injury. Obviously don't want to speculate things, but that's a huge loss as Jack Beebe is going to have to step up for that weak side linebacker position.
Well, every Ball State fan just got a little bit of PTSD. We remember Clayton Cole going down early in the season last year in a similar situation against a big team, and that would be a brutal loss for Ball State to lose their best linebacker again.
1st and 10 for the Hurricanes at the Cardinal 37. Ward firing over the middle, but overthrows Restrepo. Again, another rare error there from Cam Ward. 2nd and 10.
And yeah, these receivers are just so speedy for Miami. Every time Cam Ward drops back, not only does he have so much room in the pocket to throw, he's also got guys streaking down the field. The Ball State corner's struggling to keep up right now. It's keeping the safeties on their toes because they're having to pick and choose which direction they want to go in. The Miami offense is making Ball State look like they're struggling.
4:55 to play here in quarter number 2. A man goes in motion from left to right out of the backfield. Ward takes the snap and screens one off to that man in motion down the sideline. There he goes. 10-5 end zone. Touchdown Hurricanes. Chris Johnson Jr., the third-string running back, took a screen on the left side, bounced outside the numbers, and had open daylight.
Yeah, that is not a play that's designed to score a touchdown, but goodness gracious, Miami is just firing on all cylinders on the offensive side. I was going to say that Ball State needs to have a stop on this possession. Otherwise, they're going to go down, likely down 3 scores, but now the pressure is on Caden Samanza to get this offense rolling heading into the second half.
16-0 now with 4:45 left here in quarter number 2. And Borregales on the PAT. His kick is good to make it a 17-point ball game. It's 17-0. The Cardinals just falling into a deeper and deeper hole as we go. Miami is proving that last week's NIU win over Notre Dame has been a fluke so far.
And the celebration's just palpable. This place is loud. They're dimming the lights. They got Sebastian the Ibis, their mascot, busting a move on the field. This place is electric for only being half filled, Tom. And the Canes are making the most of what was a crazy weather delay to start. It's been a solid first half for the team in orange.
It was rough for Ball State on the road last year, just 1-5 when playing away from Schumann Stadium.
Yeah.
Ball State was outscored by opponents last year, 196-92 when playing away from Muncie.
Brutal. And they cannot afford that again this year. They've got a tough road stretch, not only this game, but then they're at CMU and then at James Madison. You got to come away with at least one win from that.
Borregala is set to get us back underway. His kick goes from right to left. Gilly and Munson will watch it fly towards the back of the end zone. It bounces right at the goal line, but the referees blow their whistles to signal touchback. So Caden Samanza, after waiting a bit, will come back onto the field. That last drive for Miami, 7 plays, 82 yards down the field in just under 3 minutes.
It was a pretty impressive drive, but now Samanza's got to answer. He's 8 for 9 right now, okay? 65 yards. The ground game is not working maybe like it should. You've got -6 total yards. Only 2 guys are in the positive right now. Sloan's got 12 yards. Pemberton just 1 yard to his name. You got to get the pass game starting to fire because that's where you're seeing the majority of your offense.
4:45 left here in quarter number 2. Samanza takes the snap. Play action, looking down the field right. Steps up, and he's going to fake a couple of throws before finally slinging one off outside the numbers right for his tight end, Tanner Koziel. That'll be a pickup of about 7. They'll say it's just 6, however. 2nd and 4 with 4:22 to go here in quarter number 2. Ball State at its own 31-yard line. Samanza still out of the gun. 3 wide receivers out to his left. Sloan in the backfield will now motion out as a wide out left. Samanza claps the hands, takes the snap. Shovels one off for his tight end Koziel, who tries to find some room past the 30-yard line just inside the left hash mark. But he's wrapped up and brought down. Boy, it's been a busy night so far for Simeon Barlow Jr., the defensive tackle.
And I'll tell you what, I think Simeon Barrow Jr. watched a little film this week because we saw a couple of shovel passes from Samanza against Missouri State last week. He read that play the whole way, and Simeon Barrow Jr. is obviously turning some off-the-field work into on-the-field production. Really, really great day for him so far.
Another 3rd down situation from the Cardinals. 3rd and 4 from their own 31.
Got to have a first down here. Got to have a first down.
Ton of wideouts, 3 of them to the left of Samanza. Out of the shotgun, takes the snap after the clap of the hands. Firing downfield, intended for Magwood at the 45. Outside the numbers left, no good, but there's a flag down on the field towards the line of scrimmage.
They're going to get a late hit on Samanza. Couple of Canes in there.
Personal foul, roughing the passer.
Wow.
Defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And there were multiple defensive players in on that, so that's a reason why you didn't get a number.
High hit, John. High hit, John.
Oh, it was a high hit. They're showing it on the replay.
Very high hit. That's a hot mic from our official, Wesley Basanti, the junior out of Miami himself, who played in all 13 games last year for the Hurricanes, was there first. They didn't have an original number listed, but that's the 4th penalty for Miami.
Yeah.
50 penalty yards now.
That's brutal. It's given Ball State life. The Cards have a chance to score with 3 minutes to go in the first half, and they need it desperately.
1st and 10 from their own 46. Samanza dumps it off left side for Sloan, who loses the football, and then it's picked up by Miami.
Ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. Ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. 2nd down.
Well, that would be an unreal break for Ball State,
Right.
wouldn't it?
Let's see, Magwood, did he make a football move? He had the ball, and then it got knocked out by the captain of the defense in Kiko Mauigoa. I would not be surprised if they take a look at this.
They're definitely going to take a look at it, Dom, but...
Is that a football move?
I would have called it a fumble on the field and then reviewed it just based on, because I do think it was a football move. I just don't know that that's overturnable. They're going to snap the football.
They are.
No whistles blow. 2nd and 10, 3:13 left here in quarter number 2. From their own 46 go the Cardinals. This one goes up the middle for Christian Evans. Looks like a gain of about 2 to 3. It'll be 3rd and 8 for the Cardinals.
This place is starting to get loud again. You can see Samanza. He's trying to cover those ear holes over his helmet. He's the guy getting the play calls right now from the offensive coordinator, Jared Elliott. And it is getting loud. They've got Get Loud up on the board, and this half-capacity stadium is doing its job, the ones that stuck around through the weather delay.
Clock trickles under 2:40 left here in the second. 3rd and 8 from their own 48 are the Cardinals. A couple men in the backfield for Samanza out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. Looking deep downfield towards the sideline for Pickett, and the pass is broken up just at the 15-yard line. Jadaeus Richard, the junior out of Louisiana, able to get a piece of it. And now it's 4th and 8.
Another hot mic from our officiating crew there, but yeah, that was great coverage by Richards, the nickel. He's not used to guys bouncing outside quite like that, but man, he handled it well.
So Cooey will boot it away for the 4th time tonight. Right towards Ray Joseph, who lets it bounce all the way into the end zone for a touchback. Not a friendly Cardinal hop. Flag is down on the field towards the line of scrimmage.
And it was tough to tell. I saw the official make a motion. It's going to be offsides against Miami, Dom. What's going on?
The Cardinals just keep getting luckier and luckier as this quarter goes deeper and deeper.
Offside. Defense, number 9.
Wow.
5-yard penalty. Repeat 4th down.
Okay.
It's on Tyler Barron. That's the 5th penalty.
Decision time now, Dom. I mean, do you send the offense back out there in a 4th and short situation?
You got nothing to lose, right? And it looks like they will.
I like this. I like it. It's gutsy. You haven't had a lot of offensive success. You got the 2-minute timeout here in just 14 seconds. Why not roll the dice?
Ball State 1 for 3 last week on 4th downs against Missouri State. Saman's out of the gun. A couple guys in the backfield with them. Not before a timeout.
Timeout, Miami. That's their 3rd and final timeout of the half. 3rd and final timeout. 30-second timeout.
So 4th and 3. Ball State at its own 47-yard line. The Cardinals just trying to pick up 3 yards, get right to midfield, and keep the chains moving. The offense trying to spark some kind of magic here late in quarter number 2.
Well, they've had some help from from the mistakes on the Miami defensive side. 5 penalties, 55 yards against the Canes. That has kept Ball State in this game. Look, you haven't had a lot of offense. It's 17-0 right now. Miami was ready to play after the 3-hour delay, right? But all of a sudden, you got 2 minutes left. Can you execute that 2-minute drill? You've only got to move the ball about 47 yards. At least get into field goal range. At least put yourself in a position where you're able to score some points, take a little momentum into the half. This is big.
Miami, out of all 3 of its timeouts, hard count from Samanza doesn't fool anyone on the D-line for Miami. 4th and 3 from his own 47. Samanza, another hard count. Sends Magwood in motion once again, this time left to right. A man in the backfield for him. Magwood now going out left. And they were trying, was the Ball State offense. Ball State offense was trying to get Miami to jump off sides on 3 different hard counts.
And you know, we saw a hard count lead to an offsides earlier in this game. That was on the first drive of the second quarter. But for Ball State, you send the offense back out there. You've got a competitive play on a 4th and short. It's a possibility. Yes, 3 yards seems like a mile against this Miami defense, but to a certain degree, I really wanted to see the Cards snap that football, man. There's enough time to be able to execute the rest of the drive and get some points. Nonetheless, it seems like we're going to see the punting unit. Well, maybe. Are we going to see the offense back out there?
We are.
All that just to have a timeout and to send the offense out again. Come on now.
4th and 3. Still from their own 47 are the Cardinals. 17-0 in favor of the Hurricanes. Nearing 7:15 p.m. local time here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida. Samanza sends a man in motion and Sloan from left to right. Claps the hands, takes the snap out of the shotgun. Looking downfield to Samanza, just has to toss it off before he's wrapped up and brought down by the Miami defense. Getting there first for the Hurricanes was Daryl Porter Jr.
Well, Samanza progressed through his reads there pretty quickly. He had Keon Magwood downfield, but he just took a hit as he threw. If he'd have let that ball go a split second earlier, that might have been a Cardinals first down. But now the defense absolutely has to hammer down. You cannot go into the locker room down 24-0. Even 20-0 is unacceptable. You have to give yourself a chance in the final half hour of football.
1st and 10 from the Cardinal 47 now. Cam Ward and the offense comes back out. 2 men in the backfield with them. Sends one of them in motion. Ward takes the snap, looking down the field. Pressure coming, slings it over. Right side, it's caught by the tight end Arroyo, who's wrapped up and then shoved out of bounds just past the 25-yard line by Miles Norwood outside the numbers.
It's just too easy for Cam Ward right now. He's showing why he's the Heisman favorite.
2-minute timeout.
So we go to the 2-minute timeout, a new rule here this year in college football, very similar to the NFL's 2-minute warning. Gives both teams just a break here. It occurs with 2 minutes left in the second quarter and 2 minutes left in regulation. We'll also take a 2-minute timeout, as will both of these teams. Still 7-0 Miami over Ball State. The Hurricanes will have the ball. It's 1st and 10 from the Cardinal 21 when we return on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project, and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
Both teams back onto the field after the 2-minute timeout here. Late in quarter number 2, Miami leads Ball State 17-0. 1st and 10 for the Hurricanes from the Cardinal 21. Thanks for joining us here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Dominick Liacone, Sam Neiger, and Jordan Klimes, happy to be with you here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Cam Ward and his offense ready to get things underway, trying to make this a 24-0 ball game going into halftime. Out of the pistol is Ward with Fletcher behind him. A couple of wide receivers out to Ward's left. Ward claps the hands, takes the snap, play action, looking left, has a ton of time, throws it towards the end zone, wide open, caught for a touchdown. That's his tight end, Elijah Arroyo. His second touchdown of the year. And with one play, exactly what the Cardinals didn't want, and you mentioned it, Sam. now the potential for a 24-point ball game going into half.
Very much so, Dom. And we saw a banner hanging up at that last break. They had it up on the Jumbotron. Said Cam Ward for Heisman. He is living up to that right now. And how about back-to-back big throws to Arroyo? You could tell where the play was developing. It was going to go to him all the way. Ball State could not adapt to it in time, and that's about as easy of a touchdown as you're going to see from the Canes.
Quick little out route. Nobody there to cover Arroyo. Borregales' extra point is right through the heart of the uprights. It's 24-0 with 1:53 to play here in quarter 2.
All right. Well, we talked about the 2-minute drill last time, right? Now just under 2 minutes. If you're Ball State, yes, you're down 24-0. This is not the spot you wanted to be in, right? You're on the road. You've been battle-tested. You're tired. You kicked off this game 3 hours later than you thought you were going to. This is where you find out the toughness of your team. Before you let this thing slip completely away from you, you have got to dial in on the road. Hostile crowd against a top 10 team. I want to see what Caden Simonza's got on this drive.
The Hurricanes lead 24-0 over the Cardinals of Ball State. Traveling over 1,000 miles down towards South Beach to take on the Miami Hurricanes. With just under 2 minutes left here in quarter number 2, Borregales nearly set to get things back underway. He'll boot it off from his own 35-yard line. Munson and Gilly await towards the end zone for Ball State. This kick will go from right to left. Boot to leather, we're back underway. And once again, Gilly throws up his hands and says, I'll just let this one slide into the end zone for another touchback. Let's see if Caden Simonza and his crew on offense can work some magic on this 2-minute drill.
Well, Simonza has slipped in production just a little over the past couple of drives. 10 for 14 right now, 71 yards. He still played a pretty solid game. A couple of miscues, but that's all. No picks yet, knock on wood. He's been smart with the football. He's been smart in the pocket, but he's got to get the ball out of his hands quickly here if the Cards want a late first-half score.
1st and 10 from his own 25. Simonza, 2 wideouts to his right. Munson comes in motion towards him. A man out to his left. Simonza has a man in the backfield. Takes the snap out of the shotgun, trying to find Koziel. Throws it into dangerous territory right behind Koziel at around the 30-yard line outside the numbers left. That was a quick out route, and it looks like there was a miscommunication between the two. Koziel had his back to that football.
Which really hurts because Koziel was in a great spot there. All he had to do was turn around, and he had some space. He would have at least picked up 4, 5, 6 yards, but you know, at least a good start. Right idea in this 2-minute drill, just wrong execution. We'll see if the Cards can right the ship.
2nd and 10 with 1:49 to play. The Cardinals still at their own 25-yard line. Simonza takes the snap out of the gun. Looking down the field, hit as he throws, and this ball is intercepted. Batted down out of the air, and going down is Elijah Alton.
Transfer from Marshall. That's why you practice the tip drill, man. That was perfectly executed across the board from that Miami defense. First man to get the hit on him. Just kind of tipped it up, and then a great finish of the play by Alston there to bring it down.
Sloan was in the right spot at the right time because he was the one able to bring down Alston.
Yeah, it was Tyler Barron that was the first man to make contact for the Hurricanes, and now excellent field position. They can go into the halftime break feeling real comfortable if they score here.
On pace for 48 points right now, 24-0 in favor of the Hurricanes, and after the interception, it's 1st and 10 from the Cardinal 21. Ward steps up and fires. This one batted in and out of the hands of Samuel Brown, his intended receiver, right up the middle, just past the 20. Didn't stay in the air quite long enough for the Ball State defense to do anything with it. If anything, that ball had too much heat on it.
Yeah, that was an absolute bullet from Ward, and they got lucky that the corners were just pushed to the outside. Nobody there to maybe make the interception off the tip.
So 2nd and 10, couple out wide to the left for Ward, one to the right. Fletcher Jr. in the backfield with him to his right. Hard clap from Ward. He takes the snap out of the gun, firing up the middle. It's caught by Restrepo. Breaks one tackle and another. Barrels towards the end zone. Past the goal line. Touchdown Hurricanes. That's Restrepo's second receiving touchdown of the ball game. And it is now a 30-point game in favor of Miami.
What did we say at the start of this game? Right before those teams came out of the locker room for the second time, I said the key for Miami, Mario Cristobal's message in the locker room had to be leave no room for doubt. You cannot let a rain delay. You cannot let a 3-hour pushback of kickoff stop you from proving that you are a top 10 team in the country. Ball State was going to come into this game fired up, and you had to put the hammer down early. The Canes have done that. It's been excellent for Miami.
Orgales puts it through the uprights to make it 31-0.
I mean, wow. It's been so smooth. So smooth for the Canes.
Miami has left no doubt after the 20-yard reception for a touchdown to Xavier Restrepo. And this place, although probably just under halfway full, has a ton of life to it. You can feel the energy with the lights dimming in and out. Miami knows how to do it right, and we knew this was one of the big party capitals of the world, Sam,
sure.
But what a show, not only by the team on the field for the Hurricanes, but just everything right now going right, and you can feel the juice in Hard Rock.
Well, it's hard not to be fired up when your Heisman-level quarterback has thrown 4 first-half touchdowns. I mean, are you serious? Cam Ward absolutely looks like one of the premier talents in the country. I'm talking at both levels, college and pro. He is smooth.
Orgales kicks it off once again. This one bounces off the goal line, another touchback. Cam Ward, 17 for 25. He's thrown for over 315 yards. You mentioned the 4 touchdowns, a completion rating of 68, and a QB rating just over 227.
He's just unbelievable, and he's been the key to success today. We knew Ball State had to get after him. They haven't been able to. He's just been sacked one time, Dom, and now we've got to see. Now we've got to see if Caden Samanza can get this team rolling with a minute 30 to go.
Just 2 plays for a drive that lasts only 12 seconds. 1st and 10 for Samanza from his own 25. Dumps one off at the 30 for Sloan. Breaks outside the numbers right, and he'll get a huge gain of about 15 before he's taken out of bounds. Nice first down there from Braden Sloan. The transfer running back out of Eastern Kentucky, who spent 3 seasons there, an FCS All-American last year. He had 10 rushing touchdowns, but he's been getting a lot of receptions tonight. -6 rushing yards for the Cardinals.
Yeah, but I do love that play call, Dom. You cannot grow complacent if you're Ball State. You have got to keep firing here.
1st and 10 for Samanza at his own 39. 3 wide receivers out to his right, but finds his tight end Koziel on the left on the out route, right at the marker. He goes barreling out of bounds, taken down hard. We'll see if they give it to him. He's either going to get the first down or he's going to be right there next to him.
I think he's just a bit short, John, but how about that hit from O.J. Frederick Jr.? He laid the lumber on Koziel that time. And part of me is scratching my head like, where the heck has this been for the Ball State offense? They look sharp. They look smart right now. And although even a touchdown would make it a 24-point game, that is significantly more palatable than a 31-0 deficit at the break.
2nd and 2. The Cardinals at their own 48 now with just under 1:15 left here in half number 1. Samanza, another out route for Koziel. This is going to be an easy first down. Little deja vu at the same exact play. Koziel will pick up around 10 yards on the reception, and the Cardinals get the chains moving into Miami territory.
His 5th reception of the day already. He's gone for over 40 yards. Why not? Keep feeding him. We said it. He's their most dynamic player. When he's got the ball in his hands, he's big. He's going to lower his shoulder. He's going to make this defense work to tackle him. I love that we're getting Koziel the ball as much as possible.
1:13 left here in quarter number 2. Miami still up 31-0 over Ball State. 1st and 10 from their own 46. Samanza claps the hands, takes the snap out of the shotgun. The ball comes in and out of the hands of Nick Munson, but they'll rule it an incomplete pass.
Yeah, I don't think he hauled that in before the ball made contact with the ground. We're going to see the play right here up on the Jumbotron. I don't know. That's another
close.
One. Maui Goa.
Maui Goa and Porter Jr. both right there on the scene.
Oh, yeah. I think that one's a little less up for debate than before. Probably a smart incomplete call there, if you ask me.
2nd and 10 now from his own 46. Samanza, wide receiver out to the right, 2 to the left. Samanza takes the snap out of the gun. Trying to find his way through the pocket. going for his tight end Koziel towards the 35-yard line, but the ball is too far out of his reach and into the Ball State sideline. So now 3rd and 10 here with 1:01 left here in the second.
Yeah, just great coverage downfield by Wesley Basanthi. He was right there on Tanner Koziel the whole time. Had a little bit of contact there to keep him from getting free, but just excellent work across the board from the Canes. They are not affording Samanza a ton of time to make good decisions.
Samanza's only thrown for 97 yards compared to Ward's 317. 2 wide receivers now, 3 motion out to the left. Samanza looking right now, looks left. Dumps it off. That was behind the line of scrimmage for Munson, who's wrapped up and taken down right at the 50-yard line. It'll be a loss of about 4 and 4th down once again for the Cardinals.
I like that play call a lot on 1st down, Dom, because then maybe the defense knows they can be opened up a little bit more. It's kind of a cheeky little play call where you didn't necessarily expect that to happen, but on 3rd down and long, the defense was able to read it all the way. And does it look like the offense is going to stay out there for a 4th and 13?
Well, there's nothing to lose, right?
I mean, a couple of more points would be tough.
You're already down 31-0 here
right.
with 22 seconds left now here in the first half. You mentioned it, Sam, 4th and 14. The Cardinals now at Miami's 45.
Timeout, Ball State. That's their 2nd charge timeout of the half. 2nd charge timeout of the half, 30-second timeout.
So the Cardinals run the clock down to 12 seconds. Maybe just looking for one last deep shot, if anything, but you got to make sure that there's not enough time on the board for Miami to, 1, not get into any kind of field goal range, and 2, to have the ball for more than, I would say, 3 seconds.
Yeah, if you're Ball State right now, just execute the punt, get into the locker room. Even if Miami takes a snap on this possession before time expires, it's probably going to be a knee. The Hurricanes have got to be feeling pretty good heading into the locker room. How can you not? You're up 31-0. If you're Ball State, just execute these next 12 seconds. Put yourself in a spot where you can regroup at halftime. You have got to put points on the board.
Number 5 for Miami is now number 35.
And you're right, Jordan. The Cardinals were just trying to run as much time as they could off the clock. Ray Joseph is at the 10-yard line, ready to receive the punt from Brian Cooey Jr. This is the 6th time he's booted it off in this half alone.
Stay in bounds.
This one is going to bounce at the 2-yard line, but trickles into the end zone. Looked like a nice effort from the Ball State special teams unit, and specifically Sam Feeney, who is trying to get there and keep it at around the goal line, but he cannot. So Miami will take over at their own 25-yard line here with just 4 seconds left. I would not be surprised if Cam Ward just takes a knee.
Yeah, you called it though, Dom. Just execute the punt, give Miami all of 4 seconds left, and head our way into the halftime break.
Well, Ward's out of the shotgun right now with a man in the backfield with him. Just be a handoff on the run. This one taken in by Jordan Lyle. He'll gain a couple of yards, but it doesn't matter as the clock winds down to 0.
Wow, that's going to be a fine later in the week for the ACC. My goodness.
Okay. We've had a couple of hot mics today, but nothing vulgar yet, thankfully. Why not just have some fun at this point, Sam?
Yeah.
It's 31-0. Miami leads over Ball State. And after a half an hour of play, Ball State is yet to get on the board. And at this point, you're just thinking about pride.
Yeah, you got to go out there and you got to execute the game plan that you were already trying to. We've seen some good things on offense. A couple of miscommunications for Samanza. That's going to come against a defense that's throwing tricky packages at you. Miami's just playing Miami football. It's kind of what we expected. Of course, there's always manufactured hype when you head to a place like this as the underdog. But at the end of the day, let's be honest. Miami is proving that they're at least at the lowest 10th in the nation. They look even better than that in my eyes.
The Hurricanes lead the Cardinals 31-0. Coming up, we've got the Cardinal Football Halftime Show, hosted by Jordan Klimes. Sam Neiger will join him as well. Miami has put Ball State in a massive hole as we enter the final 30 minutes of play. The halftime show coming up next here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership, and here's why. We stand behind every car we sell and are dedicated to helping our customers save time and money. All our pre-owned cars undergo a rigorous 182-point inspection and come with a 90-day warranty to ensure that you're getting a Victory quality vehicle. Plus, you'll get 2 years of complimentary oil changes and tire rotations. We're part of a top 15 dealership group and have an enormous selection of vehicles with access to inventory at over 45 locations. You always get more for your trade and the best possible rates with us. We have an excellent relationship with hundreds of lenders. Our exclusive Car Doc maintenance and membership program will help you save hundreds of dollars in the process of maintaining your vehicle. Lastly, our state-of-the-art body shop and certified technicians perform high-quality repairs and paint work on most vehicle makes and models. Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts, right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesuites.hamptoninn.com. At munciesuites.hamptoninn.com.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's. So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pregame Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pregame Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Back in Hard Rock Stadium for the Cardinal football halftime report. And Sam, we have a pretty lopsided game thus far, 31-0 in favor of the Miami Hurricanes. And the big storyline coming in was Cam Ward. The big storyline right now, Cam Ward.
He has been unbelievable, Jordan. There's no question about it. 17-25, 318 yards and 4 touchdowns. The kid is absolutely phenomenal. Look, I know we're Cardinals. I know we're homers. But, man, any confidence we had, any hype that we had manufactured for ourselves, it's all gone out the window. Miami has come in and done what the national media expected them to do. They look stellar. Obviously, a win against Ball State isn't necessarily going to propel them in the rankings any higher than they already are at 10. But when this Miami squad faces better teams down the road, they are going to start making jumps in the rankings. This team is legit.
And also, just you talk about Ward, but the receivers on this team as well.
Yeah.
Restrepo's got 2 touchdowns, Arroyo with 1, Johnson with 1, George 92 yards, Restrepo 47 yards. Restrepo has scored a touchdown, and now each of his 3 games, 2 in this game. He's also went over 100 in the first 2 games. Probably won't see much of him in the second half, so probably won't go over 100 in this one. But receivers, as well as Cam Ward, have just been wide open and making some electric plays.
We'll see a couple of backups for Miami in the second half, no doubt. But I think what really speaks to the dominance of this Miami receiver core, 8 different receivers with a reception. You've got guys who have 92 and 47 yards like George and Restrepo, and then even guys like Horton, guys like Fletcher, guys like Williams, each with a reception apiece. No receiver that has a reception has less than 16 yards to their name. It's been chunk plays for the Hurricanes. It's been big throws by Cam Ward. It's been great protection by the offensive line. Nothing has gone wrong. I mean, it's just about as seamless as it can be.
And now let's flip to the other side, where I wouldn't say everything's gone wrong, because the Cardinals they've played all right, haven't punched it in, and haven't got as many stops as Ball State would have liked. They were able to get the stop in the red zone on the first Miami drive, and after that, it's been touchdown after touchdown. There was the 1 punt, but that was about it. Looking at the stat line, Samanza 97 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 1 interception. That looked like it might have been tipped at the line, but either way, an interception for Samanza. And then in the run game, not great. Negative 4 yards total rushing for Ball State. Now that does count sacks, so Samanza has negative 18. Braden Sloan has 12 yards on only 3 rushing attempts for Braden Sloan. It's just because Ball State didn't have the ball. Got to try to pass to get back into the game. Again, right now, 31-0. Looking to the receivers, it's been the tight end Tanner Koziel who's been the go-to so far. 5 receptions for 39 yards. And then Braden Sloan also has 4 receptions for 41 yards out of the backfield for Ball State. And you said a lot during the game, Sam, is you've liked what you've seen from Samanza, because in terms of his passing, I mean, he's 14 for 22 right now, so really has not been that inefficient. It's just the fact that Ball State's not picking up first downs.
And he's playing against a stellar defense. I mean, these guys are big, they're fast, they have high football IQs, they're reading the play. Samanza has not done a lot wrong. He's thrown 2 picks now on the season in 2 games. I don't think either one of them has been his fault, Jordan. You really can't blame him right now. Now, here's what I will blame just a little bit. You and I had a conversation yesterday in our preparation for this. We were talking about prepping for what turned out to be our 3-hour pregame. You asked me what I thought of Ball State's play calling week 1 against Missouri State. I thought it was fine. I thought it was the right balance of run and pass. I thought they got the ball to their weapons. You had a lot of different players with a lot of different receptions. And I'm not saying that the balance hasn't been there, because Ball State has ran the ball a couple of times, but not nearly enough. They needed to establish the run game early. We were not afforded the sloppy, muddy football game that we thought we would with the rain. It's been a lot cleaner. It's been a lot drier. The rain is out of the picture, at least for right now. But I don't think that means you have to stop running the football. Braden Sloan has proved that he is good when he gets in the open space. This offensive line, even as good as Miami's defense is, the offensive line has the ability to create holes for Sloan. I get that you want to get your sophomore quarterback a lot of touches against a really good defense, see how he goes through his progressions, but there is no reason that Braden Sloan should only have 3 attempts on the ground right now. Yes, he's had a couple of receptions, but, I mean, this is a kid that you targeted in the transfer portal who had almost 100 yards rushing last week. He averaged almost 5 yards a carry. Why does he not have the football in his hands a little bit more? I've not been as impressed with the balance this week in terms of the play calling that I was last week.
And you mentioned it too, going against a defense of this caliber, running the football against guys who are just quite frankly, bigger than you on the other side, more strong than you. It's tough even for a really experienced offensive line to create gaps, but yeah, you have to try to stick with a balanced run and pass game to try to trick up these Hurricanes. Of course, you want to try to pass to get back into the game. But something else to mention, too, at this point of the game for Ball State, 31-0 Miami lead. You don't want anyone to get hurt in this game. We saw Newsome go down, the linebacker for Ball State, a couple of minutes ago in this game. And so for Ball State, you want to get out of here clean. You want to get out of here with your best effort. You don't want to be shut out. You don't want to lose 31-0 or possibly more in the second half. But at the same time, you got to kind of look forward to the rest of the season. Make sure you get out of this one safe, but also try to put your best foot forward. So what do you think Ball State's going to do in the second half in terms of starting players?
I think they have to keep their starters out there, right? Even though you're going to see a lot more backups from Miami, it's a lot more typical to see backups come in when you're up by a lot rather than down by a lot. You're going against players who will have a little less experience. They're not going out there to hurt you by any means. And the Newsom injury was kind of a freak play. I think he just got the wind knocked out of him. It was an unbelievable explosive play from Samuel Brown. He just caught Newsom in the abdomen. That's going to knock the wind out of anybody at the D1 level, right? But if you're Miami, yeah, I think what has you a little hesitant heading into this second half was that injury to right guard Inez Cooper. You know, he's one of the leaders on your offensive line, the biggest player on the field at all times, 6'6", 350. To have a guy that's that big, that's that important for this offense go down, it definitely has you thinking, yeah, we should probably put in our backup sooner rather than later. Maybe get Ward another drive. It could go either way. Who knows what the message right now is from Mario Cristobal, but I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Reese Poffenbarger, the backup, sooner rather than later.
We talk about the message from Mario Cristobal, but let's go to the other locker room. The message from Coach Mike New right now, of course, not what you want, 31-0, talking about starting players, who's going to get out on the field, right? But also, what's just the message in this locker room? Down by so many points, you're playing on the road in a cool spot, but I think probably a lot of people at this point came into the game thinking we have a chance to win it, and it's tough to have your hopes high when you're down 31-0. So what's he telling them right now?
I think Dom put it best heading into halftime. It's about pride, right? This is not a team that wants to come in here and get shut out. The offense hasn't looked completely awful. It's not been a great day on the offensive side of the ball, but Caden Simons has looked sharp. He's shown a couple of flashes here and there where you're like, okay, this kid is really going to play some great ball against Mid-American Conference teams. But I think you just have to execute the game plan that you had coming in. You got to get the ground game going because you could not finish this game with negative yards. And I don't expect the Cardinals to. I expect them to tick into the positives by the end of the second half, but you just got to keep executing the best way possible. The defense is going to be seeing probably a new-look Miami offense in this second half with all the backups that are going to come in. But if you're Ball State's offense, you've got to do everything you can to get that goose egg off the board. Whether it's a field goal, whether it's a touchdown, it doesn't matter. You have got to go home with a little bit of pride knowing that you were able to score against the 10th-ranked team in the country.
And Ball State's drive right before they ended up punting and then the last play for Miami to take us into halftime, it was probably their best drive of the game, or maybe the first drive of the game, just to move down the field with efficiency. And that could be partly because Miami was playing off defense, but also I think that Simonza was able to get the ball out of his hands a little bit faster and make some quick plays, a couple of out routes to Koziel on the near side sideline.
And those are going to continue to be effective not only in this game but the rest of the season. Those out routes, you've got shifty receivers. Yes, you've got injuries to guys like Ty Baldwin. Those are big losses. But the receivers that he's got out there, the targets that are on the field for Ball State, I mean, those are guys that are great route runners. They can run those little out routes. Caden Simonza doesn't have to stand in the pocket for very long. We've seen it collapse a couple of times. He's taken some hits. He's taken some sacks. I think the quicker you get the ball out of Simonza's hand, the better this offense is going to run in the second half. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see those short little checkdowns. Simonza doesn't have to do anything special. He's just got to score. I mean, come on.
Well, we talked about the dominance from Miami, and it has been dominant, 31-0 for the Canes. Cam Ward already over 300 yards. We're only one half in. Not sure how much we'll see of him in the second half. He is out on the field early right now, so we'll see what the result is of his playing time if this game gets completely out of hand. And so we'll continue to monitor that as we go along. We got 5 minutes left of halftime here before we get to half number 2, so that'll do it for our Cardinal football halftime reports. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jordan Klimes, joined by Sam Neiger. We'll get Dominick Liacone back in soon, maybe switch up some rules for the broadcast, get some new voices in the second half, and have some fun here in Miami, Florida. 31-0, Hurricanes lead the Cardinals. Thank you for listening to the Cardinal football half game halftime reports from SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership, and here's why. We stand behind every car we sell and are dedicated to helping our customers save time and money. All our pre-owned cars undergo a rigorous 182-point inspection and come with a 90-day warranty to ensure that you're getting a Victory quality vehicle. Plus, you'll get 2 years of complimentary oil changes and tire rotations. We're part of a top 15 dealership group and have an enormous selection of vehicles with access to inventory at over 45 locations. You always get more for your trade and the best possible rates with us. We have an excellent relationship with hundreds of lenders. Our exclusive Car Doc maintenance and membership program will help you save hundreds of dollars in the process of maintaining your vehicle. Lastly, our state-of-the-art body shop and certified technicians perform high-quality repairs and paintwork on most vehicle makes and models. Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Your home for live Ball State sports.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
Back here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida, for the second half of football between the Ball State Cardinals and Miami Hurricanes. I am Dominick Liacone, alongside my partner in crime today, and Sam Neiger. You just heard Jordan Klimes on the Cardinal football halftime report. And we'll hear both Jordan and Sam do a little bit of play-by-play as well here for quarter number 3. We're almost set to get back underway. Sam, things obviously not going in favor of Ball State right now. Miami's going to have the football to start here in half number 2, down by multiple scores. Not the way you wanted to end the second quarter and first half at all, especially with the interception that led to just a touchdown in 2 plays, and all of a sudden Miami's got a chance again to really make this a rout.
But all of a sudden, Dom, we're going to get to take a temperature of this Ball State defense. How much do they want it in the second half? No, you're probably not going to come back from a 31-0 deficit in the second half, but play with a chip on your shoulder. Play with some pride. This is a team that had a ton of confidence heading into this regular season. Yes, this is a tough test. Yes, the national media said we would lose by 36.5 points. That was the line heading into this game. But you've just got to hang with for right now. You know you've played in some spots with Miami. You've played them well. You've stayed competitive on some drives. And the defense has been suspect at times, but nonetheless, you've got to go out there with a little bit of fire under your belly if you're going to take care of business here in this second half.
All right, so we'll see Carson Homer for the first time.
How about that?
As the place kicker. He is listed as the usual place kicker at number 2 on the depth chart for the Cardinals, but we'll see him put it away to start. This is the First time we have seen Ball State actually kick off today, as crazy as that sounds, in a 31-0 game. Johnson Jr. and Lyle back to receive this boot from Holmer. It'll be Johnson Jr. to take it right at the goal line. He's got some space on the left side, cuts up the middle at the 30 before he's wrapped up just inside the numbers. Tripped up and taken down by this Ball State special teams unit. It was Feeney that got to him first. It'll be 1st and 10. We'll see if Cam Ward comes back out there on the offensive side of the football for the Hurricanes, and he will. It'll be 1st and 10 from Miami's own 29-yard line.
And great to see for Ball State fans, Keontae Newsom trotting back out there as well. We saw him get the wind knocked out of him towards the end of that first half in a freak play. Awesome to see their defensive leader back out on the field.
Ward has Fletcher to his right, a couple of wide receivers out to the right, one to the left. Out of the shotgun, Ward takes the snap after he claps the hands. Play action, trying to throw right, and he airmails his intended receiver. That was Jacoby George, who was outside the numbers just past the 35. 2nd and 10, still from Miami's own 29.
Yeah, and that was great pressure from George Udo coming up from that sniper position. Just made Ward throw it away. I love the intensity we're seeing early from the Cardinals.
2nd and 10, Ward at his own 29, still out of the shotgun. Fletcher Jr. joins him to his right. 3 wide receivers out to the right. Out of the shotgun, Ward claps the hands, takes the snap, hands it off for Fletcher Jr. up the middle. Almost had some daylight at the 35 before he's tripped up by the O-line. That was Brandon Berger, the rushing linebacker, just able to get a piece of him and knock him down, but had he not, he might have had some daylight.
Yeah, that was almost a real scary play there for the Ball State defense, but all of a sudden they've got a 3rd down and 4 forced. This would be a fun start to the second half for Ball State, knowing that they've at least still got a little bit of air in their lungs.
Under 14 and a half to play as we're just underway in quarter number 3. 3rd and 4 from Miami's own 35. In the backfield with Ward is Fletcher. Out of the shotgun, Ward takes the snap, dumps it off up the middle. He's got Samuel Brown wide open. Right at that orange part of the U logo, tripped up by
Elijah Davis.
Elijah Davis, yeah. That was him. Quickly back to work are the Hurricanes now. From their own 46, 1st and 10. Ward out of the shotgun, hands it off to Fletcher. He bounces outside the numbers left and has open space past the 45. At the 35, he's dragged down by Newsom. A massive gain on the run there for over 20. And all of the sudden, Miami not only in Cardinal territory, but knocking on the doorstep of the red zone. It'll be 1st and 10 from Ball State's 25.
Well, Fletcher's listed as number 2 on the depth chart for this Miami team, but that was a great run from him. That's his 6th carry of the day. And he seems to be taking a majority of these first-team snaps.
3:19 left here in the 3rd. Ward out of the shotgun. 3 wide receivers off to the right. One comes in motion for him. The handoff goes to Fletcher off of the shotgun. Bouncing off one tackle is Fletcher, trying to bounce outside towards the right hash. He'll get up just about to the 19-yard line for a gain of about 6. It'll be 2nd down. They'll say 2nd and 2. They will mark him at the 17.
Well, just to put in perspective, Dom, how dominant this Miami team has been in terms of those big chunk plays. This is just their 2nd trip to the red zone. All the touchdowns have come on big throws from Cam Ward.
2 wide receivers out either way for Ward with 12:36 to play here in quarter number 3. Out of the shotgun, a quick throw on the slant over to Jacoby George. Bounces off a couple of men before finding his way into the end zone outside the numbers right. That's another Hurricane touchdown. Jacoby George has just been lethal today. Over 100 passing yards now to him, and that's just his first touchdown of the day as well.
Yeah, that's all he was missing was the touchdown. He's been shifty. We've seen it from him all afternoon into the evening now, but he wasn't touched until the 1-yard line. Great blocking up front, but just the ability to cut with such versatility, cut with such violence, and get himself into open space. He's another dangerous target for Ward.
Regales on for the PAT. And it's good. He's 5 for 5 on PAT attempts.
As dominant as you can get. I mean, Miami picks up right where they left off, Dom. This is just an unbelievably talented team. This looks like the Miami teams of old, if you ask me.
38-0 in favor of the Hurricanes with 12:26 left here in the third.
This place is still loud. It's a little under half empty at this point. The fans who have stayed have been here for a long time, but this is just a place and environment that loves their Hurricanes. Kudos to the ones that have stuck around. They're getting a show from Cam Ward and company.
This is just the first time that the Cardinals have played in the Sunshine State since 2016. The last time the Cardinal football team was here was in 2016, where they earned a 31-27 win at Florida Atlantic. Morales boots it off from his own 35. Gillian Munson just watch it roll through the back of the end zone. It's a touchback, and we'll see Caden Samanza in the Ball State offense for the first time here in half number 2.
Got to put a pep in your step here if you're the Ball State offense. Defense isn't going to do its job. All right, you got to buckle the chin strap a little tougher. You've got to want it here. Do not grow complacent with this deficit. Have a little fire in you.
6 plays for 71 yards for the Hurricanes on that last touchdown drive. 1st and 10 for Samanza from his own 25. He'll start from the right hash. Sloan in the backfield with him out of the pistol. A couple of wide receivers out either way as well. The handoff goes to Sloan up the middle, who's wrapped up right at the line of scrimmage. There to get him was Elijah Alston, backup defensive end, who had that interception late in the first half, Sam, and he's right back to work here.
Yeah, that's a guy who we've seen flying all over the place for this Miami defense. That's already his 4th total tackle.
It's a gain of 1 yard, so 2nd and 9 now. Ball State at its own 26. Again, Saman's out of the pistol. He sends Koziel in motion from left to right. Out of the shotgun, he takes the snap, hands it off to Sloan, who tries to bounce outside the numbers right, and does, right towards that ACC logo. He'll pick up maybe another yard or two before being dragged down by Maui Goa, the linebacker. They'll say no gain, actually, so 3rd and 9.
Yeah, I'm making myself eat my own words here. Yes, you got to give the ball to Sloan, but you got to make sure you're getting net positive plays. I mean, if he's just going to rush for 1 or 2 yards per play, you have to start looking to the passing game. Just try and find the balance that you originally wanted.
Samanza with 3 wide receivers out to his right. Takes the snap out of the shotgun, 3rd and 9. Samanza fires it. It's caught by Magwood, who bounces off one tackle, off another, right towards the 30-yard line before he's finally driven down. But it's 4th down. The Cards are short once again of the chains. And Ball State will send the punting unit out again.
Yeah, just Magwood's 2nd reception there. We know he Well, we knew that Magwood wanted to get the ball a little bit more in this game after just 2 receptions last week. That's his 2nd reception. I think he's going to want a couple of more targets here in this second half.
38-0 our score with 10.5 to play here in the third. From his own 15, Cooey Jr. boots it up in the air. Ray Jones waits back on it. He'll make the catch at the 35. Scamper across the 40. Cuts up the middle to the 45 before he's finally taken down. He broke a couple of tackles, but flags fly all over the place. And we'll see what this officiating crew caught.
Yeah, I think almost any time there's a flag on the punt, it's going to be on the receiving team. I didn't necessarily see where the flag flew in from. It's down on the far side, away from where the ball was caught. Probably a block in the back, probably a hold of some kind. Nonetheless, I think whatever return was there is going to be coming back for the Canes.
Still no word.
Yeah, they're having a long discussion about this.
2 fouls on the play, both by the return team. Holding return team, that penalty's declined. Illegal block in the back. Return team, that penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. 1st down.
Okay. So a penalty that will be enforced from the spot of the kick.
Number 16 has block in the back. Number 16, illegal block in the back.
For the Hurricanes, that's Robert Stafford, one of the defensive backs listed lower on the depth chart on special teams. So we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, Jordan Klimes will take over the play-by-play duties here on SportsLink Digital Radio. It's a 38-0 lead in favor of Miami, as the Hurricanes will have the ball at their own 23-yard line when we come back. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State SportsLink.
Hey, this is Keontae Newsom, senior linebacker with Ball State football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State sports.
38-0, Miami lead here in Hard Rock Stadium. Did a little switcheroony, so we got myself, Jordan Klimes, play-by-play for this drive, standing alongside Sam Neiger and Dominick Liacone, a little producing over there behind us. New quarterback in the game for the Hurricanes. So Cam Ward takes a seat. 1st and 10. As it's Williams at the quarterback position. Hand up, goes up the middle, up the hashes. Pushing forward for a couple of yards left side. And a decent gain on the first down run.
Interesting, Jordan, that we're seeing Emory Williams at quarterback. Reese Poffenbarger is listed as the backup, but it looks like the third string is out there for Miami, because that ball was handed off as well to Jordan Lyle, who's the third string running back on the depth chart. So a whole slew of fresh faces in this ballgame.
It's Williams in the shotgun. Running back to his right hip. Motions the receiver out left. It's a tight end. Snap is back. Looking to pass is Williams. Thrown left side at the 30-yard line. Breaking a tackle towards the middle of the field down to the 35-yard line. That is the big tight end who moves forward. Looks like Joyce.
That's a big fella out there making that reception. All kinds of fresh faces. Our job gets a little tougher now up here in the booth.
Yeah, I step in, and now they're throwing some tricks to me. 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Miami leads 38-0 over the Cardinals. Williams in the shotgun, running back to his right hip. Hands it off. A lot of room in front of him, cutting towards the middle, down to past the 40 to the 45-yard line of the Hurricanes, nearing midfield.
Looks like Nathan Reichert came in there to make the stop, the second string nose tackle. So both sides sending in some fresh faces.
It was A.J. Allen on the run for the Hurricanes. Allen still in the game, so is Williams at the quarterback position. Again, Cam Ward taking a seat after a phenomenal afternoon that he had. Backup Williams in the game, in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff, looking to pass. Left side, he's got a man open at the 45-yard line, cuts it back forward, takes a slip before the ball comes out, and he's able to jump back on top of it before the Cardinals can get there. Ball moved past the 50 into Cardinal territory, and we're able to avoid disaster.
Yeah, Isaiah Horton got lucky that he was able to jump back on that. That would have been the first real miscue we've seen from the Miami offense tonight.
Makes it 1st and 10. From the Cardinal 44-yard line, 38-0 Miami lead.
Even with these backups, it's just been smooth as butter right now for the Hurricanes. They keep rolling, moving the sticks.
Williams, the quarterback. Running backs to each of his hips, left and right. Snap is back, handoff goes to number 24 up the middle to the 45-yard line. Down inside of there, gets to the 44-yard line for the Hurricanes. Short gain on the first down run.
Yeah, that was another backup running back for this Hurricanes team. Chris Johnson Jr. All kinds of guys are getting opportunities, and this is the time with which to do it. I mean, you're up big, second half, even though it's still early in the second half. Why not get some guys some touches?
Similar formation for the Canes on 2nd and 11. It was actually a loss on the first down run. A receiver to each of Williams' hips. Fakes the handoff, rolling right on the bootleg. Has the receiver open. It's a tight end, number 84. And he's able to scamper towards the sideline. That was McCormick on the reception. That's Ty Baldwin, who has to come off the field. Of course, when a helmet is off in play, had to come off for one play, so he should be back after. We're now a big 3rd and 5 for the Ball State defense. 38-0 Miami lead, but even then, Ball State trying to get a big stop. Only one punt for the Hurricanes this afternoon. Williams in the shotgun, Allen to his left hip. 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Has a clap, but no snap. Now the snap comes. Looking to pass right side on a slant, and it is caught in the middle of the field, right on the right hash mark, down to the 35-yard line. And that should just be about enough to move the chains. It was 3rd and 5. Still waiting on a spot.
I think they're not going to give it to him. They're going to say he's about a yard short, Jordan. That was a great tackle.
Ball spotted on the 35-yard line. Have to get to about the 34.5-yard line. So they'll say 4th and 1.
Jalen Jones was the corner who brought him down there just short.
Allen in the backfield right behind the quarterback, Williams. Handoff goes to Allen, cuts right side up the right hash, dives forward. He's going to get the first down and more down to the 30-yard line. Nearing the red zone. And Miami's offense, regardless of who is at quarterback, continues to roll. 38-0 Canes lead, 1st and 10 from the Ball State 30-yard line.
You said it, Jordan. It doesn't matter the personnel. This team is well coached by Mario Cristobal. That last play was the definition of 4th and inches. And with the way that Miami's been able to run the football, the way they've been able to execute the offense, there was no doubt in my mind that they were picking up that first down.
Williams, two receivers to his left, 1 to his right, 1 in the backfield to his left to his motion out. Gonna sling it to him. He's wide open, has some room to run. Cuts it upfield, diving forward inside the 20, down the left hash mark. And it was Chris Johnson Jr., the running back out of the backfield, ran into the flat. And a good job by Williams to find him.
Just a great balance of run and pass here. They're really getting Williams a lot of opportunities.
Johnson in the backfield again. He'll get the handoff from Williams. Goes left side, cuts it out outside the numbers, and is brought down from behind. A good shoelace tackle for Ball State. As a man who made the tackle still down on the field. It's Keontae Newsome down again.
No.
So he made the tackle. We saw Newsome get injured in the first half of play, was able to come back out, and now down once more. You talked about it too in the first half. Newsome, we saw a player go down early last year in Clayton Cole for Ball State, the leader of the defense in the 2023 season for the Cardinals. Now the leader is Newsome. He's down again as everyone huddles around him trying to make sure their leader is able to get back up and hopefully trying to make sure he comes back.
40 seconds. Please reset the play clock to 40 seconds.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, Jordan, I'll be honest with you. That was a tackle that looked really awkward from Keontae Newsome. Obviously not a no-contact injury because he was able to trip up the ball carrier, but he kind of slid to be able to reach his hand out and trip up the man with the football in his hand. But I have to wonder if it wasn't something lower body just because of the way that he stayed down. Obviously no speculations, but that whole Ball State defense is huddled around him right now, trying to show him some love. You just got to hold out hope that for the second straight year, Ball State's leading linebacker doesn't go down again.
Again, it's Keontae Newsome down on the field for Ball State. Made a shoelace tackle, an awkward-looking tackle, as he still face down on the field. Meanwhile, the Hurricanes at 2nd and 7 inside the red zone at the Ball State 17-yard line. Score is 38-0. Canes lead. Cam Ward came in for one drive in the second half. This second drive in the second half for the Hurricanes. He is now on the sideline after a fantastic, and I mean fantastic, game against Ball State. Over 300 yards. Again, at 346 yards, 5 touchdowns. And that's how Miami is up 38-0 over the Cardinals.
And he's just, his backup Williams has just looked really sharp as well. I mean, he's just looked really sharp in the pocket. He's making the right moves. He's going through his reads as well. You can tell he's learned behind a guy like Ward, and you can tell that it's helped his game. Cam Ward is not going to be in a Miami jersey for much longer. It's going to be a one-year thing. He's going to go to the next level, and he's going to play really good football on Sundays. Miami, not only do they have the ability to win this year, but they've got great depth to be able to execute next year as well. And that's what this drive with Williams is all about. Just get Emory Williams the ball in his hand, have him throw as many passes as possible. See if he can't put up another 7 on the board.
Williams putting up a good drive. 5 for 5 for 40 yards in his first action.
Yeah, how about that? It doesn't really get much better than that. Literally perfect through the air.
Trying to continue that and get an exclamation point, punching it into the end zone. Inside the red zone at the 17-yard line. 2nd and 7 for the Hurricanes as Williams in the shotgun. As Allen to his left hip. Looking to pass is Williams, throwing right side on the out route. And the tackle is made. Actually, the ball is dropped by the far side receiver.
Yeah, that was Samuel Brown who just couldn't haul it in. It's not the first time we've seen him juggle it.
Had one on a similar route in the first half, near the end zone as well. 3rd and 7 now for the Hurricanes.
Well, we saw this in the first trip to the red zone from the Ball State defense. They allowed Miami to get into the red zone, and then they forced them to a field goal. That would be a big win here when you're facing a lot of second stringers. You don't want to give up another 6.
4:08 to play in the third quarter. 3rd and 7 for the Hurricanes at the 17-yard line on Ball State. Williams looking to pass over the middle of the field. It's a little bit behind his receiver, but he's got his man. It is caught down to the 15-yard line, but short of the sticks. And so now for the second time tonight, we see the field goal unit trot out onto the field.
I think that's one Horton's going to want back. Honestly, it's going to be one Williams wants back as well. Just throwing a little bit behind Horton. He took a shot maybe unnecessarily there. And now on the 4th and short, don't risk any injuries. Just send the field goal kickers out there. Borregales is money from this distance.
Going to be about 32 yards for Borregales. 3.5 to play in the third quarter. The kick is up from Borregales, and it is true. So tack on 3 more for the Hurricanes. 41-0 in dominant fashion over the Cardinals. And again, 3.5 to play in the third quarter. We're not done with this one yet. Still football to play on both sides. And on the other side, Sam, you'll be taking over this position play-by-play. We've heard a lot from you. Uh-oh is right. We're going to see how you do. And we'll be right back here on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is Sports Link Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Your home for live Ball State sports.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson, redshirt junior wide receiver for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
8:20 p.m. local time. We took the air over 5 hours ago, and Miami has not missed a beat. Up 41-0 over your Ball State Cardinals here on SL Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Sam Neiger taking over the play-by-play duties for this drive. Jordan Klimes joins me as color. Dominick Liacone, our current producer. We'll hear from him in just a couple of minutes once more. But for now, Borregales getting ready to send it away. Ball State has two kickoff returners back, Malcolm Gilly and Cam Pickett, as they try and scratch and claw their way onto the scoreboard. Will this be the drive? Ball fair caught by Malcolm Gilly at the goal line, and the Cardinals are going to take over after the touchback.
First of all, Sam, excited to be here with you now.
Come on, man. This is great.
Play-by-play for the first time for football for you, so going to be fun.
I know.
Well, to bear with you, right?
Exactly. I'm excited for it. Why not? And we get to see Caden Samanza again, who, he hasn't looked stellar, but it hasn't been his worst day either. We've seen worse performances over the past 365 days from Ball State QBs. 100 yards exactly for Samanza, 15 for 23, one pick. It wasn't really necessarily his fault, but nonetheless, he's still looking for another score. He lines up in the gun here with Vaughn Pemberton to his left. Two receivers out to the left, nobody out to the right. He's going to give it to Pemberton. He hesitates up the middle, takes a shot, able to bounce off some Miami defenders and fights his way to the secondary. A lot of effort for what's only going to go down as about a 5-yard carry.
In our halftime report, too, you talked about it, Sam. You wanted to see Ball State continue to run the ball, even though they're down by this much, trying to just enforce their will a little bit, show that they can run the football. That was a good run from Pemberton up the middle. Good blocking, made a couple of cuts, broke a couple of tackles, and that's the type of thing you want to see late in this game. Down by a lot, but you want to see your offense try to get some production.
Well, it hasn't necessarily been Braden Sloan's day as the number one running back on the depth chart, so Pemberton getting some burn here. Samanza from the gun, this time Pemberton to his right. Three receivers out to his right. He takes the low snap, gives it to Pemberton again. Out to his left, takes another shot, spun around, and he falls forward for what looks like it's going to be close to the first down. Vaughn Pemberton keeps those legs churning, and he fights for a couple extra yards.
It's good for Pemberton to be in this spot, too, because he thought possibly the running back one position could be his coming into this season. Then Sloan transferred in. And, of course, no bad blood there, right? But he wants to try to get on the field, show what he can do in an opportunity like this where he is a bigger back than Sloan, and against a bigger team like Miami, he can pummel more defenders.
Yeah, Vaughn Pemberton, all of 242 pounds at 5'11". He is an absolute brick. Under center goes Samanza. The new running back is Sloan. He lines up about 8 yards behind Samanza. He's going to get the give. Off to his left. No, it's play action. Samanza looks downfield, throws over the middle. It's caught and hauled down. Close to the line to gain was Koziel. He fooled me all the way up here in the press box, and that's going to be close, and it is enough for a Cardinals first down. Check that. It was Christian Abney, the backup tight end, with the reception.
A couple different players into the game now for Ball State, but I love that for the young quarterback Samanza, the redshirt freshman, able to get on the bootleg with the play action, trick us up here in the booth and make a strong throw on the run. Even though Ball State's down 41-0, a good drive is really good for production for your young quarterback.
First tackle from Jaden Harris on that last play. Samanza sends a man in motion. Play action. The ball is batted away, and that was a great read across the board from the Hurricanes. It was number 15, Markeith Williams, who got in there to bat the ball out of the way. He's listed as the backup free safety, and it's going to force a 2nd down and 10.
We saw Ball State go to the screen game a lot last weekend against Missouri State, and against Missouri State it worked, right? But now you're playing Miami, a top caliber defense, and so they've seen a lot of great screen games. They sniffed them all out this afternoon.
Minute 17 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Ball is at the Ball State 46-yard line. Samanza directing traffic from the gun. He's got Sloan out to his right. Play action. He drops back, looking left, and he's hit from behind and brought down. Big tackle from Miami. Malik Bryant, the backup star linebacker, is what they have him listed at, and that's a huge loss to force a 3rd down.
So Ball State haven't seen too many sacks on Samanza. He's been under pressure a lot. Most of the time has been able to get the ball off. This time just absorbed from behind, speeding to the backfield. Now a long 3rd down for Ball State. Not a situation you want to be in.
Taryn Tayo usually tried and true over at that right tackle position, but a lapse in judgment there on the most recent play. It's going to force what is a 3rd down and 16. Clock rolls, 35 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Samanza takes the snap, drops back from the gun, has some time, throws left. It's underthrown and picked off. No, incomplete. Dropped at the very last second. It was great coverage from Darryl Porter Jr. He had a real shot to haul that in for an INT.
It looked like that ball might have been tipped near the line of scrimmage. Credit to the Miami defense. They have been all over with their hands on the defensive line, getting the ball up for Samanza, or getting their hands up to get in the throwing windows for Samanza. That was kind of a wounded duck going towards the far side sideline. Kind of lucky to get away with that one without an interception, although it does force a punt.
Yeah, he did not have as much pepper on that ball perhaps as he wanted, and Porter's going to be wanting that one again in film tomorrow. He had a chance with some green grass in front of him to maybe take a pick to the house. Meanwhile, Corbel's on to punt. He lets it fly with Ray Jones at the 5. He takes it from the 5, rolls left, gets a block. He's got some room in front of him to the 20, and he's tripped up as there's a flag going down. I'm surprised we didn't see a flag earlier. Multiple flags fly in now. Maybe some words said after the play, and it's going to be probably an illegal low block as we have a man down.
Return, illegal block in the back. Number 41, return team. Half the distance to the goal. 1st down, Miami.
And the man being helped off the field for the Cardinals is the big fella Ben Marsh, a linebacker low on the depth chart. No signal yet that we're taking a media timeout. So it looks like we're going to see.
They want to keep you.
I guess so. I guess we'll see Williams back out there again, barring any other quarterback changes. Mario Cristobal elected to bypass his 2nd stringer, Reese Poffenbarger, on the last drive. And it was Williams who Williams who led the drive, rather, that led to the field goal. With the penalty, the Canes are going to take over on their own 10-yard line. 12 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Williams is the quarterback once more. The man standing in the backfield with him is the running back Jordan Lyle, number 21. Standing in his own 5 is Williams. He takes the snap, gives it to Lyles. Tries to cut it back to the outside. Instead, he goes over to his right. He's got some room. He's got a lot of green grass in front of him, cutting it off towards the edge. Now he's waiting for his blockers all the way up near the 45. A heck of a run, turning nothing into a whole lot of something to bring us to the end of the 1st quarter. How about that run from Jordan Lyle?
That's the end of the 3rd quarter.
And that's just kind of reflection of how the game has gone for Miami. A lot of big chunk plays. A lot of them, most of them in the air, but some of them on the ground too. A lot of run after the catch, a lot of green grass in front of Hurricanes to just get the ball and go. And go they have to the tune of 41-0.
45 minutes down, just 15 minutes to play. All 45 minutes dominated by the 10th team in the nation. Hurricanes lead Ball State 41-0 heading into the 4th. We'll be back on SL Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Ranked number 2 in the nation for sports media by the Broadcast Education Association.
This is Ball State Sports Link.
Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership, and here's why. We stand behind every car we sell and are dedicated to helping our customers save time and money. All our pre-owned cars undergo a rigorous 182-point inspection and come with a 90-day warranty to ensure that you're getting a Victory quality vehicle. Plus, you'll get 2 years of complimentary oil changes and tire rotations. We're part of a top 15 dealership group and have an enormous selection of vehicles with access to inventory at over 45 locations. You always get more for your trade and the best possible rates with us. We have an excellent relationship with hundreds of lenders. Our exclusive Car Doc maintenance and membership program will help you save hundreds of dollars in the process of maintaining your vehicle. Lastly, our state-of-the-art body shop and certified technicians perform high-quality repairs and paintwork on most vehicle makes and models. Victory Honda of Muncie. We're not just another car dealership.
The best stories in Ball State sports, plus live broadcasts right in your timeline.
Follow us at BSU SportsLink.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesuites.hamptoninn.com. At munciesuites.hamptoninn.com.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State sports with SportsLink Digital.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
From trivia night at Brothers and tater tots at Roots.
Never miss a Ball State game with SportsLink Digital.
What up, Cardinals fans? This is Kyle Kelly, redshirt junior cornerback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Well, all 15 fans that have stuck around through this 5+ hour ball game got a little light show there in between the third and fourth quarter. Miami leads Ball State 41-0. They take the first snap of this fourth quarter from their own 44-yard line. Emory Williams takes a snap from the gun. He hands it off. Lyles makes a man miss out to his right. He's got a lot of green grass in front of him. My goodness, is he going to be stopped all the way to the house? How about that? On his first carry of the fourth quarter, it was A.J. Allen turning on the Jets.
Everything going the way of Miami. Just a gaping hole to start that runoff. I thought the play might have been going the other way just because I was shocked at how large of room there was for him to run. A great play by Allen. Kind of a bigger guy, bigger running back, but he's got some jets on him. Turned the jetpack up and took it all the way to the house. What a way to start off the fourth quarter.
Took our breath away before I even had a minute to introduce Sam Neiger, Jordan Klimes. Dom Liacone is our producer. Goodness, some fireworks to start the fourth as Borregales attempts the extra point. Money as usual. And we will step aside as Dom Liacone will take back over with the play-by-play duties for the first time in this fourth quarter. Another 7 points for the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes. They lead Ball State 48-0 in dominant fashion at Hard Rock Stadium. Don't go anywhere. SL Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Back inside Hard Rock Stadium here from Miami, Florida. Heck of a job done by our crew, Jordan Klimes, Sam Neiger, and myself, Dominick Liacone. Heck of a job, boys.
Appreciate it, man. It's been fun. Why not get in a drive and play-by-play, huh?
Absolutely. Just past 8:30 p.m. local time here. Got a new place kicker in for Miami, as it looks like it's Abram Murray who will boot it away. Taking it in is Nick Munson on the reception. He caught it at around the 5-yard line. That kick went from left to right. He'll get up to around the 30-yard line before he's brought down. And that's where Caden Samanza will go to work with this Cardinal offense. 48-0 here with 14:43 left in this ball game. Miami able to score on the first play of the fourth quarter. 90 yards in just 2 plays, 23 seconds that drive.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Just another day's work.
Exactly. That's all it's been for Miami. It's been another day at the office, and they've executed so well.
Aiden Leffler, one of the backup QBs, going to come into the game. The handoff goes up the middle, and they meet the running back there in Davis right up the middle. Loss of 1, 2nd and 11 now from their own 26 go the Cardinal. Aiden Leffler is in at QB. The kid out of Indianapolis, Indiana, went to Roncalli, is the all-time passing leader there.
Hey, he was really talented in high school, Tom. We'll just have to see how well he looks here going under center. Not listed as the backup this week, but still getting some burn.
2nd and 11 from their own 26 go the Cardinals. The handoff goes to Davis, and he's blown up right at the line of scrimmage. Probably another loss of a yard or two. There to make the play, Josh Horton, the backup defensive end. They'll say loss of 3, so 3rd and 14 for the Cardinals, still at their own 23-yard line.
Got to go to the air here. Let's see if we can see the arm of this backup QB in Leffler.
Davis to the left hip of Leffler. 3 wide receivers out to the right. Leffler out of the gun, claps the hands, takes the snap. Looks right on the out route. He underthrows his receiver. That was Isaiah Thacker there at around the 30-yard line, and a quick 3 and out by this Cardinal offense. Here comes the punting unit.
Yeah, I think that ball might have been tipped at the line of scrimmage by Anthony Campbell.
Miami is now number 35.
Dom, I'm going to put this out there, okay? If you don't like it, send it right back to me. We agreed before this game that if Ball State ever trailed by 50 points, your boy might get to do a drive as Pitbull. We know we've already heard my Pitbull impression in the pregame, man. No, I won't do that to you.
I don't know if that. Listen, that was in the realm.
I don't think we
it
expected it to really happen.
No, not really. Just back beyond his own 10-yard line, Cooey Jr. boots it up in the air. Ray Joseph is back to take it in, and he'll haul it in around the 30, bouncing out right. Breaks a tackle, breaks another at the 40, outside the numbers right, before he's finally tripped up and brought down there. To get him was Jack Beebe. Take another media timeout. This has turned ugly, folks. 48-0 Miami over Ball State. We'll be back after this on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemart Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
From the bell tower to your smartphone, anywhere in the world.
Never miss Ball State Sports with SportsLink Digital.
Hey, this is Ethan Crow, fifth-year center for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Back here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida. It's Ball State and Miami, 48-0 in favor of the Hurricanes with 13 minutes left here in quarter number 4. Miami will take over at their own 43-yard line. Dominick Liacone, Sam Neiger, Jordan Klimes, all here with you on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. Emory Williams still into the game and sends a man in motion from left to right out of the shotgun. 1st and 10, dumps it off to his man at the 40, and he tries to cut up the middle inside the numbers right before he's finally taken down.
Well, Dom, I figured since we've seen
if they move the chains.
Yeah, I think they're going to give him the first down, but since the young man in Emory Williams, we're seeing so much of him, might as well figure out who he is, right? He saw action in just 5 games last year against Miami, finished with 470 yards as a true freshman. He was a 4-star prospect by ESPN. He was ranked as the 14th best pocket passer heading out of high school.
Snap here on 1st and 10 from the Cardinal 42. This handoff goes up the middle and swallowed up by the defense as the ball carrier.
62 offense, helmet off, 62 offense.
It's Tommy Kinsler, the 4th. Another backup offensive lineman heading to the bench for a play.
Gain of about 2, so 2nd and 8. Now from the Cardinal 40-yard line with the clock ticking now towards 12 minutes left in the ballgame. 48-0 in favor of Miami still. Williams out of the shotgun, a man to his left hip. A couple of wide receivers out left as well. Williams claps the hands, takes the snap right at the U logo, looking downfield, going to launch it deep, and he's got a man wide open at the 5. It's hauled in for a touchdown. And that is Elijah Lofton, the 4th string tight end, has his first touchdown of the season. And the merry-go-round of offense continues to circle this Ball State defense. Miami now leads 54-0.
And that was just an excellent throw. Obviously, the future is bright for Williams. He put that one on the money. Well done by Lofton getting open, but things just continue to get better and better for this Miami team. The Hurricanes have got to be fired up. I mean, they have got a squad here in the orange and green.
Abram Murray is on for the extra point. He's the backup kicker. This is the 2nd PAT attempt for him, and he got it. 55-0. Miami leads Ball State. All right, Sam, I'll make a deal with you.
Oh, no. I know where this is going.
You want to play as Pitbull?
No, it's all. You know what? If you're offering, I'll take a play as Pitbull.
I'm offering.
All right. First play of this drive.
Why not?
Well, I'm thinking 80-yard bomb from Caden Samanza, taking it to the house in the 3:05.
Listen.
Come on.
If this is a Cardinal touchdown that we might use as our play of the game later, and you're doing it as Pitbull, that would just be the storybook ending to this trip.
I'll call it now, Dom. He's going to take it. He's going to take it all the way back to the hotels, the motels, and the Holiday Inns.
My goodness.
With a trip to the crib. Come on. Got to feel good about that. I'm just a little bummed that we're not at Pitbull Stadium, the home of the FIU Panthers, just up the road in Miami.
That's right. He does have a stadium named after him. Murray boots it away. And everyone back there says no, including Gilly. So it will be 1st and 10 from Ball State's own 25. Yet another touchback. I think we've just gotten used to seeing Miami kick the ball off at this point because Ball State's only kicked the ball off once.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely dominant performance from the Canes. No doubt that they're going to be feeling confident at the end of this game. And oh no, here we go. Leffler, he's the quarterback in the 305. Aiden Leffler from the gun. He's got a man to his right. It's Pemberton. Drops back. Play action. He's going to let one go downfield. Miscommunication. My goodness, we can't be having that. And it is incomplete. Back to you, Tom. Pitbull got his time to shine, huh?
That is going to be clipped and used everywhere.
There is no reason.
Somebody, if you're listening to this, someone in SportsLink, I demand that you clip that right now and send it someone's way. I don't know.
Yeah, we cut a deal, man.
I guess so.
Pitbull had to have at least a play. I love it.
55-0 Miami. Leffler out of the shotgun for your 2nd and 10, I should say, from his own 25. A little screen pass to the right. It's caught by Magwood, who is wrapped up at right around the line of scrimmage outside the numbers. Should be 3rd and 10, and it will be. They'll spot the ball in almost the exact same spot, but they'll put it at the right hash.
Another 3rd down coming up. You got to wonder what the mentality of the Cardinals is right now, though, Dom. I mean, do they have it in them to even execute at this point? You got your backup quarterback in. Just go home with a little pride. At least 3 on the scoreboard, right?
Hard count from Leffler. Gets the snap off on the shotgun. A lot of pressure, and he just throws the ball right into the dirt. It was 3rd and 9. Make it 4th and 9. Once again, Ball State will punt this football away.
Yeah, that was Booker Pickett who came in there with a little bit of a vengeance, trying to get some on the ground. This has gone from bad to worse, hasn't it?
It has. And my question now to you, Sam. You're Mike New in the locker room after the game. What in the world are you saying to your team?
Wow. I mean, I think you have to remind the team, first of all, what they did well. And there were some bright spots on offense. There were some good plays on defense. You got to emphasize tackling next week for sure, as we've got a whistle.
Delay of game. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Like I said, from bad to worse, right? Oh, goodness. But, back to my point about what the message is in the locker room. Remind the team of what they did well today. Remind them that you are playing the 10th best team in the nation. And no, you didn't lose like this to Georgia last year, the #1 squad. But you also weren't playing a likely Heisman quarterback last year. And Cam Ward has looked like that today. He's taken an inexperienced secondary and just ran him straight into the ground.
After the delay of game from his own 10, Cooey boots it off. Ray Joseph yells poison, now lets it bounce, and he'll take it in, calling for a fair catch. That's around the 40-yard line of Miami. And we will have yet another media break. So, Ball State down big, 55-0 in favor of the Hurricanes here from Hard Rock Stadium. 10:50 to play in this one. 1st and 10 for Miami at their own 39 when we come back on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
For the best stories, access, and coverage of Ball State sports, follow SportsLink on social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Search @BSU SportsLink.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Your home for live Ball State sports, streaming right in your timeline.
This is SportsLink Digital.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
SportsLink is the official production partner of Ball State Athletics.
All the chirp you can handle.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Indiana's top sports media school in 2024 by the Indiana Association of School Broadcasters.
This is Ball State SportsLink.
Hey, this is Tanner Koziel, junior tight end here with Ball State Football. Thanks for tuning in to SportsLink Digital Radio presented by Victory Honda of Muncie. This is your home for all things Ball State football.
Miami with the football as Emory Williams will hand it off the middle. First and 10 from their own 49, and the running back able to get a couple more yards. That's Lyle after contact. He gets up to around his own 47. They actually had the ball and is spotted on the scoreboard, excuse me.
Dom, I just can't believe there's still 10 minutes left in this game. I
Right.
mean, for Miami to have 55 points with still 10 minutes to go, you're just in awe to a certain extent, right?
Emory claps the hands out of the shotgun, hands it up the middle. That's Lyle again. He'll pick up another couple of yards, scamper up to the 50-yard line. And that is a Miami first down. I believe they're going to move the chains.
Fourth and excuse me,
third and
short.
inches.
Yeah, very short.
I spoke too soon, excuse me. Under 10 minutes to play now in this one. Third, it says 3rd and 1, but it's really 3rd and inches here. Still from their own 49. Emory out of the shotgun with Lyle to his right hip. Couple of wide receivers out to his left, one to the right. Lyle gets the handoff again. He'll go left towards the hash, trying to boost his way forward through the line. Whistle finally blows, and that is another Miami first down. So the chains will, in fact, move.
Well, Dom, I got a question for you, all right?
Yep.
Is this the longest you've ever been on the air consecutively? I'm assuming it's got to be yes.
For me, I mean, I wasn't. I was used a little bit in the pregame show, right? I mean, so let's get this play done with 9 minutes left here. 1st and 10 at the Cardinal 44 is Williams and company. Puts a man in motion, has 3 wide out to the left. It's a screen pass off that way. It's caught and taken in at the 35. Now up to the 35-yard line now, but that was taken in at around the 45. Another first down for Miami, but 2 years ago, myself and Tristan Fleur called a Ball State baseball doubleheader. One of those games actually went, they were supposed to be, one game was supposed to be 9 innings, the other was supposed to be 7. The first game went 14 innings.
Brutal.
Walk-off homer, though, Matthew Rivera. That was pretty cool. 1st and 10 now from the Cardinal 28. This one is handed up off the middle. Breaking off of a couple tackles is Lyle. There he goes outside the numbers, left past the 20. Slams his hand in frustration as he's taken down just outside the numbers. Meeting him there first for the Cardinals was Cole Irwine.
Yeah, Lyles thought he had a touchdown there, but I know exactly what game you're talking about. I remember that doubleheader. Just brutal. That's the beauty of college baseball.
Yep.
And I know we're a ways away, but gosh.
You are not wrong.
Love those 4, 5, 6-hour days on the air. Come on.
55-0 in favor of Miami with 7.5 to play here in the 4th. Emory puts a man in motion out from the left. Hands it off the middle. Here's Lyle again, breaking one tackle, powering his way through another. And he'll be wrapped up standing. He's still going. He's trying to get a push forward. Whistle finally blows. He's to the 6-yard line. That's a first down. 1st and goal, Miami knocking on the doorstep, trying to put up 60.
Helmet off, number 34.
Yeah, you think Miami doesn't want this game still, even though they're up 55-0? They're treating it like it's 0-0. I think that's the difference between a good team and a great team. This team is incredibly well coached by Mario Cristobal. They want every single yard that they can muster. And they're going to make teams look silly all year.
First time we've really seen a 1st and goal just because how big the plays have been for Miami. Williams out of the shotgun from the 7-yard line, takes the snap. It's a high snap. Weil gets the handoff, breaking through a hole left, powering his way to the goal line, spinning and scoring. Another Miami touchdown. Another 6 points, 61-0.
I mean, can you put the Cards out of their misery yet, Dom? Wow. Still 6 minutes, 40 seconds to play. It's going to be likely 62-0. This proves, in my mind, that Miami has a ceiling of maybe being a 5th-ranked team in the country. Just the way that they've come in here and executed. The adversity early with the rain delay, the lightning delay, I should say. To come in here, be held to just 3 on your first drive and then score this many touchdowns, it's breathtaking.
Murray the kicker. Snap and hold are good. PAT is good. 62-0. And you know you're having a good day offensively when your 2nd-string kicker has 3 PATs.
I mean, what the heck is going on? It has been a dominant show from Miami. There's really nothing else left to say at this point. It's a continued recipe used over and over. At first it was Ward. Now in the second half it's been Emory Williams at the quarterback position for the Canes. Just complete dominance.
It's a 7-yard touchdown run for Weil as we will head to yet another break towards the back end of this one. 6:40 left here from Hard Rock Stadium. 62-0 Hurricanes over the Cardinals. This is Ball State football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesuites.hamptonin.com. At munciesuites.hamptonin.com.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Back here from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. 62-0. It has been all Miami over Ball State with 6:40 to play here in regulation. Dominick, Liacone, Sam Neiger, and Jordan Klimes, the superstar crew, has been fabulous.
It's been fun.
To say the least. It has been an absolutely incredible weekend so far. Murray from his own 35 boots it off. Cardinals going to move here from right to left. It's Gilly calling for a fair catch as he makes the catch in the end zone for a touchback. Leffler going to come back onto the field for the Cardinals. Surprised we haven't seen just a little bit of Colin Blazek at this point.
Yeah, we figured he'd be the number 2, Dom. I'm a little surprised. You know, the kid out of Venice, Florida, he played in your neck of the woods up in the
Yes, he
Chicago
did.
suburbs before that.
Went to high school with him.
I thought he was going to be the backup, but Leffler has played fine as the backup, just trying not to get Samanza hurt.
Spiegel in the backfield with Leffler, 1st and 10. Spiegel breaks off a tackle outside the numbers left, scampering past the 30 and into around the 35. See how big the gain was. It's going to go for about 7 yards. 2nd and 3 from Ball State's own 32.
Dom, I just did a little math in my head. I don't think I've sat for 6 hours. I think I've stood for 6 hours. I think the closest I got to sitting was some push-ups I was doing during our 3-hour break.
Under center is Leffler, 2nd and 3rd. Spiegel behind him. In motion goes Thacker from left to right. Spiegel gets the handoff, trying to bulge his way up the middle. Breaks off a one-man, gets wrapped up at around the 35-yard line.
We got to create our own energy here.
Right.
We got to get fired up. Cards have a chance to score inside 6 minutes to play. Come on, let's go home with 6.
So it's 3rd and 1. Cardinals at their own 34. Leffler under center once again. Spiegel right behind him. Patel and Thacker are the wide receivers out left. Spiegel gets the handoff.
Oh.
He's blasted in the backfield.
Oh, my goodness. That was a pop.
Bobby Washington Jr., the 4th-string linebacker, wrapped him up at the legs first. Then the line finished the job. It's 4th and 1, and once again, the punting unit is out.
When your 4th string can hit like that, Dom, there's no wonder you're winning 62-0. This team is top to bottom, roster to roster, elite.
This is the 10th time Cooey will punt the ball.
Brutal.
I don't know if...
Brutal.
I mean, do you usually get 10 punts a game between two teams sometimes? No.
No.
Cooey boots it in the air from his own 25. Taken in by Ray Joseph, but he calls for a fair catch at around his own 20. They'll spot him at his own 22, and Miami's offense once again back to work. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Poffenbarger, the true backup that's listed.
The more I think about it, Dom, it makes a little sense that it's Williams getting the look this week instead of Poffenbarger. Poffenbarger came in last week against FAMU, Florida A&M. Went 6 for 7 for 20 yards, 56% completion. 86% completion percentage. So, just trying to give these different backups different looks if you're the Canes.
It's still Emory Williams out of the shotgun, 1st and 10 from his own 22. Hands the ball off for Lyle. Cuts across the left side, past the hash mark, and able to scoot his way up for about...
Holding, number 5, offense, 10-yard penalty, repeat first down.
Well, never mind. That play doesn't matter anymore because holding is called. It's going to go against Ray Joseph.
How about this redemption arc from our officials in the second half? A couple of hot mics through those first half hour. We got a little expletive heading into the locker room from our fellas in the stripes. Oh yeah.
Was it that audible?
Now I'm not going to say it. I've said I've said a lot of things that aren't going to go on my tape on this broadcast, Dom, I must admit, but I'm not going to go on the air and say that one. I'd go back and give it a listen, though. It's been a heck of a second half from our boys in the stripes.
5-yard penalty, so it's 1st and 17 from their own 14-yard line of the Hurricanes. Emory takes it out of the shotgun. Handoff up the middle. And the running back is swallowed up. That's A.J. Allen Jr. Didn't gain any yards on that play. Actually, they'll say he lost a couple, so second. Oh, no, they'll say he'll gain a yard. A yard. So 2nd and 16 from his own 15.
Made a little joke at the start of the fourth quarter that only about 15 Miami fans were here. In hindsight, that's pretty much holding true at this point. There's a lot of turquoise seats out there.
Under 3:15 to play in this one. Williams, the clap of the hands. Play action, rolls out, finds his man right side.
before he's taken down after a gain of about 5 yards.
Uh-oh.
That's Elijah Lofton. Do we have some?
Just unnecessary.
Yeah, just an injury.
Well, there were extracurriculars after the play as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought there was. Can't get a number on him right now, but he's down at around the 17-yard line.
That's Jackson Weagold.
Really, on the offensive side of the ball?
Yeah.
Never mind the defensive
I'm looking
side of the ball.
I'm looking up at our monitor here. We've got the ACC feed.
That's
you can see
not
that
great.
little 18 on the side of his helmet.
Yeah.
Not good. He's not moving either.
It's his leg right now that they're trying to stretch out that right foot.
Well, you've sweated so much in this heat, like your body doesn't have a lot of fluids. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little more cramping.
Right.
We made sure we stretched before we got on the air. It's a good thing.
I know Jordan made sure he stretched in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Don't sell yourself short there,
if
Tom.
you know, you know.
I saw you hitting those push-ups in the room this morning.
Just trying to.
Not just sports broadcasters. We're athletes.
I mean, Jordan Klimes, if you know, you know.
Oh, I know. I know. Trust me.
I don't know.
He knows.
I don't know. I'm a little concerned.
You want to tell him what you do every morning, Jordan?
Oh, of course I will. Why would I not want to flex it? You know, we were talking about it yesterday, Dom. Every morning, it's not that much. I'm not the most ripped guy in the world. I'm no, action movie star or anything. But every morning, 10 to 15 minutes, it rotates every day. Do a little bit of static stretching, mostly core work, trying to get myself nice and toned. You got to look nice for the booth, and we're looking nice today, all three of us.
That a boy. Shout
Fun
out.
game. Love it.
Shout out Jordan Klimes. 3rd and 6 from his own 26 is Emory Williams out of the shotgun. Has a man to his left, looking left, has a lot of time, fires a deep ball towards the 50, and it's hauled in. Ray Joseph able to keep the chains moving for a huge gain into Cardinal territory. 1st and 10 from the Cardinal 38.
And Emory Williams over 100 yards passing now. He has played almost a whole half at this point, but great performance from him off the bench.
We've reached the 2-minute timeout.
Amen.
And so we will take what will perhaps be our final timeout. 62-0. Ball State in danger of being shut out. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Hey, this is Kaden Samanza, redshirt freshman quarterback for Ball State football. You're listening to SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
62-0 here in Hard Rock Stadium. Not a lot of energy on the Cardinal sideline, but we sure got some up here. And guys, what can get you more fired up than a little bit of landscaping, huh? Let's talk about some Bermuda grass we got out there on the field, all right? So Ball State, they play on a turf field. Most college football teams do that. Only 39 of the 133 Division I college football teams play on real grass, one of them being the Miami Hurricanes out here in Hard Rock Stadium. It is Bermuda grass. And what do we need to know about Bermuda grass? Well, don't worry, I have you covered. Now, it is known for its higher quality of play for the players, and we've seen that today. And let's get into stats here, okay? We have 3 slips to my count, and my count is very scientific. 3 slips for Ball State today, and I gave a half to Miami. So not too many slips, very good, and that's with the weather we've had today. Bermuda grass also known for its vigorous growth and fewer insect and disease problems. Guys, let's get turned up for some Bermuda grass, huh?
I'm fired up, Jordan.
You
Just
were
the way you
keeping
talk
count?
about it.
I was.
You kept count.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness gracious.
That's a kid
You
with
know
some
what?
dedication.
And a scientific
I
count.
respect it.
That's
I
beautiful.
respect the heck out of it, Mr. Klimes. That is some serious journalism.
How does one have a half slip?
Look, I just wanted to add a half. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay, all
I
right.
think he was kind of tackled, but also fell during the process.
Maybe a one-legged slip.
It's all scientific.
Agreed.
It's in the data.
Williams out of the shotgun, hands it off. That's Lyle. He'll gain about 3 or 4 yards before he's brought down just in front of the 35-yard line. So a couple of stats here for you.
This is going to be some crazy stuff.
We were just looking at it on the big board. 159 points so far between these first 3 games for Miami. That's the most in school history through the first 3 games.
Unbelievable.
That's
They're unbelievable.
just insane. This is the best offense in the nation right now, and it is not particularly
Oh,
close.
no way.
Not particularly close whatsoever. 62-0 right. 62-0 right now. Emery, 2nd and 6 from the Cardinal 34, hands it off once again. Trying to find a seam is Robinson Jr. Or Allen Jr., that is, excuse me. Tried to slip outside the numbers left, taken down. It's a gain of 2. Clock ticks under a minute, and just a couple of more plays before this one is put on ice. Ball State now will officially have been shut out for the first time in nearly 13 years. October 8th, 2011 was the last time the Cardinals put up a goose egg. That was in a loss to Temple 42-0, but this one by 20 points more. Emery out of the gun, hands it off again. Lyle bouncing outside, has some space at the 20, at the 15 before he steps out of bounds right at the Miami sideline. In the red zone are the Hurricanes. Do you think they score again?
Goodness, I'm surprised we're not seeing a victory formation, Dom. I mean, to a certain extent, you're adding insult to injury. Kudos to the Canes, getting their first shutout since 2020. Beat the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs 48-0 in that season. We're not going to get a victory formation.
Seriously?
Canes want more.
1st and 10 from the Cardinal 20. A man in motion. A handoff up the middle. Lyle trying to find a seam right side. He's swallowed up by the line, and this, at this point, is where Mario Cristobal holds the troops back. The clock's going to run out, and the Cardinals are going to lose this one 62-0 as head coach Mike New and head coach Mario Cristobal will shake hands right at midfield. And this game is officially over. Ball State falls to 1-1. Miami to 3-0 for the 2nd straight season under Cristobal. Just a dominating win for Miami. Listen, we thought that this game had a potential of getting out of hand, Sam, but I don't think anyone thought that this game was going to be a shutout and a 62-point shutout.
It's been unbelievable, Dom. Just the performance that Miami has been able to put on. We've been saying it the whole second half at this point. I mean, we sound like a broken record. This Miami team is special. We barely saw Cam Ward in the second half, and the kid still threw for 5 touchdowns, 346 yards, a 230 QBR. Are you serious? This Miami team is next level. I think they're legit contenders, and I said it was a hot take in the pregame that this might be the best Miami team since the 2001 national champions. I'm going to stand by that take now.
So again, your final, Miami 62. Take a look at the final stats. Cam Ward, Miami's QB, 19 for 28. You mentioned that 230.6 rating. Threw for over 340 yards, just under 350 actually. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. Emery Williams, the backup, adds one of his own. He was 11 for 12 for 161. He was he had a better QBR than Ward did.
Yeah.
For Samanza and Ball State's offense, 16 for 26, 111 yards. No touchdowns and an interception. Threw for 62% towards 68. Ball State ends with just 6 rushing yards. Miami with 243. 507 passing yards for the Hurricanes. Ball State only 109. Miami, that total offense went for 750 yards even, Sam. Ball State only goes for 115 upfield. That's not going to play, especially if you want to win at the next level. You take a look at the time of possession, closer than a lot of people maybe would have thought. Just under 33 minutes for Miami. For Ball State, just over 27 minutes. But again, you got to remember, Miami was just scoring quick. 2 different drives with touchdowns ending in 20 seconds or less.
It was a big day for Miami. We'll say it again. I mean, Ball State went down like timber. Miami was feeling this moment. What else do we have to say but Dale?
Goodness gracious, you and your pit bull right now.
Gotta have something to get fired up about, huh?
So Ball State falls to 1-1. Next week, the Cardinals will start the Mid-American Conference slate on the road in Mount Pleasant at Central Michigan. That kick is set for September 21st, next Saturday at 3:30 p.m. As for the U, Miami will head 4.5 hours north to Tampa to take on the Southern Florida Bulls. The two teams have not played each other since 2013, where Miami won that one 49-21. That's also set for next Saturday, but that's a 7 p.m. kick. So Miami starts 3-0 for the second straight season, and for back-to-back years under head coach Mario Cristobal. Ball State losing to a top 10 opponent for the 3rd straight season tonight. Sam, any final thoughts before we wrap this one up here from Miami Gardens?
You know, in all seriousness, as much fun as we've tried to have up in the broadcast booth for being here for about 6 hours, a little over at this point, Ball State still has some positives to take away. We're a Ball State first radio station, obviously. Caden Samanza, he had some bright spots. Bottom line is you got to have short-term memory loss when it comes to a game like this. You don't really expect to win it, but now you got a big one to open MAC play on the road against the Chippewas of Central Michigan next week. Why not us? You know, just because you got blown out by Miami this week doesn't mean Central Michigan wouldn't have also come away with the same score. You have got to just continue that positive mentality, regain the chip on your shoulder that you had heading into this regular season.
Looking at the time, we have officially eclipsed 6 hours and 15 minutes, making this the longest ever SportsLink digital broadcast in SportsLink's history of doing SL Digital.
Preach it.
Congratulations, boys. This has been a heck of a broadcast, fighting through the weather delay and trying to just make up as much time as we could and fill slots. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, there is not a single crew I would rather do this with. You boys have been absolutely excellent through it all. Jordan, a heck of a job hosting and producing. Sam, dynamite as color. You guys also did a heck of a job on play-by-play as well. Again,
congrats to you too, my friend. Well done.
Appreciate it. And for myself and Jordan being seniors, Sam, you still got another year this year. You're probably going to head up to Columbus next year, which is going to be a heck of a weekend for you, being an Ohio native. But I just want to say that this has been an extraordinary crew. So that'll do it for our coverage here from Hard Rock Stadium. By the way, this is the 3rd different Super Bowl stadium, or venue, I should say, that the Cardinals have played in, which is pretty cool. I had to just throw that in there as well. But that'll do it for our coverage here from Hard Rock Stadium. Again, your final score, the Miami Hurricanes 62 and the Ball State Cardinals nothing. Be sure to catch the call next week where myself, AJ Switek, and Ryan Stojitz will make the trip up to Mount Pleasant, Michigan, as the Cardinals take on the Central Michigan Chippewas, looking to start 1-0 in conference play. For Jordan Klimes and Sam Neiger, I'm Dominick Liacone saying so long from Hard Rock Stadium. Ball State loses big, but a chance to rebound next week. This has been Ball State Football on SportsLink Digital Radio, presented by Victory Honda of Muncie.
This has been a production of SportsLink Digital Radio.